You are now listening to The Dark We Seek, Part 2 of the Lost Light series, Book 2, by Kyla Stone.
33. Lena Easton. Day 33. Lena awoke with a start, her heart pounding. Devon's soothing voice came from far away. "Hey, Lena. You're safe. You're okay. Everyone's okay." They were in the cottage living room. Lena lay on the sofa, Devon kneeling beside her. Kerosene lanterns lit the room with a soft glow. A fire glowed in the wood stove, warming the whole cottage. Rain pattered against the darkened windows. "How are you feeling?" Devon asked. Lena tried to stand. Dizziness washed through her. Devon took her by the arm and pushed her down, gentle but insistent. "You need to rest." Shiloh perched on the edge of the coffee table, Lena's bag of diabetic supplies in her lap. "You passed out. I had to give you the emergency glucagon shot." In the event of a severe hypoglycemic episode, like the one she'd just experienced, glucagon triggered the liver to release stored sugar, which raised critically low blood sugar. It was the only glucagon injection she had. Lena had gone over instructions with Shiloh and taught her how to read the pump in case something happened and she went into a diabetic coma, either from hypoglycemia or hyperglycemia. A mistake could easily kill her. She took several deep breaths, steadying herself. The dizziness faded. Checking her pump, she took a couple of glucose tabs to bring her numbers up even further. "Below 40, Shiloh whispered. "That's how low you were." Lena swallowed. "Thank you. You did the right thing." Shiloh rifled through her test strips, medical tape, reservoirs and sensors, and the boxes of syringes and glucose tablets, her expression tense with worry. "Do you need anything else?" "I've got some raisins in my bag by the door." While Shiloh scurried to retrieve the bag, Lena glanced at Devon. She spoke in a raspy voice. Every swallow was painful. "There's a dead guy in the kitchen. I killed him. I had to." "Don't worry. It was self-defense. You did what you had to do." Moreno and 3 deputies and police officers were working the crime scene in the kitchen, cataloging evidence, speaking in low voices, and writing longhand in notebooks. Hastings and Nash were hunting for the attacker who had escaped, the one who'd gone after Shiloh. They hadn't caught him yet. Shiloh brought her the raisins. Lena took them gratefully, but found it hurt her throat to swallow, or even chew. "We need to check you out," Devon said. "I'm fine." "You're certainly not. Sit back. Let someone else take care of you for once." "I'm an EMT. Right now, you're my patient. I've got this." Devon flicked on a pen light and examined her, checking for injuries, tracking her vitals, heart rate, breathing, blood pressure, pupils for bilateral responsiveness, ensuring her skin was pink and warm and dry, not cold and clammy, including her fingernail beds and lips. Alert and oriented, ×4. Her fingers brushed Lena's throat, which made her wince. Red-hot barbed wire encircled her neck. Red marks and bruising on the throat, swelling and mild abrasions. "I'll take pictures with my phone, okay? Not much we can do with them at the moment. We're still following procedure where we can." Lena nodded wearily. She was accustomed to acting as the caretaker, not the patient. It was uncomfortable and disconcerting, though not altogether terrible. "How about my eyes? You see any petechiae?" "Your left eye. It's bloodshot, with small red dots. He got you good." "I got him better." Violent images flashed through her brain. She blinked them away. "That you did. You've also got splattered burns on your skin, like our dead guy in there. Might they have anything to do with the liquid spilled across the floor?" "We plead the fifth," Shiloh said before Lena could answer. "Creative use of soup." Lena grimaced. "It was going to be dinner." I thought it'd serve a better purpose boiling his skin off. It took a bit off of me, too. I haven't eaten all day. Frankly, you smell delicious. Devon gave a tentative half-smile. Her warm brown skin had faded to an ashy hue. We need to go to the hospital and get you checked out. No. It's standard procedure. Lena shook her head, then immediately regretted the throb of pain. Her vision had returned, though she was still lightheaded from the insulin crash. 24 hours. That's the ER wait time. I talked with Dr. Larson yesterday. They're running out of antibiotics and are nearly out of anesthesia medications. FEMA is supposed to be delivering more meds and bandages today, but their last shipment was 3 days late. It's only a matter of time before the aid trucks stop coming. Dr. Larson told me she procured ketamine from a veterinarian's office for an emergency appendectomy on a 19-year-old. I'll just be in the way. Devon narrowed her eyes. I don't care. You know as well as I do that victims can die from bar brawl arm chokes a couple of hours later when the trachea swells and closes the airway. That's not happening to you. You're going to the hospital for monitoring. Lena opened her mouth to argue, but Devon shushed her with a raised palm. She could be formidable when she wished. I don't care about the official wait time. We're getting you in. Lena recognized her stubbornness as equal to her own. Besides, Devon wasn't wrong. Lena would insist on the same for her patients. A patient would need to be intubated if swelling and edema developed. Devon rose and took Lena's arm. Let's go. We've delayed long enough. Shiloh dug her hand into Bear's furry side. We're coming too. They ducked their heads against the rain as Devon helped her to the truck. Lena took the passenger seat while Shiloh and Bear took the back. Bear sat in the middle seat and leaned forward, his head poking between the front seats, panting loudly, with a jovial expression, like he was ready for the next adventure. As they drove, Lena turned to Devon. You okay? I'm not the only one who killed someone today. Devon gripped the steering wheel. She looked shaky. Her pupils were huge. Adrenaline dump. It'll pass. You saved us, you know. Devon hesitated. Something shifted in her face, faltered. I was scared spitless. I don't believe it. Believe it. Devon tugged her braids back from her face and tucked them behind her ear with one hand. When I got Shiloh's call, I was at my house. I ran to my car like a bat out of hell. I couldn't get anyone else on the radio. Everyone was out of range. I kept trying until I reached a repeater and got a hold of Moreno. He told me to wait for backup, but I knew I couldn't. Running a Code 3, a home invasion with folks that I know? I about put my foot through the floorboard. I did 90 the whole way. Pushed 100 a few times. The whole car was shaking. I could barely see out the windshield. The empty roads helped, or else I'd probably be wrapped around a tree right now. I felt like I was going to throw up. I was terrified I was going to wreck the car. Terrified I wouldn't get there in time. Terrified. Lena had entered life-threatening situations before. Usually she trekked through woods or an urban wilderness looking for a missing person, or searched collapsed, unstable buildings for survivors. While dangerous, a tree had never aimed a weapon at her. Devon had raced in with guns blazing, with no backup and zero intel on what she'd find, how many hostiles she'd face. She'd come in alone, and she'd saved them. You ever want to run for sheriff? You've got my vote. Devon laughed as they pulled into the ER parking lot. It was overflowing. Vehicles were parked along the road and on every square inch of grass. I told you they were full. We're not getting in. Devon took the narrow strip of road reserved for the ambulance and slammed the brakes in front of the ER double doors. Watch me. 34. Lena Easton, Day 33. Lena sat in the hospital bed, smoothing the crinkly hospital sheets that smelled of bleach, and waited impatiently. Every 10 to 15 minutes, a nurse checked on Lena's oxygen monitor to ensure she was still breathing, but that was about it. The nurse gave her a fun-size pack of peanut M&Ms to raise her blood sugar higher, glancing longingly at the little yellow bag as she did so. Lena still felt weak, cold, and shaky. As Devin had promised, she'd stormed into the ER, all 5'0" of her, and demanded a room. And by some miracle, she'd gotten it. The overhead fluorescent lights in the rooms were switched off to conserve the generator, which rumbled in the background. Battery-operated LED lanterns provided light. The air smelled like sickness scrubbed with antiseptic. Gurneys and cots clogged the hallways outside the doorway as harried nurses and doctors jogged to and fro. Patients crowded every square inch of space, eyes dull with shock and pain. Shiloh curled up in the plastic chair across the room, bare at her feet. Dogs weren't allowed, yet somehow Devin had gotten him inside too. Jackson barged into the hospital room, looking bedraggled as a half-drowned cat, and as livid. He stomped across the tile floor, dripping rainwater and tracking muddy footprints. Devin sat up in the chair by the hospital bed. "About time, boss. You stop for a 4-course meal on the way?" "Pasties," Jackson said without missing a beat. "I got one for you and ate both of them." Devin scowled. "Jerk." Jackson crossed the room and opened his arms. Shiloh rarely allowed herself to be touched, but she went right to him. He enveloped her in a hug and whispered something in her hair that Lena didn't hear. She nodded, and after a moment, stepped back. Only then did Lena see that Shiloh was shaking. He turned his attention to Lena. His lips thinned, his eyes bloodshot, his hair mussed and plastered to his skull. "I'm so sorry, Lena. I'm sorry I wasn't here." "It wasn't your fault." Remorse and fury flared in his gaze. "You could have died. Both of you could have died." "We didn't," Lena rasped. "We're okay. Shiloh is okay, thanks to Devin." Jackson flashed Devin a look of gratitude. "Thank you. Just doing my job, boss." Lena looked past him toward the doorway. "Where's Eli? I tried to call him on the radio." "He's out of range. When he finds out, he's going to kill someone." "2 hostiles are dead. 1 got away," Devin said. Jackson looked pained. "It's me. Eli will kill me. Or worse." She couldn't get thoughts of Eli out of her head. Even in the safety of the hospital, her anxiety wouldn't settle. The knot in her stomach wouldn't untangle. The simple truth was that she felt safer in his presence. "He hasn't checked in with us in a few days." Jackson sounded perturbed. Or maybe it was guilt. "I'm not his keeper." "It's not like him." "He's fine, I promise," Jackson said, but he wouldn't meet her gaze. Devin took her notebook out of her jacket pocket. "Did your attacker say anything to you?" "He was too busy trying to strangle me." She closed her eyes. The terrible memories crashed through her brain. It was like watching a jerky movie, the images stuttering, filmy, unclear. It happened so fast. "He said, 'This will teach you a lesson.'" She rubbed the bridge of her nose. "When I ripped off his mask, he said, 'You'll pay for that.'" "That's it?" "That's it. And some names I don't need to repeat." Devin scribbled in her notebook. "Okay." Jackson asked Shiloh the same questions. "He didn't say a word," Shiloh said. "He just came at me until I shot him. At least I think I did. He had a knife with a bone-white handle. We didn't find it. We'll search again in the morning. Maybe we'll get lucky, and he dropped it when you shot him." She stared, half-seeing at a spot in the distance, absently rubbing Bear's fur, her eyes glazed. "Maybe." Jackson touched her arm. "You did good. I'm proud of you. I wish I'd killed him. You got away with your life. Yours, Lena's, and Bear's. That's victory enough. She gave a fierce shake of her head. He's still out there. He could come back. I should have chased him and shot him again and again until he was good and dead. We will find him. We'll put an end to this once and for all. I wish I'd gutted him with that bone-handled knife. I'd pull out his intestines and tie them around his throat in a bow. See how he likes that. Shiloh, Lena said, but she couldn't blame the girl. Shiloh fisted her hands on her hips. What? That's what I'd do. Law enforcement does things a little differently, Devin said. Shiloh wrinkled her nose. That's how Eli does things. Jackson rolled his eyes. I have no doubt. Who are they? Lena asked. What did they want? They weren't thieves. They weren't interested in insulin or anything else. They wanted to hurt us. I talked to Hastings on the radio, Jackson said. The two dead are known associates of James Sawyer. Thomas Peterson did 5 years of hard time for beating the hell out of a rival in Paradise back in 2010. Eric Collins has been a suspect in several drug-related assaults related to Sawyer. He has a tattoo of a wolf eating twin snakes on his forearm. Devin narrowed her eyes, but said nothing. She and Jackson exchanged a dark look that Lena couldn't read. They knew something they weren't willing to share. Sawyer's men. Lena blinked. The room took too long to come into focus. That doesn't make sense. Doesn't it? Jackson said. If he thinks we're getting too close, he's telling us to back off. He left a warning on my parents' back door. That wasn't enough. I didn't listen. So he sent his goons after you two. He knows we go way back. He knows what you mean to me. What my friends mean to me. Jackson glanced at Shiloh, who had gone to the small window above the non-working air conditioning unit and stared out at the night. Or maybe his target was Shiloh. What are you talking about? Jackson stepped closer and lowered his voice. I believe the real broken heart killer is ensconced within Sawyer's group, likely his inner circle, if not Sawyer himself. The blood drained from her face. Lily's killer. I believe so, and the other victims. Sawyer had a romantic entanglement with Lily. He has the means and opportunity to kill. He's gotten away with murder before. Lena stiffened. I know he's a criminal, but he's never threatened me. When Lily was with him, he never hit her like some of the losers she dated. Why would he do this now? Maybe he didn't intend for them to kill you. Maybe he sent them to threaten you, or they planned to hurt you but leave you alive to relay a message to me. Back off, or else. Then things went sideways when you ripped the mask off the first attacker's face. Lena nodded, still processing the shock of it all. She felt numb, disconnected, as if she was held to this earth by a string that might snap and she would drift away, higher and higher, like none of this was quite real. Someone had tried to kill her tonight. She had killed a man. It was self-defense. She'd done what she had to do to survive. Still, she felt sick to her stomach. Jackson straightened and stared out the window at the beads of water clinging to the glass pane. The storm had died down, driving north across the lake toward Canada. Lena touched her throat. It felt like broken glass jabbing into her flesh. How would Sawyer or his crew know that you suspected them? They wouldn't, unless someone told them. Someone on the inside, feeding Sawyer information. You mean a cop? Jackson's features hardened. I don't know, but I'm going to find out. Hastings and Moreno appeared in the doorway, wearing trench coats, their hair still wet. Moreno held a radio. How's the patient? Fine, Lena said. Did you catch him? Moreno gave a grim shake of his head. He escaped our net. There's no trace of him. He's in the wind." "The search isn't over," Hastings said. "We're about done at the lighthouse. We had to do all the dirty work ourselves. Don't worry, we won't leave a body in your kitchen. We'll get the corpses carted off to the ME before dawn. You can go back home when you're done here." "Thank you," Lena said. Moreno scowled. "Don't know why I'm still doing this. No paycheck, no retirement. I must be doing it for the ladies? Fame and accolades, eh?" Hastings rolled his eyes. "Definitely not for the ladies." Moreno gave an exaggerated bow. "It's hard work, saving damsels in distress." "The hard work was done by the time you strolled in, princess," Devon drawled. Hastings barked out a laugh. Moreno shot him a cross look. "Must be for the fortune, then." Lena managed a weary smile. "Must be." A shadow passed behind Jackson's eyes. He looked suddenly older, old and drawn. Lena repressed a shudder as she glanced at the deputies, at the faces of the men who'd sworn to protect and serve. If Jackson was right, they had a traitor in their midst. 35. Eli Pope. Day 34. Eli stared across the campfire at the men sitting opposite him, the men he ate with, worked with, and slept beside, the men he considered his mortal enemies. It was his 4th night on Grand Island. Each night was worse than the last. He longed to return to the mainland, to eat dinner with Lena, to shoot the crossbow with Shiloh, to hunt and fish and help them with the spring house, with the garden, with whatever they needed of him. He had insisted on his own tiny cabin, and Sawyer had generously allowed it. The cabin backed against the west side of the property near the cliffs. He slept with his clothes on, including his boots, his go-bag at his side. At night, he did not sleep, nor did he lie in the bed, but folded himself into the small closet with louvered doors, the doors cracked, his pistol next to his hand, shoes on. He'd unmade the bed and left a battery-operated lantern switched on in the attached outhouse. If someone breached his room, they'd think he'd left his bed in the middle of the night to use the John. It would give him a second, maybe 2. 1 second was all he'd need. Over the last several days, he'd done his best to insert himself within the organization. He made jokes, volunteered extra sentry shifts, and even took the mess hall cleanup a few times, and, in 2 days, he'd talked more than he had in 8 years. It wasn't only his voice box that felt rusty. Years of isolation and silence had a way of sinking deep into your pores, your bones. Socializing still seemed unnatural, but he was learning. As he ate a freshly grilled venison burger, slapped between 2 slabs of homemade sourdough bread, he perused the raucous group around him, studying the men and women and taking mental notes for Jackson. To his right sat Andy Cade. A Swedish guy in his early 20s, he had a receding hairline and a mousy brown mustache that drooped over his lower lip. He was loud and crass, the jokester of the group who wanted attention however he could get it. Wes Vaughn hunched next to him, with his wolf tattoo and the slender, black-gloved fingers that reminded Eli of a spider's legs. Sawyer's nickname for him was Spot On. Vaughn kept to himself, a watchful, reserved man who catalogued everything, violence in his eyes. Pierce, too, was a man built for violence, who enjoyed inflicting pain. Eli watched his back whenever Pierce was in his vicinity. His loathing only grew every moment he was forced to spend in the man's presence. If Sawyer saw the acrimony between the 2 men, he blithely ignored it. Dixon laughed at someone's off-color joke as he stood by the grills, merrily flipping burgers. He didn't appear to resent Eli for beating the crap out of him. Instead, he followed Eli around like an eager puppy, hanging on his every word and begging him to train him in close-quarters combat. Across the fire, and off by himself, Cyrus Lee looked like he didn't belong. Ferret-faced, thin and wiry, with watery blue eyes and a weak chin. He was a shadow, constantly lurking near Sawyer. Sawyer had said Cyrus was his numbers guy. Eli wasn't sure what to make of Cyrus, or how he'd wormed his way inside Sawyer's empire. He had a ring that he wore on a chain, sometimes over his shirt, sometimes under. He must have done something impressive to earn it. There were a few women among Sawyer's fighting force, namely Natalia Reyes, who went by the nickname Nyx, the Greek goddess of the night. She was tough, with a crooked smile and buzzed white blonde hair, a cigarette constantly hanging from one side of her mouth. She wore cargo pants and a tight black tank top, a bandolier of ammo across one shoulder like a Miss America sash. She was an ace shot, but as far as he could tell, she had no ring and wasn't a member of Sawyer's inner circle, a circle which seemed to be diminishing. 2 of Sawyer's men had gone missing the night before last. Sawyer was in a rage over it and had sent several others out to hunt for them. Eli had heard rumblings about an operation gone wrong, but no specifics. A commotion rose from behind the campfire. Eli shot to his feet and spun, his pistol in his hand as he scanned for threats. Everyone in the circle around the campfire rose with him. A darkened figure approached from the direction of the cabins, a flashlight beam wavering in circles in front of him. Antoine Toussaint, a former French legionnaire, entered the circle of firelight. "What is it?" Vaughn asked. In the firelight, he was angular, almost emaciated, the hollow spots beneath his hard eyes like gathering shadows. Antoine gripped the FAMAS 5.56 by 45mm NATO rifle used in the French Legion Army, which Antoine affectionately called the Bugle for its distinctive shape. In his 30s, he was powerfully built, with a bristling beard and squinty eyes. He spoke with a faint French accent and had a reputation for reckless boldness in hand-to-hand combat, for the bloodthirsty grin plastered to his face while fighting. He'd happily take on impossible odds. The other men whispered that he was a bit crazy, the kind of man you wanted on your side, not the enemy's. Tonight, though, Antoine's expression was grim. "We've got trouble." 5 minutes later, Eli stood on the edge of the bluff, the world beyond dissolved into absolute darkness. Heavy clouds obscured the stars. The only light visible from the mainland was Shiloh and Lena's lighthouse. Far below, waves lapped the base of the limestone cliffs. A group of 30 men and women stood around a man on his knees in the center of the circle. Several kerosene lanterns on the ground provided light. Antoine jerked his thumb at the slumped, weeping man. "This man assaulted one of our own, a woman named Katerina Crew. They were on kitchen duty, and he struck her and beat her into submission. I caught him in the act and nearly skinned him alive right then." Eli gritted his teeth. Anger burned beneath his breastbone. If he'd been the one to catch the culprit, being skinned alive would be the least of his punishment. With the lack of law enforcement presence and the increasing lawlessness, crimes such as these would only get worse. "Where is the woman?" Sawyer asked. "Darcy took her to the infirmary." Sawyer nodded and studied the culprit with an implacable expression. The man stared at him defiantly. "She was practically offering it to whoever would give her a gun." "Everyone here already has access to guns." "You know how they are. She's lying. She was asking for it." "Be silent." Sawyer's command shut him up. "Every person here is under my protection. I gave my word. Do you understand what that means? How can I make deals or gain allies or conduct business without that critical layer of trust?" Sawyer's voice was razor sharp. He wasn't angry for the same reason as Eli. He saw the act as an insult against his power over his men and his ability to control and restrain their actions. Without control, he did not have the power that he so ardently sought. The man gazed around the circle in growing consternation. He found no friends, no allies. He held little rank or respect. He was either new or low on the totem pole. Eli could see it in the faces of Sawyer's men. Their features hardened, lips twisted in disgust, revulsion, irritation, or simply indifference. "You said we could have anything we wanted," he cried. "Incorrect," Sawyer said. "I can have anything I want, not you. Any man of mine exercises self-control. If you cannot choose when and where to release your baser instincts, then you have no business here." "You gonna kill him?" Nix asked, fury lacing her voice. "If so, I volunteer." "Yes," Sawyer said. "We are certainly going to kill him." They watched him, a silent half-circle of dangerous men and women. They didn't need to brandish weapons or throw insults. They held the power, and they knew it. "No," the man said, half-stunned, half-panicked. "No! You can't do this! You can't just... You won't get away with it. Everyone here understands that the fabric of civilization is unraveling. The question is, how fast? And what happens if we pull this string or that one? I say, nothing happens. I say no one will miss this piece of trash, and certainly not us." "Come on!" the man screamed. "Let me go! Don't do this!" The accused attempted to scramble to his feet. Dixon stepped forward and kicked his legs out from under him. He sank to his knees on the hard limestone, then tried to rise, and again Dixon knocked him down. He wept, great racking sobs. Spittle and blood splattered the dirt. "Let me leave! I'll just go then! Let me off this damn island! You're crazy! You're all mad!" Sawyer was unfazed. "I tire of this conversation." He waved a hand at Pierce as he turned and stalked toward the lighthouse, a lantern swinging in his hand. The shadows stretched and contorted across the bluff, like a demon shadow growing claws and fangs. "Take care of it." No, wait! "Let Pope do it." Pierce spoke over the man's cries. Sawyer swung back around, the first flicker of interest in his eyes. "Of course." Eli went rigid. He thought he'd passed his litmus test when he'd disarmed Dixon and Vaughn bare-handed, that his previous relationship with Sawyer and his 8 years serving hard time would be enough. It wasn't. Not for Pierce, and Sawyer was willing to humor him. If Eli did not comply, he would be shot in the head like a dog, perhaps even before the rapist. He could fight off 1 or 2 or even 4 mercenaries, but not 50, not 100. There was no getting out of this. Pierce drew his pistol from its holster and held it toward Eli. The wolf ring glinted on his hairy finger. "Do it." Nix looked disappointed, like she wanted to kill the rapist herself. Vaughn and Cade were indifferent, while at the back of the crowd, Cyrus looked eager, the firelight flashing in his eyes. The man rocked on his knees, blubbering and begging. Blood poured from both nostrils and dribbled down his split lips. Snot and tears smeared his cheeks. Eli felt no pity for him, or anyone here, least of all himself. Jackson had told him in no uncertain terms not to kill anyone. Proving oneself while undercover was a common occurrence. But undercover assets were never sanctioned to kill. No murder. No sexual assaults. No torching churches or government property, nor allowing weapons of mass destruction into the hands of even worse bad guys. Eli did not concern himself with the laws Jackson followed. He followed his own rules and his internal moral code. Eliminating bad men did not violate his particular ethics. There were degrees of crime, of sin, of right and wrong. He had no qualms about killing wicked men. The world was in need of rough men willing to stand in the gap. He knew himself. He was that rough man. It was not a matter of whether he had to do this despicable thing to keep his cover. He wanted to do it. One more predator in the ground. One more innocent victim avenged. Eli ignored Pierce's outstretched hand and drew his pistol. He pointed it at the center of the kneeling man's skull and squeezed the trigger. Eli shot him between the eyes. The crack of the weapon's discharge reverberated in the crisp night air. The man slumped sideways. A trickle of blood leaked from the tiny round hole in his skull. Such a small amount of blood for a fatal wound. Violence took most people by surprise. How fast it was. How merciless. Eli did not give Pierce a glance or shred of recognition. Sawyer either. He'd done what they wanted, and that was enough. He holstered his pistol and strode across the clearing, away from the bluff. The ring of hardened men and women opened for him, and he slipped through them into darkness. No one followed him. Sawyer did not call out, nor would he. Eli had earned this. There were cold, hard truths that he accepted about himself, embraced even. The vast reservoir of fury within him could not be quenched. Eli had killed a man. He hadn't even bothered to learn his name. 36. Jackson Cross, Day 34. "Has Eli found anything?" Devin asked. Jackson shook his head. "I signaled him last night. We have a meeting tomorrow night if he can make it. He has to be certain it's safe. If Sawyer or any of his men blow his cover, they'll dismember him and throw him into the lake. It doesn't matter how skilled Eli is. He can't take on 50 men, 100 men, however many Sawyer has now. Hell, he's building an army." "What do you think he's going to say when he finds out what happened at the lighthouse?" Devin asked. Jackson's expression flattened. "I think I'll be lucky if he doesn't kill me." He hadn't told Eli yet. If Eli knew, Jackson wasn't sure if he would go through with the mission, leaving Shiloh and Lena vulnerable without his protection. Or Eli might seek vengeance himself and kill whomever he suspected was responsible. Jackson was more than tempted to keep that little tidbit from Eli for the time being. Yet, he could not. He owed the truth to the man who had willingly entered the lion's den to find Lily's killer. He owed Eli far more than the truth. The next time he saw Eli, he would tell him. They'd spent all day searching for the runaway assailant who'd escaped the lighthouse attack. Other than a few drops of blood on the grass below the tower, they'd found nothing. He'd disappeared. It was dark now, after 10 p.m. No streetlights were glowing. The stars were brilliant in the vast night sky. Jackson had been keeping the case files hidden in his hotel room at the Northwoods Inn. Worried that Underwood, or someone else, possibly the leak feeding Sawyer's camp intel, would discover their clandestine investigation if they continued to work at the sheriff's office, they sat in the patrol truck in the empty parking lot of the Horseshoe Falls gift shop and pored over the case. Over the last few days, they'd combed through the employee and patient lists they'd gleaned from the Copper Harbor Family Health Office, where Elise McNeely had worked. Caldwell had pulled a few strings to get them access. The doctor's office had been like any other, a front desk, sage green carpet, faux leather seats, Enlarged pictures of smiling, healthy families hung on the wall, and a side table with flyers advertising various medical devices and medications. Devon had collected whatever she could find. She'd snatched a blue and yellow flyer from a stack and waved one at Jackson. "Ask your doctor if Cialis is right for you," she intoned in a deep infomercial voice. "That's for escitalopram, brand name Lexapro, an antidepressant," Jackson said. "And actually, I think those would be helpful for everyone on the planet right now." "Why do you always have to be a Debbie Downer?" Devon snapped. "I don't know. The end of the world, maybe?" "You're so depressing," she'd said, but she had smiled. Jackson had found himself smiling back, and then they'd gotten back to work. In the dusty filing cabinets in the basement, they'd discovered 3 boxes of guest sign-in books dating back to 1998. It would take forever to go through them, but Jackson had read through the early 2000s. The names blurred in his head, haunted his dreams and nightmares. Gordon Lewis, Daniel Phillips Craig, Richard Alonzo, C.L. Jefferson, Paul J. Lavache. The list went on and on. Caldwell had also given them the names of 2 cops in the local narcotics unit, who'd provided a list of small-time dealers and addicts Elise McNeely might have bought drugs from or got high with back then. They came up with several names, but no hits or matches from the doctor's office. Devon sighed. "I've cross-checked the lists twice. The ones that do overlap don't fit the profile. They're geriatric or the wrong gender. A pimply-faced teenager with asthma desperate to maintain an A average. A 70-year-old grandpa with colon cancer turning to street drugs for pain relief." Jackson had studied the lists too, scanned the 36 names they'd winnowed down by gender, age, and ethnicity again and again. Solomon Pickford, Lucas Dunn, Edwin Hayes, Thomas Bray, D.J. Bitzer, F. Robert Flaherty. No one stood out. Their inability to check the sex offender registry or criminal histories had them hamstrung. Before they'd left Copper Harbor, they'd stopped at Michigan Tech in Houghton, where Elise had taken classes. No one was on campus. The admin office was locked. With Caldwell's blessing, they'd broken into the library and borrowed several annuals, the college version of a yearbook. They hadn't had a chance to study them yet. Jackson glanced sideways at Devon. She sat stiff, staring out the windshield. The moon, a sliver of God's fingernail, hung far above them, forever out of reach. No street lamps shone, no glittering necklaces of small towns strung across the shorelines of the UP. Here and there, the shimmery hint of a campfire or a lantern in a window flickered from the dark. "You doing okay?" Her voice was clipped. "I'm fine." "You shouldn't be out here with me. You should be chained to a desk, seeing a department-ordered shrink, or eating bonbons on your couch at home. First of all, I've never had a bonbon in my life. Second, the stores are closed, even if I wanted one. And third, Underwood says we can't afford it. Between us and the municing department, we're down 5 law enforcement officers and 3 administrative personnel. We need to triple our force, and instead, we're losing people like flies." Jackson's hands tightened on the wheel. His eyes were gritty. He'd barely slept. Lena and Shiloh might have died yesterday. Hell, Devon, too. He had been up in Grand Marais, responding to an armed robbery call when the lighthouse was attacked. Jackson had begged Lena and Shiloh to leave the lighthouse and stay at the Northwoods Inn with him, but they stubbornly refused. The Easton blood ran strong in both of them. Lena had spent the night in the hospital for observation. They'd barely gotten her in. Luckily, they prioritized her case as a first responder. The parking lot was overrun, the hallways crammed with cots and rushing bodies, everyone looking harried, on the verge of a breakdown. At least Lena was okay. Bruised, but okay. Worry threatened to consume him on a daily, no, hourly basis. For his town, for the people he cared about, his friends, family, and coworkers. You could have been killed, running in balls to the wall by yourself. Well, I don't have balls, so you're dead wrong on that count. She tried for humor, but it fell flat. I'm serious. You killed someone yesterday. That takes something from you, even when you do all the right things, follow protocol, even when it's a good shoot. It wasn't a civilian. He was a criminal, in the act of assaulting someone. I don't regret it. I'm fine with it. Perfectly fine. Her voice hardened, like she was convincing herself as much as him. He waited. He already knew this story, at least the official version. As Undersheriff, he'd read her file, but she needed to talk it through, and he would listen when she was ready. 10 minutes later, staring straight ahead, Devin spoke. 6 months ago, I killed a civilian in the line of duty. My partner and I got a call about an assault in progress. We were the closest patrol car, so we responded. The 911 caller said someone had a knife and was threatening to stab a girl at a party. She sucked in a tremulous breath. We pull up. It's not a terrible neighborhood, but not great either. Small houses, overgrown yards, graffiti, and drug deals on every corner. There's a crowd of kids in the front yard, middle schoolers. They're shouting, yelling, and forming a half ring around these two kids in the center. They barely notice us. A girl runs out of the house, banging open the screen door, running like a bat out of hell, long braids flying behind her. She turns and she's backing up, her hands up. Then behind her comes another girl. She's swearing and shouting, a knife in her hand, a big knife, a steak knife she'd pulled from the kitchen counter. My partner and I are out of the car, shouting, "Put your weapons down, police, on your knees." But these girls, they're not listening. Like they're so amped up, so enraged, they can't hear us. It happened so fast. Everything sped up. The girl with the knife charged the other girl. She was going to kill her. I believed she was going to kill her. I acted on instinct, and I fired. Devin chewed on her thumbnail and looked out the window. Her name was Jamila Ferguson. She was in 8th grade, 14 years old. She'd taken meth she'd gotten from an older sibling, got high and paranoid, and attacked this girl she thought was moving in on her girlfriend. IA investigated. They ruled it a good shooting, but it didn't matter. The newspaper articles, the social media outcry, the protesters milling outside the precinct. I got hate mail, death threats. Her lips curled in a bitter smile. Didn't matter that I was black, too. Maybe the other cops didn't treat me differently, but I felt like they did. I felt like a pariah. It wrecked me. I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing that scene play over and over in my nightmares. I needed to get away. Every city block, every call reminded me of it. I had to get away, far away, where the crimes consist of parking tickets and hunting without permits and jaywalkers. That's how I ended up here. Did you get far enough away? Sometimes the UP feels like another country. I'll take that as a resounding yes. I thought so too, Devin said. Until Shiloh and Cody. Jackson winced. He recalled closing the handcuffs around Eli's wrists, the Molson Canadian bottle he'd dug out of his trash, the lies he'd told on the witness stand, the guilt that built a permanent home in his chest. We do things that haunt us. Sometimes we deserve to be haunted. Sometimes we don't. The key is to know the difference and let the chaff go. I want to fight for something worth fighting for. It's why I became a cop in the first place. Feels like 100 years ago, but I still feel that way. She rubbed her fingers over the folders in her lap. If we don't have that, what is there? I know the feeling. You keep going, You keep showing up? Why? If not us, then who? He said simply. Devin nodded. They were kindred spirits. They drove themselves without mercy, continuing to push, uncover rocks, piece together the evidence, and catch criminals. Monsters seemed to be proliferating at an alarming rate. Talk me through the case, Jackson said as they stared into the gathering darkness. What are you thinking? Devin sat up straight. Here's what we have, as far as a timeline. We have identified victims missing from 5 towns in the UP over a decade-and-a-half period. All were taken in the late spring, mid-April, or during the summer, except for Lily, who was murdered right before Thanksgiving. What does that tell us? Our unsub was working with Boone, so maybe Boone took the girls when he would have more free time from work based on the school year schedule. Possibly. Devin looked at the dates again. There is a 4-year span between the first murder and the second. Then a 3-year span between the second and third murder. 2 killings, 2 years apart, and the last 2 only a year apart. In the early years, the intervals between the killings, or cooling off periods, were every 3 to 4 years. As the unsub's thirst for violence increased, the cooling off period accelerated to every 2 years, then every year. We can extrapolate that if we don't stop him now, he will continue to kill at a faster and faster rate. Correct, Jackson said. What else? Could be a tourist, a backpacker who visits different spots each year. Or he travels for work, spends enough time in each town to identify a target. The victims were troubled girls with histories of drug use. How would a random tourist know that? It's one thing to pick a victim based on physical similarities, but these girls could all share the same past. Foster care, abusive parents, runaways, drug and alcohol abuse, arrests, and rehab. Devin nodded. Maybe the drugs are the connection. Or the homeless shelters, the rehab centers. Cross-check the lists of witnesses and associates in each of the identified victim cases with the other victims we have so far. See if any names we recognize show up, or if there's any overlap, especially with Elise McNeely. He might have been her neighbor, her coworker, or a fellow student. But he was close. He had to be. He's there somewhere. We just have to find him. On it, boss. Devin hesitated. Lily is an outlier in several ways. She both fits and doesn't. She was the only one who had kids. The unsub may not have known she had children, Jackson said. Lily didn't look like it, or act like it. She still partied, still had late nights out. When she was at the bar, she didn't talk about them. They were in a separate world. She was the oldest one, at 26, by 5 years. She could have passed for 21, 22, Jackson said. It's possible, Devin said. Physically, she fits. Slim, dark-haired, young and beautiful. But why was her body left behind? That was the conundrum, one of many. The puzzle pieces fit if you pushed hard enough, but a few jagged edges kept jabbing at him. Unlike the movies, no case is ever tied up with a nice, neat bow. Nothing ever fits perfectly. There are always holes, anomalies, little strings left untied. Every other case we know of was an abduction, including his first known victim, Elise McNeely. Why not Lily? Jackson recalled the case file he'd practically memorized. There were defensive wounds on her palms and forearms. Maybe she fought back harder than he expected. He got angry, lost control, and killed her there. Before he could remove her from the scene, something interrupted his plans. Amos Easton, returning home early? Devin guessed. Her father was plastered at the bar until 3 a.m. Tim Brooks confirmed it. According to his statement, he let Amos sleep it off on the hotel sofa. As far as we know, the perpetrator wouldn't have been interrupted. None of the neighbors reported seeing anyone. "Anyone but Eli," Devin said. "Anyone but Eli," Jackson said bitterly. "And Shiloh. She was in the house. She might have woken up, come into the bedroom, and interrupted him in the act. He panics and leaves." "He could have killed Shiloh, but he didn't. Why? Our killer has a conscience?" "Doubt it," Jackson said. Devin closed her eyes. "He gets off on killing women, not little kids. Shiloh was a witness, but she wasn't his target. Maybe she interrupted him, surprised or scared him, but he didn't feel the need to eliminate her. Maybe he wore a mask, or it was so dark he didn't think she could identify him. Or because she was so young, he didn't consider that she could tell the police what he looked like." Jackson grunted. All were possibilities. He should interview Shiloh again. Shiloh might hold the key, locked deep in her mind, as she had with Walter Boone. Those memories would be shoved so deep, buried somewhere in the darkness of her subconscious, the brain protecting itself so the child could survive the trauma. But the girl blacked out in moments of extreme stress, losing pieces of her past, her mind, her very self. Until she was ready, taking her back to the night of her mother's murder might cause further harm. He'd visited Ruby Carpenter, the traumatized child curled in a fetal ball in that stale, shadowed room, lost in the nightmares of her mind. She was vanishing right in front of them. He'd seen the despair painting Michelle Carpenter's face, the hopelessness. You could save someone, physically, but the mind was a wild, isolated, dangerous thing, as deep, dark, and unknowable as Lake Superior. The cliched adage that children were resilient was a crock of rancid feces. Much as he was desperate to solve this case, to finally put Lily's ghost to rest, he refused to do more damage to Lily's daughter. Devin gave him a sideways glance. "Shiloh is off the table, isn't she?" He nodded, his frustration rising. No access to fingerprint analysis. No databases to comb. No network of law enforcement agencies to pool information, to unearth the one scrap of evidence that would blow open the whole case. The sensation of closing in on a fundamental truth had faded. For every step he took in the right direction, he felt dragged further away. They were swimming against the current, in the dark, absolutely blind. What do you think he's doing now? Other than Lily and Ruby, the killer had been careful not to take victims from his backyard. Summer Tabasaw was an out-of-towner, and he had known it. He'd buried the bodies here. Boone was here. This was a safe place, familiar grounds. He's disguised, like a chameleon. He's not going to stand out like we expect. And he's close. A neighbor, a colleague, a friend, or someone who's simply there, in the background, like a shadow, someone we barely register. I have this feeling that he's no stranger. We know his face. We've seen it before. We've even spoken with him. Maybe he's a part of the investigation, even. Somehow, he's able to keep tabs on the progress of the case. There's a connection with Sawyer. We just have to figure it out. We're close, boss. We must be. Otherwise, he wouldn't be scared enough to write you warnings or send goons to attack people close to you. Jackson grimaced. Doesn't mean he's worried. He's a sociopath. He gets off on other people's pain and fear. It feels more like this is a game to him. What's the fun in it if you can't play with your dinner? Hell, Devin whispered. She was quiet for a few minutes. The night pressed in at the windows. Jackson's stomach growled. He was thinking more and more about food, greasy French fries, gooey double cheeseburgers, and delicious 7-layer burritos. How long until he strikes again? Jackson closed his eyes, saw his nightmares playing out behind his eyelids. A predator sees an international disaster as an opportunity. Fresh hunting grounds with little oversight. If he hasn't already, he will kill again, and soon. 37. Jackson Cross, Day 35. "We've got a bear problem," Sheriff Underwood said. The law enforcement officers seated in the conference room stared blankly at Sheriff Underwood, who scowled back at them, as per his usual. It had become a permanent aspect of his features. Jackson shifted uncomfortably. "What now?" Underwood's scowl deepened. "You heard me. Bears. The Luce County Sheriff just alerted me. Some fool released the black bears from Oswald's." Alger County had joined a twice-weekly circuit between the UP counties to share news and information that pertained to law enforcement and community safety issues. They still had a decent supply of gasoline and diesel. When that ran out, they'd be using bicycles and horses. For a second, the officers blinked back at him. "Who is Oswald?" Devin asked. Moreno laughed a big belly laugh that echoed in the stuffy room. Hastings, Hart, and Nash stared at him like he'd grown a second head. "Oswald's Bear Ranch in Newberry," Jackson said. "It's a sanctuary for bears. The UP has 90% of Michigan's black bears. Newberry is 40 miles southeast of here, but bears can travel." Jackson had been to the rescue in elementary school, as had most kids that had grown up anywhere near the ranch. He remembered tossing apples over the chain-link fence to feed the bears and snapping photos with a fuzzy cub. "They're coming for our picnic baskets," Moreno howled. "Just you wait." Underwood glared, a vein pulsing in his forehead like he wanted to take off Moreno's head with his teeth. "What exactly do you find so amusing?" Moreno shook his head, tears leaking down his cheeks. "Come on, you don't see it? All the crap that's been dumped on us, and now we've got to worry about a pack of giant teddy bears?" Devin's lips twitched into a smile. "Yogi and Boo Boo are on the hunt." Moreno leaned back in his chair and threw up his hands. "Exactly! Like fate isn't just screwing with us now." Underwood shot Moreno a lethal look. "They aren't teddy bears. They'll be hungry just like we are. They won't be scared of people. They pose a legitimate danger to the community. Remember 2 summers ago when it was so dry all the berries and crap died on the vine? We had starving 300-pound black bears raiding gardens and bird feeders and garbage cans. This will be worse." Alexis shook her head. "That's it. We're doomed. We're all going crazy, aren't we? One step at a time." "Speak for yourself," Moreno said. "I'm completely sane." Moreno always did miss a step, Jackson said dryly. "Now he's missing a whole staircase," Devin quipped. "I heard that," Moreno shouted. "Y'all better watch your backs is all I'm saying." Nervous chuckles spread around the room. Beneath the banter, Jackson felt the tension. Everyone was stressed, tired and anxious, overworked and underpaid to the nth degree. Underwood clapped his hands. "Enough! You idiots act like we aren't facing a crisis. A very real and present danger." "We know it, Sheriff," Nash said, the grin vanishing from his features. "Then you'll think this is freaking hilarious. FEMA is threatening to cease emergency supply runs after the attack this morning. The truck was ambushed on 94 outside the entrance to Wagner Falls. The assailants were ready for them. They dropped a tree across the highway and nailed him in a pincer move from both sides. 2 National Guardsmen were injured, and they got away with the truck and our town's supplies for the next 2 weeks." "How many guards did they have with them?" Hastings asked. 4. Last time they had 8. Budget cuts and staff reductions. They expect the local resources to provide security. Which we have been, Hastings said. They can't blame us for their failures. They can, and they are. Budget cuts, my Harriet, Moreno started, but Underwood shot him a withering stare. Hart shook his head. The truck was attacked outside of Alger County. It wasn't even our problem. It's our problem when the governor says it's our problem. Jackson stiffened as he watched his colleagues and his friends. A low hum of dread built inside him. Their expressions, mannerisms, and jokes were utterly familiar. He'd known many of them his entire life. Which one had betrayed Lena and Shiloh? Did he or she realize they'd hopped into bed with a killer? Was that a shadow behind Moreno's merry gaze? Did Hastings' mouth tighten with guilt whenever he looked Jackson's way? Were Alexis and Nash avoiding him? Why was Hart acting so tense? Because he was a rat? A mole? Underwood had always disliked Jackson, but enough to betray him? He just did not know. Just like his family, they felt like strangers, as if any of them could be capable of the worst acts, despicable things, and he wouldn't know it. He'd always prided himself on his gut instincts about a case, but those instincts were failing him. He was too close, too blind. The danger was right beside him, and he couldn't see it. At least the FEMA truck for the prison is right on time, Moreno said. Go figure. Hastings cursed. The convicts get fed while the citizens starve. I've got 3 cans of green beans left at home, and these jokers get a 4-course meal. What the hell? That's the government for you. Suck it up, Buttercup. We need to provide an escort to make sure no one tries to hijack this truck either. Here's even better news that'll really put a spring in your step. The state is releasing some prisoners. Which ones? Jackson asked. They've already got the orders drawn up to release prisoners within 6 months of completing their sentences. All nonviolent offenders are being released on probation. Embezzlement, arson, possession and distribution convictions. Racketeering, prostitution, white-collar criminals, those sorts. When? Jackson asked. The end of the week. The deputies and cops exchanged uneasy glances. What the hell does that mean? It means things are bad, Underwood snapped. The state doesn't want to be responsible for convicts starving to death on their watch. People won't be happy. Then don't tell them. They'll figure it out soon enough. Jackson tensed. What's next then? The rapists and child molesters? Alger Correctional has lost half their COs. So has Marquette Branch Prison. The National Guard has stepped in at Chippewa and Kinross, securing the Sioux prisons for public safety. I've heard rumors that downstate and across the country, it's even worse. Staff defecting left and right. Moreno slid further down in his seat and crossed his beefy arms over his chest. I feel their plight. Why would they stay if they aren't getting paid? To keep hardened criminals alive while their kids starve? No thanks. The local prisons had emergency plans in place. Backup generators with multi-day fuel supplies and extra food and water supplies. They would have gone into lockdown mode on day 1. Inmates confined to their cells so they couldn't gather in groups to challenge the dwindling numbers of correctional officers. Emergency planning had not taken a crisis of this magnitude or duration into consideration. It had been 5 weeks, with no relief in sight. And the violent criminals? What happens to them? Jackson asked. The National Guard will take over the prison systems. The logistics are being worked out now. They'll transport the prisoners from local prisons to select max security locations, likely IMAX. The Ionia Correctional Facility, ICF, also known as IMAX after its maximum security housing units, was located in Ionia, a small town in the lower middle of the state, east of Grand Rapids. Underwood rubbed his hands together as if washing his hands of the problem. The military will take it from there. It'll be out of our hands and good riddance. Underwood tapped the lectern with impatience. One other thing. The governor is discussing having the National Guard blockade the bridge. Everyone knew which bridge he meant. In Michigan, there was only one. Why? Nash asked, bug-eyed. Too many trolls escaping the bigger cities and heading north. Like they think they'll find refuge here, as if we have endless deer and turkeys for hunting, and enough cabins and cottages to shelter an influx of 100,000 refugees. We do not. We're having a hard enough time as it is, and it's not even winter yet, eh? Just wait. They have requested the aid of local law enforcement if they need backup at the bridge. Just keep it on your radar. They're drip-feeding us, one crisis after another, Hastings muttered. A little at a time, like a frog being boiled alive. Jackson felt the same way, but said nothing. Where's our help? Hart said. Other than the FEMA drop-offs, and those are freaking fiascos. We're youpers. We'll make do. Underwood shrugged and transferred his attention to Jackson, staring at him with open dislike. Cross, are you with us? You look like death warmed over. Moreno chuckled again. With due respect, we all do, Jackson said evenly. Ain't that the truth? Hastings muttered. He sat straight, but he couldn't deny his gritty eyes, the weariness pulling at his bones, the hunger gnawing at his belly. He wasn't sleeping enough, wasn't eating enough. When he finally sought sleep in his hotel room, he tossed and turned, consumed with anxiety and dread over the puzzle pieces that wouldn't fit, as well as worry over Eli, Lena, Shiloh, his family, and the precarious fate of Alger County. He could feel Devon's eyes on him, her concern almost palpable, and Moreno and Hastings, more curious than anything. Underwood narrowed his gaze like he knew what Jackson was up to, where he'd been in his spare time. Cross, your butt is glued to the eastern roadblock on 28, out by the Pictured Rocks KOA campground. Harris, check in with the Harringtons. Their truck was stolen last night. Someone is breaking into the vacant summer houses along the bluff out on Sandpoint. Hastings and Moreno, take point on that. Underwood turned to stalk from the conference room. Alexis stood. Are we gonna discuss the elephant in the room? Underwood paused mid-stride and glanced back at her. What? Sawyer. Underwood stilled. The conference room went silent. Alexis fisted her hands on her hips. We all know it was Sawyer who attacked that FEMA truck. And how the hell did he know where and when it would arrive? Good question, Devon muttered under her breath. Several cops and deputies shifted in discomfort, giving each other uneasy glances. Jackson's suspicions grew stronger. Which one was feeding a criminal organization critical intel? Had one of their own leaked the aid truck's route details to Sawyer? What else could it be? Alexis said, This country isn't safe with Sawyer running things like he's some kind of warlord. Duly noted. Are you done complaining? We have to do something. And what would you have us do? It's like the Mexican police attempting to face down the powerful cartels. Not gonna happen without bigger guns and more soldiers. You want to take on that island with the folks in this room? That would be suicide. I don't think so. You're just going to let him steal everything? Alexis's voice shook. The blood drained from her face. Make everyone give him everything they've got just for a bit of propane, fuel, or meds? He's holding life-saving medications hostage. My mom is dying of pancreatic cancer. She's in pain every second of every day. And that psycho is selling the meds that will give her relief. In what world is that okay? No one said It's okay, Hart said in a quiet voice. Then why the hell aren't we doing anything about it? Underwood's face darkened. I didn't say we weren't. There's brave, and then there's stupid. We're not going to do stupid. We don't have a death wish, Chilton, Hastings said. It's our job. We're requesting aid from the state. Underwood cut her off sharply. I'll update you on a need-to-know basis. Right now, you don't need to know. No one said aloud what they were all thinking. Everyone knew the state wasn't coming to anyone's aid. Jackson feared it was too late. Sawyer had been gaining strength in arms and men for years. He had a network of criminals and thugs throughout the UP and beyond. He'd stepped into the power vacuum so quickly and efficiently that no one had time to react, to prepare. The law enforcement agencies that could have stopped him, the ATF, the FBI, the Michigan State Police, the U.S. Marshals, the Coast Guard, well, they'd never paid much attention to the rural North other than the Sioux Locks. They weren't going to start now. Sawyer had free rein. While people like his own father, the former sheriff, and the current sheriff kowtowed to him, his power would continue to grow. So would the violence. Anxiety curdled in his gut. With Eli deeply embedded within Sawyer's organization, he had no way to extract his asset if things went sideways. He hadn't heard from Eli in days, didn't even know if he was still alive. Every night he gave the signal, and every night he waited for an hour for Eli to show up at their pre-designated location. So far, Eli hadn't made it. Deep down, doubt sprouted. Whether or not he'd made a horrible mistake. Whether or not Eli had either been outed or, worse, had double-crossed him. Alexis flopped back into her chair. So we're going to do nothing then. Great. Just great. Everyone on board? Underwood ignored her, glaring at each person in the room, but taking his time with Jackson. Everyone know where they're supposed to be? Heads nodded wearily around the room. With a huff, Moreno rose from his seat. At this point, I'll work for peanuts. Like literal peanuts. When are we gonna get enough with the whining? Underwood was already striding for the door. Get the hell out of my hair, Moreno. How about donuts? Moreno shouted at his back, grinning half wildly. I'll take a dozen warm, doughy delights with a creamy icing filling. Sheriff Underwood slammed the door behind him. 38. Shiloh Easton, Day 35. It felt like standing on the edge of the world. From Shiloh's position on the rocky outcroppings along the western rim of the curve of the beach, there was only the lighthouse between her and the water. Lake Superior stretched vast and turbulent, the white-frothed waves at the horizon line vanishing into the gray. To the native Ojibwe people, the lake was known as Gitchigaming, or the Great Water. Shiloh had been raised in the trees, in deep, shadow-dappled forests, skipping rocks in creeks, climbing towering oaks, touring moss-filmed caves, splashing in swimming holes, searching out waterfalls, smelling rich, dank earth, leaves in her hair and burrs stuck to her clothes. Hunting, fishing, and exploring were her pastimes. Though she'd been to the beach 100 times, this place felt totally and completely different, with a different kind of peace. It was wild and unbridled, with the constant wind and waves, the steady swooping beam of the lighthouse beacon. The lighthouse had weathered 100 storms, maybe 1,000, and still it stood, silent and imposing, whitewashed and strong and immovable. She loved it. Lena had allowed them to stay. Shiloh had thought for sure that she would force them to leave after what had happened, but she didn't. They would stay. When she thought of the attack, That crippling panic threatened to choke her, but it never did. She had rappelled down the tower as Eli had taught her. She had fought back. That's what she would tell Eli when he returned. And he would come when he heard. She knew he would. Above her head, the beam of light swept back and forth, reflecting off the dark water in a rippling glow. The wind tugged at her hair and pulled at her. She pushed against it and kicked off her shoes, rolled up her pant legs, and waded into the water. She sucked in her breath at the bracing cold. The waves lapped at her shins, her knees, the spray reaching her thighs. The tide sucked the sand from beneath her toes. It was mid-June. Summer in the UP didn't hit until July. Niben, Shiloh thought, the Ojibwe word for summer, the way Eli had taught her. Dakwagan meant fall. Bibung meant winter. The water remained frigid well into summer, with a chill that would leave you shivering and sometimes aching deep in your bones. It was why she seldom gave up her dead. The lake had preserved Cody, rocking him in the bosom of the deep until Bear found him and Jackson brought him up from the depths. Shiloh closed her eyes, missing her brother so much it physically hurt in the center of her chest. It was the kind of hurt that wormed its way behind your heart and lodged there, red and pulsing. Behind her, Bear lumbered into the water and kicked up more spray. He barked joyously at every wave that came at him. He jumped at some, biting at others like he could eat them, grinning gleefully with his jowls pulled back over his big white teeth. He was the happiest dog in the world. Shiloh breathed deeply, opened her eyes, and took it all in. The white tower against the gray sky. The white light roaming over endless water, piercing the darkness, guiding the lost home. The attack hadn't tainted this place. If anything, her affection for it had grown stronger. It didn't matter that she spent hours lugging buckets of lake water to flush the toilets and refill the outdoor shower, collecting rainwater from the cisterns to sterilize for drinking and cooking, gathering firewood for the wood stove, making candles out of Crisco, manning the lighthouse, even weeding the stupid garden. It was hers, all of it. She was supposed to be here. She and Lena and Bear. And Eli. She wanted him here, too, in ways she couldn't explain. She felt him out there, somewhere, and waited for him to come back. Her heart contracted at the wild beauty of it all. 13 years old, and she had at long last found a place to call home. And she'd be damned if she wasn't willing to fight to the death to keep it. 39. Eli Pope, Day 35. Sawyer grinned at Eli. We're going back to warlords and fiefdoms. Don't believe me? Look at history. Look at Africa and Syria. It's coming here. The sooner we accept that fact and act accordingly, the better off we'll be. Eli and Sawyer stood in the center of the gasoline reservoir 10 miles outside of Munising. A dozen massive, above-ground fuel tanks surrounded them. Whenever he left his island fortress, Sawyer and his entourage traveled in armored Toyota Land Cruisers. He kept a close protection detail that included Pierce, Vaughn, Dixon, and several others. They wore AR-15s slung across their chests and looked intimidating as hell. Eli slapped at a mosquito and shielded his eyes from the blaring sun. Mid-June, and the days were finally warming up. It was noon and close to 80 degrees, though the mornings and evenings were still chilly. How'd you manage to snag this place? We came in with 24 men with AK-47s and RPGs. The staff walked out with their hands on their heads. A few cops showed up and fled with their tails between their legs. That's it. Easy as taking candy from a baby. Now it's ours. Only for as long as you can keep it. We can keep it. The men and women who protect it get plenty for their families. It makes it worth the work. I'd love to go after the natural gas storage fields downstate in Mecosta and Montcalm, Osceola and Newego. But a move like that would bring the wrath of the governor down on our heads like a napalm bomb. We're not in a position to take on several companies of National Guard troops, air support, or the U.S. Marshals. Not yet, anyway. For now, we're keeping our activities just low profile enough. Sawyer pointed to the entrance, where a straggly line of 36 people had formed, carrying jerry cans, wheelbarrows, and carts of supplies. They waited behind the barbed wire fencing and were admitted one at a time by the guards. At the front of the line, 2 women sat beneath a tent for shade, with white rectangular tables set up, clipboards and folders scattered across the tables. Behind them stood 2 delivery trucks, their interiors stacked with crates, bags, and boxes. 4 armed men stood guard beneath the tent. They carried MP5s with collapsible stocks and suppressors slung across their chests, their chest rigs packed with 30-round 9mm magazines. If the intent was to appear intimidating as hell, they were succeeding. Eli scanned the people in line. 5 weeks without power, and they looked bedraggled, exhausted, and hungry. Their clothes were rumpled, their hair greasy, their eyes dull with shock. Most people couldn't believe this was happening to them, that it was real. They kept waiting to wake up from a nightmare, but they never did. You have any riots or fights breaking out? Not much. Security keeps them in line. Sawyer stood like a prince, surveying his domain. We've got plenty for our needs, for our generators and vehicles. Anyone who needs fuel or fill up for their generators comes here. We're using it as currency. We want beans, Band-Aids, and bullets. The usual. You can defend this from local law enforcement, but not the National Guard, not the state police. The Stadies aren't coming up here. Their hands are full. The rumors coming in from Detroit and Chicago are apocalyptic. That's a big assumption to make. Okay, smartass, what do you advise? He felt eyes on him, armed men watching him from every direction. Eli caught the glint of rifles, the movement of shadows, a careless cough or grunt. He counted 20 men interspersed throughout the property. He hated the vulnerable feeling of being this exposed. His fingers twitched at the butt of his pistol on his hip. You need more men and better weapons. Sawyer raked a hand through his sun-bleached hair. We're working on it. I've got a shipment coming in from an arms dealer in Moldova for black market military-grade weapons. Russian weapons. AK-47s, RPGs, anti-personnel mines, grenades, and plenty of ammo. We even have DSHK machine guns, Russian body armor, and NVGs. Russian NVGs are crap, Eli said. Sawyer shrugged. They'll beat not having them at all. We've already got MK3 grenades, claymores, a couple of Mark 19 auto grenade launchers. You're building an army. I already have, Eli grunted. How'd you get your hands on these black market weapons? For the last several years, we've been trading drugs for guns, smuggling them into Canada. The weapons black market is growing exponentially up there. Folks don't like it when you take away their rights and freeze their bank accounts. They don't like feeling helpless before a tyrannical leader. So, guns. The market share has grown by 300% in 2 years. And the drugs come from Canada? Some of them. From overseas, and suppliers homegrown right here in the UP. The need is insatiable. We can't get enough before it's gone. A lot of people are in pain. We ease their burdens. Eli kept his opinion to himself and said nothing. He doubted Sawyer believed his own community service BS. He was too smart for that. Someone like Sawyer didn't worry about sleeping at night. You needed a conscience for that. And the ship? The cargo ship is called the Moldova Dream. It was scheduled to come through the locks 2 days ago. Dixon's cousin works for a shipping company, and he has access to schedules, invoices, packing lists, certificates of origin, everything. The ship is stuck, along with dozens of others, circling the locks. The Sioux locks create their own electricity, but don't need electricity to operate. The gates are gravity-fed. But the ships need radio communication and radar to maneuver the channels. Both the lock operators and the captains are effectively blind. They're moving the big boats through with tugboats, but it's a slow, agonizing process. Downstate, they need the supplies. Do you think Lansing is going to give anything to the UP? No, they're abandoning us, just like FEMA is. The Sioux locks will be protected by the National Guard. Called the linchpin of the Great Lakes, the Sioux locks were an engineering marvel dating back to the mid-1800s. Freighters over 1,000 feet in length could travel the St. Mary's River from Duluth, Minnesota, into the Atlantic Ocean and beyond. It was the world's busiest lock system. Over 7,000 vessels pass through the locks every year, hauling 85 million tons of cargo. Freighters, barges, tugboats, and sailboats were lifted and lowered the 21-foot drop between Lake Superior and Lake Huron. Sawyer's eyes gleamed. Can you imagine the tons of supplies on those ships? Goods tens of thousands of people are hungry for. If only there was a way to get a hold of some of those containers, or all of them, or gain control of the lock's hydroelectric power. Whoever controls the locks would control the flow of all goods and electric power through the UP, through Michigan, Wisconsin, and Illinois. The locks are federal. The government will protect them, even if they let the rest of the UP rot. Sawyer sighed, his eyes dimming. I suppose you're right. For now. The governor has requested more soldiers, but they haven't arrived yet. Now is the time to strike and capture our supplies before it's too late and the place is swarming. How have you been communicating with your man inside? The Pony Express? By letter, sealed in wax, transported in person, but we're using mopeds instead of ponies. The hairs on the back of Eli's neck rose. He'd seen Sawyer's hands dozens of times. No ring. Sealed. Sawyer reached for the chain around his neck and pulled it out. He briefly flashed a ring carved with a wolf eating 2 snakes. I had 7, custom-made, 1 for me and 6 for my most trusted men. Sawyer had his ring. It didn't mean he wasn't the killer. It did mean the list of suspects had narrowed down to 7. Eli needed to pass that information on to Jackson ASAP, but he hadn't yet had a chance to escape Sawyer's shadow for more than a minute. Who else got a ring? Sawyer watched him with a sly smile. You want one, don't you? They have to be earned. It hit him like an electric jolt. Sawyer admired him. No, more than that. James Sawyer wanted Eli's approval. He needed it. As much as he would deny it, Sawyer wanted a relationship with Eli. That childish want, that old familiar yearning to belong, did not dissipate with adulthood, with responsibilities and broken dreams and cynicism. Eli tucked that bit of information away. He would use it against Sawyer. It was a weapon. In Jackson, it would engender sympathy, pity, and camaraderie. Jackson's compassion could make him weak when it mattered most, but Eli had no such conundrum. How do you earn one? He asked nonchalantly. Sawyer turned away and kept walking. All in good time, my friend. Who else has one? Jealous? Something like that. Sawyer just laughed. Eli knew better than to ask again. He would need to wait and watch. He hadn't been able to meet with Jackson since he'd gone undercover. He'd have to find a way tonight. Who knew when he'd be off island again? For several minutes they walked in silence, maneuvering between the massive fuel tanks. Silently, Eli counted them, made note of patrols, and which tanks held snipers in wait on their rooftops. "Tell me you're in," Sawyer said. "What's the catch?" "There is no catch. You just happen to have a major shipment of military-grade weapons waiting for you at the Sioux? I call BS." He slapped Eli on the back. Eli tensed. Sawyer didn't seem to notice. "We had a major shipment ordered for an organized criminal element in Quebec, but now we're taking it for ourselves. It's the largest shipment we've ever had. It's a game changer. You're stealing it." Sawyer did not confirm nor deny. "From whom?" Sawyer gave a nonchalant shrug. Eli steeled himself. "Tell me who." "The Cote family." Eli had heard of them. He'd had run-ins in the prison yard with several members of the Canadian criminal enterprise that had grown a reputation for ruthless savagery over the last several years. A chill ran through him. "You know what you're doing, Sawyer?" "Absolutely. You want us to run this cargo from underneath the noses of the National Guard and the Cote Crime Syndicate. So we're clear. You know the saying, it's not yours unless you can defend it. With the toys we're about to procure, let the Munising Police Department come. The National Guard, the FBI, the state police, the crazy Cote family themselves. We'll be ready for them. You'll be starting a war." Sawyer leaned forward, a feral intensity in his gaze. "A war. I'll win." Behind them, someone shouted. Eli spun, pistol in hand. 40. Eli Pope, Day 35. Eli took in the scene in a heartbeat. Several people waiting in line to barter had gotten into a scuffle. A grizzled old man wearing hunting camo had traded a backpack crammed with canned goods for a couple of jerry cans of fuel, procured from a tank set on a truck bed to the left of the tent. Eli recognized Johannes Heikkinen, an old-timer, the Finnish owner of a fishing charter in Munising, who'd been born and raised here. Johannes had been a friend of his father's, who'd taught Eli poker as a boy. He had also threatened to shoot him with a hunting rifle. As Johannes exited the fenced area, two people stepped out of the line and accosted him. A short, fat man in flip-flops had punched the old man in the face. A second man, with long brown hair tied in a man bun, wrestled one of the jerry cans from Johannes's liver-spotted hands. Johannes swore at them. He held the remaining jerry can in one hand. With the other, he withdrew a pistol from beneath his shirt and waved it wildly. "Give it back, or I'll shoot you, you thieving mongrels! They stole my fuel! You saw it! I just traded for it!" Several of Sawyer's men moved forward to intervene, hands moving toward holsters. Vaughn slipped on a pair of brass knuckles. The thieves sprinted off as soon as they smelled trouble. The mercenaries didn't bother to chase them. The old man was too old and withered to run. They only needed one scapegoat. "No weapons, no fights. Those are the rules. You broke them." Sawyer tilted his chin at Vaughn, giving the order. "Now you'll suffer." Eli's heart rate accelerated. Jackson's rules rushed through his mind. There were circumstances where he was required to break cover, such as if a civilian were about to be murdered, like right now. Eli wasn't a monster. He had no desire to see an old man killed, or watch the gun go off and cause collateral damage amid the stunned crowd. Sawyer's mercenaries wouldn't think twice about firing upon innocent people to regain control of the situation. In his mind's eye, he saw dead kids and weeping mothers. He had to act. There was only one other option. Without a second thought, he took it. Eli surged forward. He shoved Pierce and Dixon aside and pounced on the old man. Eli punched him in the stomach and pushed him backward until he fell onto his butt in the dirt. He wheezed, the air knocked out of him. Relentless, Eli seized 2 handfuls of white hair and hauled him to his feet, grabbed one withered arm and twisted. He locked the man's elbow behind him and shoved him stumbling toward the front gates, shouting, "Do not come back! And don't you ever make the mistake of talking to the boss like that. If I see you here again, I'll shoot both your kneecaps and watch you bleed out in the dirt. You got it, Gramps?" Pierce and Dixon stalked hot on his heels. He could feel their gazes on his back like laser beams, seeking weakness. He would not show it to them. Could not. The folks in line watched in stunned silence. A woman pulled out her phone like she was going to video the altercation or call 911. Her teen daughter seized the phone from her and pocketed it before one of Sawyer's thugs could target them, her eyes darting like a hunted animal. When he reached the road, he spun Johannes around and spit on the old man's stunned face. His thick eyebrows wavered, his mouth open and gasping, blood dripping down his wrinkled cheeks. His watery eyes stared straight into Eli's, bright with judgment and condemnation. "Get lost, geezer." Eli gave him one last kick and turned back to Sawyer, swiped a bead of sweat from his forehead, then rubbed the blood from his knuckles onto his pant legs. The crowd moved aside, anxious to get out of his way, loathing in their eyes, and fear. "I'm calling the cops," a man in line shouted. "You can't treat people this way." Pierce sneered. "Go right ahead. See how long it takes them to come. If they do, you'll find out quick enough that you're on your own." "This isn't right," a woman said. A small child clutched her right hand. She patted her son's head and got out of line. The crate she'd brought for food and supplies remained empty. A few people followed her, but most remained. They looked askance at the ground, at the sky, at their empty hands, anywhere but at each other. Flustered, ashamed, shocked into silence. They were too afraid to speak up and draw Sawyer's wrath upon themselves. Their kids were hungry, too. Sawyer surveyed the crowd with cold eyes. "Next time, my men won't be so merciful." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Cade and Dixon nodding at him, impressed. Vaughn stared at him, impassive, while Pierce looked like steam was about to come out of his ears. Anger flared through Eli like a slow-burning ember. He forced himself to snuff it out. He'd kept his cover. No one had died. The old man had escaped, relatively unscathed. Even better, Cade and Dixon believed he was meaner than they were. All in all, it was a win. And yet, he felt terrible. His shoulders hunched against the appalled, horrified glares of the townspeople at his back. "You did good back there. Can't have disorder mucking things up. Disorder leads to chaos, and I'm running a well-oiled machine. The witnesses will tell their family and friends. People aren't stupid. They want something from me, so they'll learn to follow my rules." "You don't care about rules. Everything's up for grabs now. Who gets to make the rules? You? Or me? Sheriff Underwood? Some floozies from Lansing who will never step foot in the UP again? I don't think so. Like I said, if you can't protect it, it's not yours. I can't have my men distracted with petty fights. I need them focused and ready for the bigger threats." A languid smile slid across Sawyer's face. "We're alike, you and I. Embrace it, Eli. Release that monster inside you. Think what we could do together. What we could accomplish." "I am thinking about it." "Of course you are. You aren't stupid." Sawyer gestured for Eli to follow him. His guards closed into a loose phalanx around them, Pierce taking up the rear. "I want you to go with Pierce to retrieve the weapons cache." Eli lowered his voice. "Pierce doesn't trust me." "Pierce will get over it." They headed toward the reservoir entrance. The sun shone bright, the white fuel tanks casting long shadows across weedy, overgrown grass. "You have the tactical skills we need. I've got a few dozen trained mercenaries, and they're good. But you're better. You're from here. You have skin in the game that they don't. You go in, transfer the cargo to our trucks, and drive back home. Easy peasy." Eli snorted. "It'll be fine," Sawyer said. "We've got drones. We have NVGs, plate carriers, AR-15s, AK-47s, M4s, and the ammo to go with it." Eli raised his brows. "I told you. You're good to go." "I'm good remaining by your side. You've got threats here to contend with." Sawyer stared at him for a long moment. "I'm not asking you, Pope." Refusing would be a mistake. Sawyer would not accept it. "When?" "Day after tomorrow," Sawyer said. "At dawn." "How long?" Eli asked. "1 day. Sault Ste. Marie is a 120-mile trip one way. We've got vehicles, the transport, plenty of fuel. You'll be there and back by evening." Apprehension wormed inside him. He hated the thought of leaving Lena and Shiloh unprotected. He'd given them as much instruction as he could, but they couldn't hold up under a clear and present danger. A few of Sawyer's trained men would overwhelm their paltry defenses in moments. He had to trust that they could handle themselves, and that Jackson would watch over them, though he was dubious on that point. He didn't trust Jackson as far as he could throw him. Jackson would be adamantly against this. He'd say it was too dangerous, the risks too great. Eli didn't care what Jackson thought. As if reading Eli's thoughts, Sawyer switched subjects. "What are you going to do about Cross?" Eli kept his expression neutral. "What do you mean?" Sawyer flashed him a sly look. "Not so long ago, you told me you were going to kill whoever framed you. I gave you that little nugget of intel. It's been a month, and Jackson is still walking the earth, breathing rarefied air, an irritating thorn in my side." A dozen conflicting thoughts plowed through Eli's brain. His adrenaline surged as he fought to keep his breathing even. Cross betrayed you. If he'd done half that to me, he'd be fish food, another ghost for the lake to claim as her own. Sawyer's words were nonchalant. He was anything but. If Eli answered the wrong way, he'd raise Sawyer's suspicions. The last thing he needed was Sawyer questioning his loyalties. That way led to a slow and excruciating death. Besides, he wouldn't put it past Sawyer to kidnap Jackson, gag and duct tape him, shove a Glock 19 in Eli's hand, and demand Eli kill him then and there. Yet another test. This time, one he was certain to fail. Or was he? His heart thudded against his ribs. "Glad you asked. I've been working on a plan. The weapons shipment works perfectly. Soon as we get them, and get a bit of training, I was thinking we'd roll on out to the sheriff's office in a couple of your armored land cruisers, nab Cross, and slaughter every deputy they have while making Cross watch. Especially that perky little female he's so fond of. When we're done, then I'll kill Cross. Slowly and painfully. A little gift for 8 years of torture in prison. In the end, he'll beg me to put him out of his misery." Sawyer's gray eyes glinted. He looked like a fat cat who'd just swallowed the canary. He slapped Eli on the back, shook his head, and kept walking. "Damn, son! What have I been telling you? You're the type of psychopath I need by my side." Eli hadn't needed to fake his hatred. The seething bitterness was all too real. The thought of Jackson getting his comeuppance sent a delicious thrill through his veins. Vengeance had kept him alive in prison, the dark hunger he'd fed through 1,000 sleepless nights. "Cross is mine," Eli growled. "It'll be by my hand." Sawyer's smile slipped from his face, replaced by a flat watchfulness, like a predator always circling, searching for his next meal. "Go with Pierce and get my weapons, deliver them safely, and he's yours. None of my men will touch him." Eli nodded. He had the distinct impression he'd just made a deal with the devil. It was not his first, nor would it be his last. 41. Jackson Cross, Day 36. "I found the locket," Devon said. It wasn't even 7 a.m., but Devon was wide awake and far too perky for the apocalypse. Jackson, on the other hand, felt like a dead man walking. He hadn't had a full night's rest in a month. He'd told Devon to meet him in his hotel room at the Northwoods Inn to keep away from prying eyes, though he hadn't expected her at the butt crack of dawn. He sat on the edge of the bed, rubbed his eyes, and ran a hand through his rumpled hair. He'd slept in his clothes last night, but Devon didn't seem to notice. These days, most people's clothes were wrinkled and a bit smelly. He gestured at the files spread across the desk, the files he perused every night, then stored in the vent for safekeeping whenever he left the room. "Tell me." Devon sank into the chair next to the desk and slapped a slim file on the desk. "Each one is handmade locally by a jeweler in Paradise who sold the lockets in tourist shops throughout the UP. His name is Henry Alto." Jackson rubbed his jaw. He might have said something when the locket was in the news during the Broken Heart killer case. We could have used some information then. Devon leaned back in the chair. "He's 80 years old, and I didn't see a TV in his house when I visited, only an ancient desktop computer. He didn't recall hearing about the case when I questioned him. Figures. My father was the sheriff then. He kept back some of the information on the locket since we suspected it was the killer's calling card. No picture was released either, but that's neither here nor there. We need to visit those stores." "Already on it." The jeweler gave me the names and locations of the stores, and I spent yesterday visiting 10 shops east of Copper Harbor. Most of the stores were shuttered. I had to knock on doors and ask a billion neighbors to locate the store owners and track them down at their residences. "And," Jackson asked impatiently, "what did you find?" "At 9 of the 10 places? Nothing. Nada. Nobody remembered any mass purchases or any suspicious or unusual customers. Then, in Eagle River, jackpot." Jackson stated the obvious. That's in Keweenaw County, maybe 20 minutes from Copper Harbor, where Elise went missing. Devon nodded. The owner of the Eagle's Nest gift shop recalled a customer who visits every few years and purchases 5 lockets each time. Always 5, and always the same customer. She said it has happened 4 or 5 times. Unable to remain calm, Jackson stood. He was wide awake now, his hands balled into fists at his sides. "Tell me we have a list of customers. Names and addresses, video surveillance, anything?" Devon's expression tightened. "Sorry, boss. The shop used an online database and accounting service. All records were kept on the cloud. When the internet went, So did the evidence. What about a physical description? The store owner doesn't remember much. Male, Caucasian, hair light brown or dark blonde, maybe. She said nothing stood out to her about him. Not large, not small, but average. He wore a baseball cap low over his eyes. She couldn't recall any specific physical details, and she couldn't give us an approximate age either. Anywhere from 25 to 40. He told her he purchased the lockets for his daughter's birthday parties, that she gave them out as party favors to her friends. The owner thought that was sweet, that he was a wonderful father, which is why she remembered that part. So he could be anybody. Great. How about dates, at least? When was the first time a locket was purchased from that shop? Devin shook her head. She doesn't remember. She guessed 15 years ago, but she doesn't know for sure. She opened the shop in 2006, so the timing fits. Jackson cursed in frustration. He wanted to hit something, smash it into smithereens. A month ago, this evidence could have led them straight to the killer. Now he'd escaped again, slipping between their fingers like sifting sand. She did say that the last time he came in was about 2.5 months ago. She couldn't remember the exact date, but she thought it was over spring break because her teenage daughter was working the shop with her. She didn't like how he looked at her daughter. A shiver ran up his spine. Mid-March. That's when Summer Tabasaw disappeared. I found something else. Devin pulled a sheaf of papers from the corner of the desk where she'd scribbled notes in pencil. According to Caldwell's files, Elise was a patient of the Great Lakes Recovery Center in Hancock, in the Keweenaw Peninsula. Summer Tabasaw and Ruby Carpenter were patients of Great Lakes Recovery Center in Marquette. All the victims had a history of drug abuse. Jackson closed his eyes. He didn't need to check her file. He'd memorized it. Lily went to Pathways Substance Abuse Center in 2009 or 2010. It's also in Marquette. That's half the victims. I bet we'll find more if we dig. Jackson nodded. We need a list of patients, employees, the victims' medical files, whatever we can get our hands on. We'll need a warrant. Those medical files are confidential. Then let's get one. There are a few judges in the county still working. You follow the substance abuse lead. I've got a meeting with an old friend. Devin cocked an eyebrow. Jackson pointed to the stack of Michigan Tech annuals he'd spent all night poring over. He hadn't fallen asleep until after 4 a.m., and then it was a fitful, restless 3 hours of nightmares before Devin had knocked on the hotel door. He'd uncovered several familiar names which didn't fit the profile, one of interest. I found a photo of someone we know in the 2007 edition. He attended the school the same year as Elise McNeely. He's from Munising and went to the high school with us. And it's Gideon Crawford. Devin sank back in the office chair and stared at him, eyes wide. Gideon Crawford? As in Lily Easton's ex-boyfriend? That's the one. The lurid details had emerged at the trial. How Gideon had been dating Lily, head over heels in love with her by all accounts. But Lily had been sleeping with Eli when he returned on leave. Lily's affair had broken Gideon's heart. It had humiliated him, too. He'd never recovered. How many students attend MTU? Devin asked. The school has an annual enrollment of around 7,000 students. A lot of our kids go there, to Northern Michigan, or Lake Superior State and Sault Ste. Marie, or they head downstate. It could be a coincidence, then. A coincidence is a coincidence, until it's not. Jackson thought of the picture that had snagged his gaze as he'd flipped through the yearbook. Elise McNeely, hunched over a lab table, studying a textbook. A younger, much thinner Gideon Crawford at the table beside her, hamming for the camera. They were lab partners. Devon's eyebrows shot up to her hairline. Interesting development. Indeed. If he was the secret boyfriend, and he murdered Elise for insulting him by daring to dump him, then he would have done the same to Lily if he'd found out she was cheating. That's motive. Jackson nodded slowly. Gideon wouldn't be the first jilted boyfriend, or the last, to destroy the one he'd professed to love. Suspicion nipped at him, the old questions rising to the surface. Whether Gideon had known about Eli before the murder, whether he'd been jealous enough, enraged enough to do something about it, to make Lily and Eli pay dearly for their sins. But could Gideon be a serial killer? Jackson didn't see it. But then, folks seldom saw the evil in their own backyards, the menace in their neighbors, friends, and family members. It was familiarity that blinded us to the truth. He was learning that the hard way, slowly but surely. He's the dentist who helped us identify Lydia Hughes using her dental records. You said the killer would try to attach himself to the case somehow. That's true, Jackson said. It was a classic tactic among serial killers. He had the sudden sensation of falling. And he could have traveled to various dental conventions around the UP. Devon leaned forward, her eyes brightening as if she sensed the same thing he did. Gideon doesn't have one of Sawyer's rings, does he? Not that I know of. But he knows Sawyer. They're friends from way back. Played football together in high school. It's a connection. As soon as I can get out from beneath Underwood's thumb, I'll talk to him, shake a few trees, and see what falls out. It's like you suspected, boss, Devon said. The killer is close. So close. He's in our backyard. Maybe. Jackson switched gears. Anything on the suspect who fled the lighthouse? She shook her head. Moreno and I recanvassed the neighborhood. No one else saw or heard anything. We found no tire tracks, no evidence of a vehicle anywhere near the scene. It appears they arrived by boat, and the surviving suspect fled the same way they'd come. His frustration built. He felt stymied every way he turned. Damn it! We need that intel from Eli so we can narrow down our suspects. There's no way we can track down every lead in the middle of a worldwide blackout. Half the world, Devon said softly. That's true. But the global economy is intricately interconnected. We're interdependent upon each other in ways most people don't comprehend. Remember how the Russian invasion of Ukraine destabilized the global supply chain and drastically increased inflation? And that was a war between two countries, let alone a catastrophe across several continents. The collapse of the American dollar will have worldwide ramifications on financial systems. Think about all the critical import-export cogs grinding to a halt. Take medicine, for example. I was talking with Dr. Larson at the hospital. She told me that 70% of our pharmaceutical drugs are manufactured outside of the U.S., including 90% of critical antibiotics like penicillin. Take India, the third largest pharmaceutical manufacturer in the world. 1 in 3 pills in the U.S. and 1 in 4 pills in the U.K. are manufactured in India. Australia may have power, but they import 90% of their medications. And that's only talking about medicine, let alone the crippled global food chain. China accounts for 30% of global manufacturing output, not just medications, but everything. They're as in the dark as we are. The Southern Hemisphere is facing devastating shortages, whether they have electricity or not. They might be better off than us, but no country has escaped unscathed. I know that much. Devon shuddered. When you put it that way, yeah, he said. Because what else was there to say? Besides, it was all speculation and rumors. No one knew for certain what was happening outside their isolated bubble. He hadn't realized how much he would miss the ability to communicate instantly with anyone around the world, up-to-the-minute news delivered to your phone, your tablet, or even your watch. They were in the dark, both metaphorically and literally. It was a deeply unsettling feeling, like the ground was constantly shifting beneath your feet, unstable as black ice. He grunted, went to the dresser, and swiped on deodorant, incredibly grateful that the Northwoods Inn had a gravity-fed well and solar-powered showers. Running water kept him feeling human. Funny how the things you once took for granted had quickly become top priorities. He turned back to Devin. "I need some coffee, and I'm ready to go." "The Gallery Coffee Company ran out of mocha yesterday," Devin said with a morose tone. She was a sugar junkie, unlike Jackson, who needed the caffeine to keep him going. "They'll be out of coffee within the week. Unless FEMA delivers more, we're out of luck." The day was already going downhill. Figures. And Underwood wants a meeting at 8 a.m. We've got another missing person case. Emma Clark reported her son missing last night. Eddie Clark works at the gas station in Chatham. He didn't show up the last 3 days for work. He has several prior arrests and served 3 years for attempted sexual assault 5 years ago. "I know him," Jackson said. "He's one of the low-life criminals in Sawyer's crew." "Eli might know. I'll ask next time we meet." Devin rose from her chair and pushed her braids over her shoulder. "We've been spending a lot of time on this case. I think Underwood might suspect we're going off book, boss. You have a plan for that?" "I'm working on it." Jackson unscrewed the vent and stuffed the case files inside, then screwed the vent back in place. He headed for the door, Devin hot on his heels. When it rains, it pours. 42. Eli Pope, Day 37. Anger ran through Eli like an electrical current. He was incandescent with it. If anyone attempted to touch him, he'd probably electrocute them. Or worse. The bonfire roared in the center of the clearing, along the southern bluff of Grand Island. Several barrels had been cut in half, welded with metal fence posts, and installed with metal grates that served as oversized grills. The smell of grilled venison filled the air. Frogs trilled and crickets whirred, the night punctuated with raucous laughter. Dixon had wound up the radio and turned up the volume on the emergency station, the only station that wasn't pure static. The radio announcer spoke of rumors of mass casualties in Europe, starvation, sickness, and disease spreading from contaminated water supplies. There were reports of violent riots in major cities, LA, NYC, and Miami. FEMA emergency supply trucks were being ambushed en route. The governor gave a canned speech, beseeching Michiganders to dig in and keep the faith that despite the dark hour, the light would return. Tellingly, he neglected to say when that miracle might transpire. Eli barely registered any of it. Only a few hours ago, he'd managed to evade Sawyer's goons to meet with Jackson on the mainland. It had been risky. He'd told Dixon he was meeting a woman. Dixon had bought it, but Vaughn looked at him like he was a fox he wanted to skin. Vaughn and Pierce both had it in for him. After he'd provided Jackson with the list of 5 names of men who owned one of Sawyer's rings, Jackson had sucker-punched him. Reluctantly, Jackson had informed him of the lighthouse attack, how Lena had been forced to kill, how Shiloh had faced an assailant with a knife and then rappelled down the tower as he'd taught her, narrowly escaping with her life. He'd been able to think of little else since. He needed to leave this place, abandon his mission. Lena and Shiloh needed him. He'd never be able to live with himself if something happened to them. He'd thought they'd be okay. He'd been dead wrong. He didn't care what Sawyer thought, or if he'd try to stop him. Let him try. Eli would destroy anyone and anything that dared get in his way. This was his moment. Sawyer had traveled to Grand Marais in his newest yacht for a meeting with a couple of enforcers from Paradise in discussions over the acquisition of a new property. A distillery or distribution center or cannabis facility, Eli couldn't care less. All he needed to do was slip from the bonfire unseen and... A scrap of conversation reached him, a single word drifting across the circle of flames. Lighthouse. Eli tensed, but showed no visible signs of a reaction. Slowly, he turned his head and strained his ears to overhear the conversation between Cade and Dixon, not 20 feet to his 9 o'clock. "I'm telling you, man, the cops think it's us," Dixon was saying. "Why would we go after 2 women at the lighthouse? We need that beacon to keep working as much as anyone." Cade leaned in close and lowered his voice. "You sure they think it was Sawyer?" Dixon shrugged. "According to Sawyer's cop informant, yeah. They're saying it was 3 assailants and 1 got away. He had a specialized knife they're searching for. And Peterson and Sylvester are still MIA. What do you make of that?" To Cade's right, a man stiffened, the slight movement drawing Eli's attention. Wes Vaughn was half turned toward Cyrus Lee, peeling an apple with one hand, popping the sections into his mouth with the other. Quickly, he shoved something into his pocket and withdrew his hand. That's when Eli saw it. Vaughn usually wore black leather gloves, but the night was downright hot, and Vaughn's hands were bare. A tan line encircled the bony middle finger on his left hand. The tan line could be from a wedding ring, but Eli doubted it. Vaughn wasn't married. The tan line was a thick ring of white flesh from a wide band. It was perfectly sized to the thick, chunky wolf head rings that Sawyer and his insider cronies wore, and he had the tattoo on his neck to match. The hairs on the back of Eli's neck stood on end. Was it the same ring that sat in the sheriff's office in an evidence box? Was Vaughn the serial killer? He stood casually across from the fire, listening to one of Antoine's stupid jokes. Was this the man who'd strangled multiple women, including Lily? Dread shivered down his spine. Cold sweat broke out on his brow, his palms clammy. He forced his hands to relax, to keep his fingers from curling into fists when he desperately wished to draw his combat knife and slit Vaughn's throat where he stood. Despite the rage boiling through him, he had the presence of mind to restrain himself. This was neither the time nor the place to confront Vaughn, not if Eli planned to escape this island with a pulse. The night was overcast. Heavy clouds obscured the moon as occasional silver patches of starlight flickered across the grass. No one left immediately after supper. They ate and drank and downed beer after beer until nearly everyone not on patrol or dish duty was drunk. Everyone but Eli. He watched, and he waited. His gaze flickered to Wes Vaughn again and again. The man was limping, ever so slightly favoring his right leg. Dixon came and sat on the log beside him, chattering about a restored 1967 Shelby GT500 he'd found in some rich CEO's garage and stolen for his own. Eli barely heard a word. He kept his suspicious gaze fixated on Vaughn. An hour later, a lone figure peeled away from the bonfire and strode toward the cabins with an uneven, hunched-shoulder gait. There was no missing his tall, emaciated form. It was Vaughn. Eli waited a minute, rose to his feet, and made an offhand comment about answering nature's call. Instead, he hurried to the outhouse, circled behind it, and entered the tree line before doubling back to follow Vaughn. Beneath the tree canopy, the darkness was near absolute. Eli moved as soundlessly but as quickly as he could, senses alert in case Vaughn attempted to ambush him. Vaughn visited the outhouse. By the time he shoved open the rickety door and exited, Eli was safely ensconced within the shadows. Staying 20 paces behind Vaughn, Eli fell into lockstep, using his footfalls to obscure his own. Vaughn stopped. Eli stopped. The man stood stock still for 20 seconds. His flashlight beam probed the woods, sweeping left, then right in wide swaths. He half-turned, then hesitated. Eli did not breathe. If Vaughn caught him, Eli might be able to talk him out of sounding the alarm, but probably not. He could simply kill Vaughn, but a corpse would be even harder to explain away. If he were caught, he was dead. This was a risk, one he shouldn't take. If he were thinking clearly, he wouldn't. But the anger was blinding him, the thought of this man possibly hurting Lena or Shiloh. Vaughn started walking again. His boots crunched dead leaves and gravel. In the quiet, his heavy breathing rasped like a saw. His flashlight bobbed ahead. When Vaughn moved, Eli followed. Against his better judgment, but so help him, he did. Vaughn quickened his step as he reached the cabins. This time, he did not turn around. 30 paces ahead, a door slammed. Vaughn froze in the shadows. Heart hammering, Eli froze with him. Footsteps. The sound of a beer tab opening, a grunt, and then the footsteps faded as the person headed back toward the bonfire on the bluff. Vaughn kept going, his movements stealthy as he crept up to a cabin that was not his. He paused again and glanced to his 3 o'clock toward the bonfire. Eli couldn't see the flickering firelight, but the scent of campfire smoke and roasting hot dogs reached his nostrils. He willed his stomach not to growl. Mosquitoes bit him, but he dared not slap them away. One landed on his cheek. Vaughn veered left, bypassing several cabins that sat dark and still. Their occupants were in the mess hall, at the bonfire, or on security duty. The sounds of laughter receded. Tension wound tighter in his gut. If Vaughn saw him, he'd have to kill him. That would be difficult to explain. Plus, it'd blow his cover. He wasn't finished here. Eli flexed his hands and tensed his muscles, preparing himself. If Vaughn was the killer, he wouldn't live long. Eli would make sure of that. Jackson wanted a justice system with courts and judges. Eli's justice consisted of a bullet and a gun. Half crouched, he scanned the enclave of cabins set in a semicircle, taking in the dark porches. Soft yellow light glowed from several solar floodlights. Insects buzzed and swarmed within the cones of light. The mosquitoes were ravenous. At his 9 o'clock, a shadow flitted at the corner of his vision. Vaughn threw a cautious glance over his shoulder, flicked off his flashlight, and crept surreptitiously along the side wall of one of the cabins. He edged to the window. Controlling his breathing to slow his pulse, Eli waited for a thick cloud to drift across the moon. Remaining within the patch of darkness, Eli crouched beside a blue 50-gallon rain barrel set against the side of the cabin, kitty-corner to Vaughn's location. Soundlessly, he drew his pistol and strained his ears. The screech of a window screen being pried from its frame. Another scraping sound, then a dull thump. No other sounds followed. No footfalls of someone approaching. In the distance came a burst of laughter from the bonfire. Blading his body, leading with the muzzle of his weapon, he crept around the corner of the cabin. The backside of the next cabin inched into view. By now his night vision had improved. He caught sight of a torso, 2 legs, and a pair of boots slithering through a jimmied window. The screen leaned against the cabin's exterior wall. Eli recognized the cluster of birch trees in the clearing to the east. This was Dixon and Cade's cabin. He waited as Vaughn skittered through the window like a spider and disappeared inside the cabin. Then he waited some more, watching. A minute passed, then another. 5 minutes later, a scuffling echoed in the still night. Eli retreated and pressed his spine against the wall, listening. There came a muffled curse, followed by more scuffling. Probably Vaughn disgorging himself from the window. He was thin, but tall and ungainly. More scraping as the screen was replaced. Then, footsteps receded. After another minute, Eli peered around the corner and ensured that Vaughn had indeed vacated the premises. He took a knee and waited 5 minutes, then 10. Not moving, barely breathing, a shadow among shadows. After 20 minutes, he glanced at his watch, 10:30 p.m. Moving stealthily, he waited for another patch of darkness as a cloud covered the moon. Then he crossed to the cabin. He circled it, checking for signs of occupancy, and found none. Dixon and Cade were still at the bonfire, utterly plastered. Eli copied Vaughn's movements, popping out the screen and climbing through the window. He dropped lightly to the floor as the old boards creaked. He tensed, knees bent, pistol held in 2 hands as he held his breath. Inside, shadows cloaked everything. He blinked, his eyes making out a twin bed, a dusty dresser cluttered with girly magazines, a shotgun leaning against the bedroom doorway. By habit, he cleared the cabin before he searched it. 2 narrow bedrooms, a tiny kitchen with a fridge and stove hooked up to propane, and an attached outhouse. Other than the beer cans overflowing in the trash can, it was neat enough. And empty. He returned to Cade's bedroom, searched it, and found nothing. In Dixon's bedroom, a leather coat hung over the back of a wooden chair in the corner. He scanned the room, eyes straining in the shadows. He checked drawers and shelves and pockets and found nothing unusual. In the top drawer of the nightstand, he found a handful of change, a lighter, some crumpled receipts, chapstick, and a .357 Magnum revolver. He'd seen Dixon with it before. Had Vaughn left something? Or had he taken something? A shimmer on the floor beneath the iron frame bed. Crouching, he bent down and stared at the object. A fixed-blade Bowie knife, the blade 6 inches long, the handle, the smooth carved ivory of bone. His pulse quickened. Hot anger flushed through his veins. With one hand, he tugged on the leather gloves he kept in his back pocket and gently picked up the knife. This was the blade Vaughn had used to attack Shiloh. Eli needed no more evidence. Vaughn fit the physical profile. He limped from an unverified injury. Most damning, he sported a tan line from a missing ring. And the knife. Dixon's rumor had done the dirty work for him. Did Vaughn fear the sheriff would come looking for it? Did he suspect Eli was on to him and had attempted to dump evidence, lay the blame at someone else's feet? Had Sawyer given the order, or had Vaughn acted on his own? That mystery remained to be untangled. Was Vaughn also the serial killer? Or was it Sawyer? Or someone else within the organization? Could it be Pierce? Or maybe Cade? Or the reclusive, creepy Cyrus? Maybe even the informant cop Sawyer had mentioned a few times. The missing ring pointed to Vaughn. If Vaughn had killed Lily and the other girls, then he might have gone after Lena and Shiloh as a warning to Jackson, or simply as his next targets. For that, Eli would kill him. He'd cut him open and bleed out his entrails, watch him suffer the way he'd made those girls suffer. Unlike Jackson, Eli was not obsessed with the truth. It was vengeance that drove him. Voices drifted from the darkness. Eli froze. Cade's high-pitched laughter echoed outside the cabin, followed by Dixon's low timbre voice, telling another joke. The voices came from the front side of the cabin, from the southwest. Eli considered taking the knife, but he didn't know about the preservation of fingerprints or chain of evidence. What were the rules now, anyway? He wanted to take a few photos on his phone, which he kept powered with the solar charger Sawyer had given him. But if any of Sawyer's men saw the pictures, they'd rip his entrails out with a fork and feed his bowels to the crows. So he put the knife back and did nothing. For now. He moved for the exit, half crouched as he crossed the weathered floorboards, checked outside the window, then swiftly climbed out and dropped to the ground. The grass was damp with dew. Cicadas buzzed in the stillness. Mosquitoes swarmed his skin. From the other side of the cabin, the voices grew louder. Eli waited for the squeal of the front door to open, the hinges rusty, the wood warped with age. Then he slipped the window screen back in its frame, masking his noise with theirs. He went still, not breathing, his spine pressed against the rear of the cabin as Dixon and Cade entered through the front door. He detected no alteration in the cadence of their voices or shuffling, drunken footsteps. The clouds had dissipated. The moon shone bright as quicksilver, limning the darkened buildings. Eli moved from shadow to shadow, dropping to one knee at each cabin to check for surveillance. Instead of heading straight to his cabin, he circled the camp and loped northeast along a trail that led down to the eastern shoreline. Each night, he'd taken to hiking a few miles of the island, establishing an expected pattern of behavior. It allowed him to check the protocols and make notes of sentry positions, patrols, and security weak points. His mind whirred with competing emotions: outrage, dread, frustration, and terror. Not for himself, never for himself. In his mind, he pictured the lighthouse, the whitewashed tower silhouetted against the charcoal sky, the beacon shining bright. He was the lost. The two women in the lighthouse were his home. He couldn't protect them from afar. That fact nearly killed him. Yet at the same time, he'd uncovered a critical clue. He would not wait for Jackson to investigate. He needed to act. The convoy to retrieve the weapons cache in Sault Ste. Marie left at dawn. Eli would leave with them. It was a dangerous mission. He was acutely aware of the risk, the consequences of a misstep, of failure. Pierce wanted Eli dead. Outside of Sawyer's watchful eye, Pierce would try something. Death by friendly fire was an explanation that Sawyer would have to buy. He'd have no choice. A bullet to the spine would be a simple ambush to engineer. And yet, this was an opportunity for Eli as well. An opportunity to go after Vaughn without worrying about 100 of Sawyer's men breathing down the back of his neck. Off island was his only chance to kill Vaughn without getting killed himself. It was then, and only then, that he would abandon the island and return to the lighthouse, to Lena and Shiloh. He was, after all, a hunter of men. Tomorrow, Eli would get answers. Then, he would end Vaughn. As long as Pierce didn't get to him first. 43. Jackson Cross, Day 37. It was after 10 p.m. before Jackson got off work and headed back to the Northwoods Inn. He'd spent the day tracking down thieves who'd already eaten or sold the merchandise, and responded to 2 overdose deaths, one in Chatham and one at a campground in the Hiawatha National Forest. Overdoses were becoming more common, as were suicides. Last night he'd met with Eli at their designated spot. Jackson had gotten what he wanted. Eli gave him 7 names, 6 rings, plus Sawyer's. He and Devin were working on cross-referencing the names from the Elise McNeely file against Sawyer's inner circle. So far, no hits, but they were far from finished. Jackson had told Eli about the lighthouse attack. He'd had no choice. He'd never seen Eli so enraged. He had the disconcerting feeling that he'd unleashed an attack dog he could not control. He wondered, not for the first time, if Eli could restrain the darkness within himself. 6 patrons were slumped at the Northwoods bar. As long as the tap continued to flow, people would show up. The handwritten sign taped to the blank TV screen said, $40 a glass, cash only. A man rose from his bar stool as Jackson approached. He moved heavily, swaying on his feet, a glass of amber liquid held unsteadily in his right hand.
Well, if it isn't Eli Pope's best friend.
Jackson halted a few feet away. Thanks for agreeing to meet with me, Gideon.
Anything for old friends, eh?
Jackson detected a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Gideon had played linebacker in high school, and then for Michigan Tech, according to the photos in the 2008 annual. Though much of his muscle had melted to fat, he remained big and intimidating. He was certainly strong enough to hurt someone if he wanted to. Farther down the bar, another man sat hunched over a Jack Daniels on the rocks. Cyrus Lee watched the scene unfold, a small smile playing on his lips. Jackson suppressed his dislike. According to Eli, Cyrus Lee had one of the rings. He wore it on a chain around his neck under his shirt, which was why Jackson hadn't noticed it before. They had been sitting together at the bar, Gideon Crawford and Cyrus Lee. Jackson had memorized the timeline for the night of Lily's murder. Before Eli had visited Lily, he'd been at the Northwoods bar. Sawyer had been there that night, sitting with Gideon and Lee. Gideon had no known connection with Sawyer's criminal organization. He didn't have a ring either. But that didn't mean he wasn't a viable suspect. The coincidences were too great.
I heard you got Pope off,
Gideon said. Eli Pope is innocent.
Just 'cause the law messed up, don't mean he's innocent.
Gideon's words slurred.
He's still guilty.
We all thought he was guilty. I did too, believe me. It's not easy to flip that truth on its head, but we must. We owe it to him.
I don't know that cheating bastard a damn thing.
Jackson steeled himself. You don't have to like him, Gideon. That doesn't make him guilty of murder. He didn't do it.
He has no right to be back here. No right.
Gideon stared into his drink and cursed. He looked up and seemed to realize that folks were staring at him. His reddened face turned scarlet.
What the hell are you looking at?
He growled at a nearby couple. They quickly glanced away. Jackson rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He gestured to Gideon. Let's sit down and have a bit of privacy. Gideon leaned against the bar.
I'm fine right here.
Suit yourself. I need to ask you a few questions about your time at Michigan Tech. Gideon swayed. His eyes were dull and bloodshot.
What for?
Just verifying a few things for an ongoing investigation. What years did you attend MTU? He blinked blearily.
2007 to 2009. I did my dental prerequisites there, since they offered me a damn good scholarship to play for the Division II Huskies.
Did you ever come into contact with Elise McNeely? Jackson knew he had, but he wanted to see Gideon's reaction. Gideon frowned, but answered without hesitation.
I had a science lab with her, Thursday nights after practice. I mean, it's been a while. I tried to hit on her a few times. She was hot, but real quiet. Kept to herself.
She rejected you?
Said she had someone else. I figured as much.
Did that make you angry? He gave a derisive snort.
Why would it? I've had my share of rejections. Some more public than others.
Jackson watched his face closely. He didn't see the classic signs of deception in his expression. Gideon was drunk, but did not appear to be lying, unless he was very good at it. Do you remember the necklace she wore?
What necklace?
He squinted, confused.
Why are you asking so many questions? I thought that Boone bastard did it, and he's dead. That's what you're saying, isn't it? That it was Boone, not Pope?
We're tying up a few loose ends. Gideon gave a disbelieving grunt.
Sure, whatever you say, man.
What can you tell me about Elise? His eyes cleared then, his posture straightening as wariness entered his gaze, like a deer recognizing the scent of the hunter.
Wait a minute. That's the girl who went missing back then, isn't it? That's why you're asking about her. You knew she was missing?
He shrugged.
Well, sure. Everyone knew. A detective came to our classes and asked around. It wasn't a secret. Most of us thought she'd run away with a boyfriend or something."
A faint scar ran along his collarbone to the right side of his neck. He touched it with his free hand, rubbing the scar tissue almost subconsciously. Jackson stared at the scar, fighting the urge to recoil. Ugly memories flashed through his head, memories that had nothing to do with Elise McNeely or Lily Easton. 15 years ago, Gideon had been involved in a car accident that had killed his college girlfriend. The same accident that had crippled Astrid. 2 vehicles were crushed in a head-on collision on a windy road between Marquette and Munising. It had been pouring rain that night. Beer bottles had been found in Gideon's Honda Civic. After all these years, the details of the accident remained unclear. Gideon had been knocked unconscious. His girlfriend, Allison Grady, was killed instantly. Astrid had refused to speak of it. Either she didn't remember, or the memory was too traumatizing to relive. The accident had been the tragedy of the decade in Alger County. Until Lily's murder, Gideon had never recovered. Though he managed to hold on to his career as a dentist, he'd limped from broken relationship to broken relationship, always with a drink in hand and another on tap. I know it was a long time ago, but where were you on the weekend of May 8th, 2008? Gideon stiffened. His black eyes glinted with anger.
"Why? You suspect me, too? I heard you were on a wild goose chase to pin this whole serial murder thing on someone else. Maybe someone you'll later claim is innocent? Which is it, Jackson?"
Answer the question. Gideon took a long swig, draining his glass. He looked at Jackson with unbridled resentment.
"I only remember because the detective asked me the same thing back then. Said he asked everybody he talked to. I was on the chess team, not just a brawny jock. We were pretty good, too. The state tournament was at MSU in Lansing from Thursday through Monday, the weekend that girl disappeared. I had nothing to do with any of it."
"Any witnesses I can talk to that can prove it?" Gideon let out a harsh laugh.
"You sure know how to make friends and influence people, don't you? The world is ending, and this is what you're obsessed with? A crime from 1,000,000 years ago that doesn't matter?"
Jackson could feel eyes on him, folks at the bar, people chatting in the foyer. The place had gone suddenly quiet.
"It does matter. You're a piece of work, you know that? I'll ask you again. Do you have a legitimate alibi for May 8th?
Gideon glanced over Jackson's shoulder at something, or someone, behind him, maybe at Cyrus. He returned his attention to Jackson, but just barely.
"Yeah, Cross, I do. The 2008 annual has a photo of the chess team at the tournament. All of us lined up behind a chessboard with idiotic grins. You'll see the date printed all nice and neat for you, too."
He leaned in and exhaled a stale breath into Jackson's face. "Happy now?" Jackson wasn't happy, not at all. His stomach sank. He had seen the photo as he'd flipped through the annual. In his exhaustion, he'd missed the crucial date. Shame pierced him. He hated feeling suspicion toward people he'd known his whole life. Hated the way those people looked at him with betrayal in their eyes. He offered Gideon his hand. "Sorry about the inconvenience. I appreciate your willingness to clear things up. Thanks for your help." Gideon didn't bother to take it. "It's nothing personal, Gideon." Gideon didn't answer. Years of alcohol abuse had aged him. That and the tragedies he'd endured. He looked tired, defeated. Emotion flared across his features. Bitterness, disappointment, disillusionment. Then it was gone. Expression flat, he turned his back on Jackson and returned to the bar, signaling to the bartender for another drink. Jackson felt eyes on him again. Cyrus Lee watched him, then tipped back his drink, gulped it down, and slammed his glass on the bar top.
"Good work, Undersheriff,"
he said with a crooked smile that Jackson couldn't read. Without another word, he slipped from the bar stool and headed for the exit. Jackson watched him go. He stuck his hands in his pockets, put his head down, and strode for the hallway leading to the hotel rooms. Doubt hounded him, circled and circled in his mind. Fragments of memory, snippets of thoughts, half-remembered dreams. Things hidden from him that he couldn't uncover, no matter how hard he searched. He couldn't see the big picture. A part of him feared he never would. 44. Eli Pope, Day 38. The sun rose above the trees, painting the cloudless sky in shades of tangerine orange and rose pink. The spectacular sunrise contrasted sharply with the dread knotting in Eli's gut. He shifted in the front passenger seat of the black Toyota Land Cruiser, hiding his unease. Beside him, Pierce drove. Their vehicle led the convoy a mile or so behind the scouting vehicle, a Land Cruiser with a two-man team outfitted with thermal NVGs. A drone with a live camera feed zoomed ahead of the convoy to alert them of potential ambushes.
"Can you give me a sit rep?"
Eli asked.
Sawyer wasn't exactly forthcoming with details.
Pierce didn't take his eyes off the road.
"You'll know what you need to know, when you need to know. The more intel I have, the better equipped I am to have your back. Did I ask you to have my back? Is that how we're playing this? That's how we're playing it, hotshot."
"What crawled up your butt and stayed for breakfast?" Dixon asked from the back seat, then guffawed at his own joke. In the rearview mirror, Pierce glared at him.
"Shut the hell up."
Dixon shut up. The vehicle fell silent, the tension palpable. Behind him sat Dixon, Antoine, and Vaughn. Wes Vaughn, the man who'd threatened Shiloh and Lena's lives. The man Eli planned to kill today. Anxiety sparked through him. He pushed it down. He had to stay calm and impassive, had to keep his cover. Revealing an iota of the rage burning in his chest would mean certain death. Eli had to keep 100% of his focus on the mission. Sawyer had insisted no one knew of the operation, especially not the Cote cartel, whose weapons they planned to brazenly filch. Eli doubted that too. Someone always knew. They'd soon be transporting valuable cargo that criminal organizations would kill to get their hands on. This was a sweet score, worth millions. The goods would be spread between 5 medium-sized U-Haul trailer trucks in case they lost one. 2 of Sawyer's untrained thugs and at least 1 trained mercenary manned each U-Haul truck. 4 armored Land Cruisers drove in the front, rear, and middle of the convoy. The Land Cruisers featured push bumpers to shove vehicles out of the way if needed. Up to this point, the highway had remained mostly barren. From the outside, the vehicles appeared ordinary, but the reinforced armored frame and ballistic glass promised protection against AK-47 and AR-15 piercing rounds and explosive devices. The operation might be a cakewalk, or the route could be crawling with bandits and roving marauders. He wasn't taking any chances. He kept his eyes peeled and his weapons close by, alert for enemies from without and from within. His position within Sawyer's organization was still perilous. Unlike his years as a ranger, these brothers-in-arms would eat him alive in a heartbeat. If his cover was compromised, Pierce would take great pleasure in torturing him, then dumping what remained of his corpse in Lake Superior. He hated to admit it, but he was rattled, unnerved. He'd rather be anywhere than here, 100 miles from the people who mattered most. He'd known going in that he'd have to get his hands dirty. Still, procuring high-powered weapons for hardened criminals didn't sit well. It made him antsy, and bad-tempered. Jackson and Lena were rubbing off on him. Damn them. To steady himself, he turned the VP-9 to the side and checked the ejection port. A shiny 115-grain jacketed hollow point winked back at him. The red dot at the rear of the weapon showed him the weapon was charged. He set the pistol on the seat between his legs for easy access. He did not wear his seatbelt. His battle rifle sat in the footwell, propped against his seat. A Springfield XDS was nestled in his boot, and a fixed-blade combat knife hung at his belt. Before dawn that morning, Sawyer had offered Eli his choice of weapon from his weapons depot. Eli chose an HK-417 with a 16-inch barrel, scope, night vision adapter, Harris bipod, and suppressor. Each box magazine carried 20 7.62 by 51 millimeter NATO rounds. Half a dozen loaded magazines were tucked inside his Kevlar tactical vest, along with a few M3 offensive concussion hand grenades. For this operation, he preferred the small blast radius, which was good for clearing rooms. Frag grenades had a wide 25-foot blast radius, but they could only be thrown from cover. They passed a fenced storage facility with a blue roof off to the right, scattered houses with yards bristling with junk, rusting cars, washing machines, kids' toys, a four-wheeler tipped on its side, filmed in moss and weeds. A minute later, they passed a billboard for the Oswald Bear Ranch in Newberry. Eli saw the exit for Tequamanon Falls, the famous 200-foot-wide waterfall stained brown from the tannins. He recalled visiting as a child with his parents before his mother committed suicide. It had been a rare, good day. After a while, exit signs for the Shipwreck Museum appeared. The museum was located at Whitefish Point, where over 200 shipwrecks littered the treacherous waters, including the infamous SS Edmund Fitzgerald. Dixon began humming the song memorializing the wreck from Gordon Lightfoot. "Shut the hell up," Pierce growled. Dixon and Antoine watched the windows. Vaughn stared straight ahead, unblinking. Minutes passed like hours, and then they were entering the city limits of Sault Ste. Marie, population of 14,000, the second most populated city in the UP, and home to the Sioux Locks. Though he couldn't see the locks from his position, he imagined the big 700-foot freighters lined up to go from Lake Huron to Lake Superior and vice versa. It was the third busiest man-made waterway after the Panama and Suez Canals. Or it was. Who knew what was happening now? They skirted downtown, since Sault Ste. Marie was home to a National Guard unit, the local cops and sheriff's department, and a U.S. Coast Guard sector. Dread skittered up the notches of his spine. Danger lay in wait everywhere he looked. They headed south to the shoreline of the St. Mary's River, where they turned right onto a rural drive. Trash bags were piled on the curb along nearly every street, garbage strewn across overgrown yards and sidewalks. He caught the faint whiff of sewage. The city sewer system must have backed up into people's houses. A minute later, they'd reached a squat brick building encircled by a chain-link fence. "Let's load up and get the hell out of here." Pierce was already out of the Land Cruiser. He looked anxious, his eyes darting everywhere at once. "Dixon and Vaughn, you're checking cargo with me. Pope and Antoine, link up with the security team on Bunsen Street. Let's go." The first half of the operation went without a hitch. As expected, the goods were already unloaded from the container ship and sat in the vacant paper mill along the St. Mary's River. There were hundreds of black market weapons from Moldova, including Russian-made AKs, Russian AGS-17 grenade launchers, RPGs, landmines, and a plethora of ammunition, packaged neatly in crates packed with styrofoam. While a half-dozen mercs worked security, and a 4-man QRT, or quick reaction team, waited a few blocks south, the rest of Sawyer's crew loaded the dually U-Hauls. Eli kept his neck on a swivel. His blood buzzed his skin hot and tingling, every sense on high alert. No threats presented themselves. Didn't mean they were out of the woods yet. The sun shone bright, the heat oppressive, the air dense with humidity. The street was quiet. Too quiet. It was a thick, stifling silence. No lawnmowers, few engine sounds. Blue jays twittered from nearby maple trees. He'd seen few people outside their houses, even in town. Less than an hour later, the transmitter crackled in his ear.
"This is Echo Actual," Pierce said. "Target acquired. Let's roll."
On the way out, they took side roads to avoid driving through Sault Ste. Marie and garnering unwanted attention. They rolled through intersections with dead stoplights, trash and detritus blowing across the road. They took I-75 south, then turned east along M28, the main highway that cut across the middle of the Upper Peninsula. They passed half a dozen trucks and sedans. Few cars were moving, though several vehicles had run out of gas, abandoned on the shoulder where they'd coughed up their last fumes. Weeds sprang up around the tires, reaching as high as the fenders. Weapon in hand, Eli scanned left to right, and left again. The engines rumbled, tires slapping the pavement. The hot sun beat down through the open window, heat waves rippling the air above the asphalt. Pierce tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his knuckles white, his profile sharp as a hatchet blade. Eli wiped the sweat from his brow, tense and wary. The terrain was flat, rangy meadows interspersed with rows of pine trees and clusters of dense forest. Overgrown underbrush and tall weeds choked both shoulders. There were plenty of places to hide, to wait in ambush for unsuspecting vehicles. The radio crackled. "Echo Actual, this is Echo 2. Eli grabbed the radio. Echo 2 was the scout team. "Come in, Echo 2. "We've got a possible FUBAR situation. Images from the drone show a large force behind cover, about 300 meters ahead at a choke point. 20 or so men, several vehicles. Looks for all hell like a kill zone. Echo Actual." Eli stiffened, his heart rate spiking as he scanned the terrain ahead, searching for a way out. Before they'd departed for the operation, he'd studied topographical and DNR maps that featured logging roads used for off-roading, ATVs, and snowmobiling. He pointed to a breach in the tree line ahead of them. "There's an access road up ahead to the right. We can take it to bypass the choke point." Pierce grimaced, like he loathed taking advice from the likes of Eli. "We don't have a lot of options here," Antoine said. "Fine," Pierce said. "Do it." "Roger that," Echo 2 said. "Headed back your way." Dixon radioed the rest of the team as Pierce swerved to the right and rumbled onto the dirt access road. Overgrown bushes scraped the sides of the Land Cruiser. The heavy-duty tires bounced and jolted over potholes the size of small swimming pools. "You think that's them? The Cote family?" Dixon asked. "Who else would it be?" Vaughn said. "They don't know we're here," Pierce said. "Can't be them." "Could be National Guard, or a standard police checkpoint." Antoine looked dubious. 20 armed guards? That doesn't sound like a standard checkpoint." Eli didn't disagree. He tucked his pistol beneath his thigh and hoisted his HK-417 through the open window. "Get ready to go loud." Behind him, Antoine readied the machine gun. No one spoke. They barely breathed. They kept their eyes peeled for potential threats, for movement in the trees, the glint of a gun barrel, or binoculars. Nothing popped out of the trees to accost them. After 5 miles of bumping along the access road, they returned to the highway. The entire convoy paused as the scout team checked the road with the drone. "Looks clear," Echo 2 said. "Stay alert," Eli said. "If that ambush was meant for us, they won't be deterred so easily." The scout Land Cruiser retook the lead, while Eli's vehicle brought up the rear. They proceeded with caution. The convoy hadn't gone 2 miles
before a disconcerting sound reached them over the rumble of their engines. A distant whoomp, whoomp, whoomp. "Is that what I think it is?" Antoine asked. Eli twisted in his seat to look behind him. From the east, 2 dots appeared above the tree line, larger than birds and flying straight toward them. "What the living hell?" Pierce said. With growing dismay, Eli recognized the Huey helicopters. The Bell UH-1 Iroquois was a utility military helicopter most known for its use in Vietnam. Men dressed in dark camo held M2 Browning .50 caliber guns pointed out the open sides of the first chopper. The blood drained from his face. They had 0 air support. No quick reaction team waiting around the corner to offer reinforcements. The choppers zoomed closer. In a minute, they'd be right on top of them. Their weapons swiveled, targeting the convoy. Antoine cursed. "Contact!" Eli shouted. "What the hell?" Dixon said, shocked. "They can't do this. They aren't going to shoot us with those things." "They can, and they will," Eli said. It was happening, here on American soil. With the government crippled amid a worldwide catastrophe, criminal elements everywhere smelled blood in the water. Whoever was the boldest, the most violent, would win. To the victor went the spoils. The entire UP, maybe the whole damn state, was up for grabs. The Cote family wanted their weapons, and they'd do damn well anything to get them back. The first Huey flew close enough that Eli could make out the pilot and the passenger. The chopper eased to the right as the passenger leaned out the side and aimed an RPG at the convoy. The hostile was seated sideways, legs hanging over the edge, feet on the rails, with the RPG pointed parallel to the chopper so the backblast would exit through the opposite open door. "Incoming!" Eli shouted into his headset. The hostile fired the rocket-propelled grenade. A second later, the RPG slammed into the lead vehicle, Echo 2's team. The armored Toyota burst into flames. Black smoke billowed from the shattered windows as glass and metal shards flew everywhere. "Holy mother of—" Antoine shouted. His words were drowned out by the roar of engines. Eli glanced in the rearview mirror. A glint appeared on the road behind them. Heat shimmered across the pavement, obscuring his vision. He blinked. A truck crystallized in his vision. He blinked again, and 2 SUVs appeared behind the truck, engines gunning and approaching fast. 4 vehicles. No, 5. Then 6. Little black sticks poked out from the windows. Before Eli could react, the air exploded with the rat-a-tat of automatic gunfire. 45. Eli Pope, Day 38. "Contact! Rear!" Antoine yelled. The former French legionnaire flipped on the communication headsets attached to their ballistic helmets. Eli and the others did the same. The headsets allowed you to talk to the guy beside you as well as over a closed radio network, but filtered sounds like gunfire over a certain decibel level. A blue SUV, outfitted with monster tires, roared closer. A dark figure hung out the window and opened fire with an AK-47. Bullets slammed into the back of the Land Cruiser, peppering the windshield and back door. The armored vehicle rattled, but held, for the moment. Eli swallowed the acid clawing up his throat. The Cote family had known they were coming. They'd planned to destroy the convoy at the choke point. Failing that, they would scorch the earth with fire until every vehicle was a burning pile of wrecked metal. Chatter burst from Eli's headset. "Speed up!" Vaughn yelled. "Go, go, go!" Dixon shouted. Pierce slammed the gas pedal. Eli jerked against his seat as the convoy accelerated to 80, then 90 miles an hour. In the rearview mirror, the pursuing SUV lurched closer. A burst of gunfire hit one of the U-Hauls ahead of them. It swerved dangerously and nearly ran off the road,
as the driver's panicked curses echoed through his headset. Sweat ran in rivulets down Eli's spine, adrenaline icing his veins. Time slowed, sound dimmed. He didn't hear the roaring engines, the throbbing pulse of the helos overhead, the stutter of rapid gunfire. Shifting to his knees on the front seat, he shoved open the top hatch of the Land Cruiser. The roof had a round hatch approximately 18 inches wide. When opened, the hatch door faced the front. From the rear, it provided some ballistic protection if someone happened to be shooting at your tail end, which someone was. Eli stood and braced himself, pushed the HK-417 against his shoulder, and released a torrent of firepower. The rounds punched holes in the grille and windshield of the pursuing SUV. The SUV jerked, tires squealing. Cracks spiderwebbed across the reinforced glass, but it didn't shatter. The shooter faltered, then managed to right himself, shooting wildly. Rounds zinged over Eli's head. Eli fired in steady, controlled bursts. He had no qualms about eliminating bad men. They were criminals, thugs, and killers. If law enforcement or the National Guard showed up, that'd be another story. He had no intention of shooting friendlies, even if those friendlies believed he was the enemy. More rounds zinged over Eli's head. Wind whipped in his face, his eyes smarting. Eli aimed at the shooter, zeroing in as best he could in a moving vehicle, his finger on the trigger. Abruptly, the Toyota swerved right. Eli braced himself, but too late. He careened sideways, the shot blown as his ribs struck the vehicle's frame. A blast of fiery pain radiated up his left side. Before he could recover, a 4x4 off-road dune buggy zoomed past the blue SUV, nearly taking off its side mirror as it raced up to the Land Cruiser, attempting to flank it. 2 hostiles fired through the open front and sides. Pierce swerved hard to cut them off. Eli slammed against the opposite side of the hatch, his shots going wide. A razor wire of agony sliced his right arm from his elbow to his wrist. He clenched his teeth, wincing, and forced his hand to flex. His whole arm throbbed. He was fairly certain it wasn't broken or fractured. At least his fingers still worked. He just needed to hold a battle rifle and squeeze the trigger. Pierce veered back and forth, attempting to keep the 4x4 dune buggy from passing. At such high speeds, the Land Cruiser shook and bounced. The buggy clipped their right rear fender. A passenger leaned out, a bearded man wearing dark green camo, black war paint striping his face, a submachine gun aimed at Eli's head. Eli ducked an instant before a dozen rapid-fire rounds slammed into the hatch door. A second later, Eli popped back up, leaned around the hatch, and unleashed a barrage into the bearded man. His body jittered as lead punctured his torso, then toppled from the vehicle and bounced to the asphalt. One of the Hueys whizzed overhead. A rattle of automatic weapon fire exploded, coming from the Land Cruiser behind them. Eli whipped around, conducting a tactical reload as he moved, the half-spent magazine dropping to the seat below him, his arm throbbing as he slapped in the fresh magazine. The second U-Haul truck had lost a back tire. Luckily, it was a dually, and it kept going with the single tire on the left side. The trailers weren't loaded to capacity, so hopefully it would hold, since there was no way to fix it now. Eli shifted and fired another burst at the windshield of the blue SUV, hitting it with a dozen rounds in rapid succession. Finally, the reinforced glass splintered and caved. Several rounds punched through the windshield and slammed into the driver. The SUV veered sharply left before spinning out of control. It flipped, end over end, spun across the road, and smashed into an oak tree. A thick, low-hanging branch pierced the windshield and impaled the passenger through the chest. If he wasn't dead yet, he would be soon. "Yes!" Dixon shouted with glee. Eli gritted his teeth and focused on the next threat. The dune buggy raced past the Land Cruiser and headed for the truck ahead of them, attempting to shoot out the tires. Eli spun, faced forward, and raked the buggy with firepower. Rounds nailed the driver and 2 passengers. Driverless, the buggy lurched wildly, clipped the rear fender of the trailer, then flipped, skidded across the highway on its roof, and came to rest upside down, smoke pouring from the wrecked engine. One of the passengers had been hurled from the vehicle, thrown several feet into the overgrown grass along the shoulder. He didn't move. Eli ejected the spent magazine and fumbled for a fresh one from the pouch at his belt. His fingers were tingling. Half his hand was numb. Fear sliced through him. He shoved it down. Panic would get him killed quicker than a broken arm. A thunderous whomp, whomp, whomp broke through Eli's concentration. The first helo flew in low and made another pass, coming at the convoy from the west. A deafening explosion shook the ground as one of the Hueys fired another RPG. The lead U-Haul took the hit. Shrapnel sprayed everywhere, fire and smoke pouring from the wounded vehicle. The U-Haul came to a screeching halt in the center of the highway, half turned so that it blocked both lanes. The cacophony of gunfire overwhelmed his senses in a devastating display of power. The remaining vehicles in the convoy slammed their brakes to avoid a pile-up. Eli swept his rifle in wide arcs, checking for imminent threats. Trapped in the middle of the highway like this, they were sitting ducks.
"I see movement in the truck,"
Antoine shouted.
"Someone's still alive in there."
Pierce kept driving.
"We've got to help them,"
Dixon cried, twisting around in his seat, his face pale. Antoine shook his head.
"We can't just leave them." "We sure can."
Pierce hit the gas. The Land Cruiser's push bumper struck the rear of the trailer, metal squealing in protest as Pierce shoved it aside. The Toyota's squealing tires hit the grass, angling into the ditch along the left shoulder. Eli bit his tongue hard. American soldiers would never leave one of their own behind, even sacrificing their own lives to do so. Prison had hardened him, but some beliefs remained and went deep to his core. He had never left a brother behind. Never. These men weren't his brothers. They were the bad guys. The men he fought for and against were both his enemies. He was living a nightmare like nothing he'd ever experienced. He might die here, with sociopaths the only witnesses to his demise.
"Go!"
he shouted. Pierce edged the Toyota around the burning mass of the lead truck. The rest of the convoy followed. Seconds later, more gunfire exploded. The vehicle accelerated to 90 miles per hour as they left the burning wreckage in the rearview mirror. Behind them, 2 motorcycles burst through the roiling clouds of smoke. The motorcycles approached rapidly, separating from the pursuing caravan still blocked by the broken U-Haul.
"More company coming!"
Antoine shouted. The second helicopter, the one armed with the M2 Browning, was a quarter-mile to the west and flying low. It began a shallow bank that would bring it back around in less than 30 seconds.
"Get that chopper!"
Pierce screamed. In the Land Cruiser behind them, Echo 3's team pushed an M249 squad automatic weapon, commonly known as a saw, up through the hatch onto a tripod. The saw aimed for the nearest Huey and barked as it fired 5.56 millimeters at a sustained pace of 100 rounds a minute at a velocity of 3,000 feet a second. The Huey veered wildly to dodge the incoming fire and surged upward. The saw ran dry without hitting either bird, but the choppers had been put on alert. Both helicopters flew high and remained out of range, still dangerous, but out of play for the moment. There was no time to breathe a sigh of relief. The lead motorcycle hugged the shoulder, flying alongside the convoy, and drew level with the Land Cruiser. The rider raised a weapon and sprayed the right side of the vehicle. Eli aimed, squeezed the trigger, and fired. Missed twice. Fired again, and this time nailed him. The force of the rounds knocked the rider back and threw him off the bike. The motorcycle fell sideways, skidding into the road. The Land Cruiser behind them bounced in the air as it crushed both bike and rider beneath its wheels. Through his headset, Echo 3 cheered. "Got him!" Nick shouted. Behind him, Dixon let out a scream. "I'm hit!" Eli looked down through the hatch. Dixon was slumped in the back seat, clutching at his thigh, which spurted bright red blood. The motorcycle shooter had done damage after all. Several rounds had breached the door and shredded Dixon's right leg. "Oh, hell," Antoine muttered frantic curses. "You're okay, man. You'll be okay." Dixon was far from okay, and Antoine knew it. Eli knew it too. He motioned at Vaughn. "Take my place." Eli sank down from the hatch and squatted on the back seat beside Dixon, pulling a combat tourniquet from his IFAK or individual first aid kit from his battle belt. Dixon screamed in pain as Vaughn took Eli's position and fired bursts at the remaining motorcycle, riding their rear end. Pierce jerked the wheel to the left. Vaughn slipped on the blood pooling across the back seat, swearing as he nearly fell into Eli. "I don't want to die! Don't let me die!" Dixon was just a kid. Acne dotted his forehead. The metallic smell of blood, mixed with terror, filled Eli's nostrils. Panic was catching. Of Sawyer's crew, Dixon was the one Eli hated the least. "I'm trying. Breathe. Just breathe." As swiftly as he could in a moving vehicle, Eli applied the tourniquet to Dixon's thigh above the bullet wounds, turning the wind stick hard until the pulsing blood slowed and then stopped. He secured it in place with the strap. Dixon had stopped screaming. His skin had gone bone white. He stared listlessly out the bullet-riddled window. "Dixon," Eli said, "stay with me." He knelt on the back seat, Dixon's blood soaking through his pants, and used a pair of trauma shears to cut through the front of Dixon's shirt to check for other injuries. As he tilted Dixon's head to the side, his fingers felt something warm and slick. A bullet had sliced through the ballistic helmet and pierced his skull. Antoine was busy shooting, but he kept glancing back at Dixon. "Hang on, man," he said. "You're good. Just hang on." Dixon's lips were tinged blue. His breath was ragged. They were losing him. "Hand me the grenades!" Vaughn yelled from the hatch. He had a Russian GP-34 underbarrel grenade launcher attached to his AK-47. With one hand, Eli passed up the canvas bag full of 40mm grenade shells. "That's all we have. Don't waste them." A pickup truck roared up from the rear. Vaughn loaded the grenade launcher, aimed unsteadily, and fired. The grenade smashed through the pickup's windshield, bounced into the cab, and promptly exploded. Shrapnel traveling at 3,000 feet a second sprayed the occupants. The pickup careened and spun sideways. It struck a second dune buggy coming up fast. With a screech of metal against metal, the vehicles crashed into each other. Unable to swerve in time, a third pickup truck hit them head-on, and a fourth followed. Black clouds of smoke billowed as steam hissed from the jumbled wreck. Even better luck, the 4-car pileup blocked the entire highway. Tall jack pines clustered close to the road on either side. There was no way the trucks or SUVs could get past without physically moving the wreckage out of their path. Antoine whooped in triumph. The pileup had earned them some time and distance, but not much. Their pursuers wouldn't give up that easily. The helos would come back too. They'd gotten lucky so far. That luck wouldn't hold. "We've got to get off the highway," Eli said. Dixon moaned and began to seize. He projectile vomited across the back of the front seat before slumping forward, unconscious. Antoine twisted back around. "Dixon! Is he dying?" Eli checked his pulse. He was dead. Eli's heart sank. He hadn't wanted Dixon to die. To stare death in the face was unnerving for any man. It was like looking into the abyss as the abyss looked back.
"He kicked the bucket?"
Vaughn asked. Eli felt lightheaded, sick to his stomach.
"Yeah."
Antoine wiped the sweat from his face and cursed. He looked genuinely devastated. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Keep it together back there!" Pierce shouted. Shouting burst from Eli's headset. "This is Echo 3, Nix said. "Our tire is blown! We're screwed!" Eli twisted and peered through the front seats, out through the windshield. Ahead of them, the U-Haul with the blown tire had veered into the oncoming lane, shaking violently. The driver was about to lose control of the truck. Their pursuers had fallen back, slowed by the pileup, but they were still coming. The convoy either had to slow down significantly, not an option, or ditch the U-Haul.
"Soon as they lose that tire, they're SOL,"
Vaughn said, sounding almost gleeful.
"Those thugs will put 2 rounds through the back of their skulls.
Not to mention, commandeer the U-Haul and take off with our goodies."
"We've got 3 people in that truck,"
Antoine said. Nix Reyes was one of them. Maybe it made him a chauvinist, but Eli hated the thought of leaving a woman behind, mercenary or not.
"If we abandon them, they die. Maybe they'll let us go then."
Vaughn gave a careless shrug.
"An honorable sacrifice."
Eli clenched his jaw so hard his teeth nearly cracked. There wasn't an honorable cell in Vaughn's spidery body. The man was a sociopath. It took everything in Eli not to punch him in the throat.
"You think they'll turn tail and go home with half the prize?"
Pierce gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles white. Tension etched his hard features.
"Like hell they will. The Cote cartel doesn't half-ass anything. They won't be happy till they murder every single one of us."
In prison, Eli had interacted with several low-level members of the Quebec-based criminal organization. They were vicious and vengeful, known for their scorched earth policy. Cross them, and they killed you and your entire family.
He's not wrong. "Besides, we can't lose another load," Pierce said. "We need those weapons." "Then what do you suggest?" Vaughn asked. "I'm sure as hell not dying today." "You're the super soldier Sawyer loves so much," Pierce said to Eli, resentment in his voice, but fear too. "Let's see those so-called superior skills put to the test. Or are you as full of BS as I think you are?"
Eli wiped the blood staining his hands onto his cargo pants. He tuned out his surroundings. The corpse beside him, Vaughn's depraved smile, the army of thugs in pursuit, and forced his brain to focus, to think. The Land Cruiser careened past a billboard on the left, advertising Oswald's Bear Ranch at the next exit. Eli remembered the sign on the opposite side road on the way in. He closed his eyes, orienting himself, rubbing his bruised forearm, using the pain to sharpen his thoughts. He opened his eyes. Less than a mile up ahead is a storage facility. Blue roof, white buildings, fenced with concertina wire. It's a U-Haul rental center. We can get another truck and set up the saw. With more accurate fire, we can take out those damn helos. Then eliminate the hostiles one by one in a ground fight, ambushing them as they pass by. "That's a terrible idea," Pierce said. "You want to lose the truck and 3 good fighters? You're the one who answers to Sawyer. You'd better decide now. You've got 5 seconds. Enraged, Pierce pounded the steering wheel with his massive fists. But he had little choice, and he knew it. "Fine. Radio it in." "To the left! There it is!" Antoine yelled into his headset. "Go, go, go!" Ahead of them, the scout vehicle turned into the entrance of Barry's Big Blue Storage. The property was fenced with chain link, topped with concertina wire, with a padlocked gate. The lead vehicle slammed through the gate without slowing. Metal scraped against metal as the gate gave way with a horrible screech and snapped off its hinges. The gate clung to the hood of the Toyota for a good 20 feet before sliding off and clattering across the cracked pavement. The rest of the convoy followed, hot on their heels. The crippled U-Haul hobbled in ahead of them, strips of rubber flapping from the tire rims. Pierce slammed the brakes. The Land Cruiser jerked to a halt in the center of the parking lot, tires smoking. Long rows of white rectangular buildings, lined with cobalt blue garage-style doors, surrounded them. Across the weedy parking lot, several U-Haul trucks of various sizes were parked in front of an office building. They had 15 minutes, tops, before their pursuers caught up to them, or less. Eli planned to use every precious second to stay alive. 46. Eli Pope, Day 38. Eli exited the Land Cruiser and scanned the area, weapon up. Most of the unit's garage doors had been pried open, their contents either stolen or scattered along with trash and debris. Lurid graffiti scrawled across the cinder block walls. The place had been raided. Eli pointed. "The trucks are over there in the back. Switch out the cargo and get the hell out of here." Everyone quickly disembarked the vehicles. Nix dashed across the parking lot, reached the office, and kicked in the door. She reappeared a minute later, shaking her head. "No keys." "I can get one started," Eli said. "I just need a few minutes." "This isn't a spring picnic," Pierce said. "Get moving, Buttercup." At Bragg, the instructors had taught Eli a course on stealing vehicles and gas, intended for spec op teams and case agents working in foreign countries. It was disconcerting to use such skills on American soil. It was a feeling he'd have to get used to. "I can hotwire one." "You boost cars, too?" Pierce raised his thick brows, sounding resentful rather than impressed. "Grand Theft Auto wasn't on your resume." "I'm a man of many talents." Pierce flashed him a look of pure loathing. "So Sawyer claimed." "What's wrong with your arm?" Nix asked. "You got nicked?" "Just a bruise." His forearm throbbed. He held it stiffly at his side. "It's fine. I'm fine." A dull whoomp, whoomp, whoomp reached them. In the distance, a dark speck appeared on the horizon, barely visible. One of the helos was circling, searching for their convoy. "Maybe you hit the other helo after all," Antoine said. Eli shook his head. "Not likely. This one is tracking us, while the ground element works its way toward our position. The other helo is likely refueling or getting more RPGs. They know where we are, or they will soon. They're going to hit us again." "Should we just leave the truck and go?" Antoine asked. "Now is our opportunity." "Not a chance," Pierce said. "We're not leaving that valuable cargo behind. It's worth more than 100 of you door kickers." "That fireworks display back there was impressive," Cade said. "The police will be coming soon." Nix turned in a slow circle, watching the road, her AK-47 pressed against her shoulder, ready for action. "We can't get boxed in. We're too exposed here. I don't like it." She had a good point. Eli gestured across the parking lot. "There's a field through those trees, about 500 meters to our 3 o'clock. Take the other trucks there." He turned to Antoine, Cade, Vaughn, and Nix. "You four load the new U-Haul, and fast." Pierce shot him a hard glance. "You better know what you're doing. If you screw us over, I'll tear off your dick with my fingernails." "Flattery will get you nowhere," Eli said. Pierce looked like he wanted to murder him right there. Instead, he reluctantly obeyed. He wanted to live as much as anyone else, and Eli had the most battle experience. Pierce took the rest of the mercenaries and moved the unharmed land cruisers and U-Hauls from the storage facility to the field, which boasted a clear field of fire and a quick exit route if needed. Eli led the second team to the rear of the property, where 4 mid-size U-Haul trucks were parked side by side across from the office. In modern vehicles, entry points into the fuel tanks featured anti-rollover valves to prevent fuel from leaking in a crash. The valves also acted as anti-theft systems, making most siphon systems worthless. Of course, you could still punch a hole in the gas tank beneath the vehicle and catch the fuel in a bucket or similar container, which is exactly what the looters had done. The smell of gasoline reached him as he knelt on the pavement and checked beneath each vehicle. The gas had been siphoned from each one. Without fuel, the trucks were worthless. Urgency crackled through him. For a millisecond, he considered running, saving his own skin. Sawyer wasn't exactly a model citizen, but the Cote family was far worse. If the cartel got a hold of these weapons, hundreds of people, maybe thousands, would die. The Cote family would be equipped with incredible firepower, outgunning the police, the National Guard, and the Coasties. Eli could not let that happen. Once the weapons were back in Munising, he could figure out what to do about Sawyer. If the weapons shipment was lost to the Cote family, there was no getting them back. "What about that truck over there?" Antoine gestured at a vehicle sitting at the end of the row, a dusty navy blue Dodge pickup, the words "Barry's Big Blue Storage" scrawled in bright yellow letters across the side door. "I think that's a diesel." Eli could have kissed him. The fuel tank was intact, since far fewer vehicles used diesel. He had a feeling that would change rapidly. Eli grabbed a fist-sized rock and busted the side passenger window, then unlocked and opened the door. Swiftly, he hot-wired the truck, cutting and crossing wires at the bottom of the dash. Like turning the key to the last position, he completed a circuit with the battery, sending power to the starter. Without a key, the only way to turn it off was to disconnect the battery. That wasn't a problem, since they only needed to drive it once. After a minute, the engine roared to life. The fuel gauge read just over half a tank. Eli didn't let his abject relief show. It was enough fuel to get back to Munising. He hopped out of the truck. "What are you waiting for? Get loading, let's go." Quickly, the mercenaries worked to unload the goods from the damaged U-Haul into the back of the Dodge. 10 minutes later, they were nearly finished. The faint sound of engines rumbled in the distance. "This is Echo Actual. We've got company," Pierce shouted through their headsets. "They're coming in hot." There was no time to react. Sudden gunshots exploded. Rounds pinged the pavement. Chunks of asphalt sprayed the air. 3 meters from where Eli stood, Vaughn jittered and fell to the pavement. He let out an agonized scream. Adrenaline surging, Eli dove behind the VR-10's armored engine block as everyone ran for cover. Antoine slid in beside him and hunkered down. Cade and Nix took the other side. Rounds ripped across the side of the vehicle. Windows splintered. The side panels dented inward from repeated blows. Antoine cursed. "Holy mother of—" "Go to the rear and watch for anyone trying to flank us," Eli shouted at Antoine. The former Legionnaire obeyed without question. He seized his AK and ran toward one of the storage buildings in a half-crouch as rounds whooshed over his head. Weapon up, peering around the fender of the Land Cruiser, Eli scanned until he found the source of the onslaught. At his 12 o'clock, 3 hostiles hunkered between storage buildings at the end of the long, narrow corridor. They crouched on either side of the corridor, using the concrete buildings as cover as they threw down fire. Eli made a split-second decision. "Get in!" Taking turns covering each other, they scrambled into the Land Cruiser. Antoine took the wheel as Eli hurled himself into the passenger seat. Cade and Nix leaped into the back seat. "We're clear," Nix said. Antoine gunned the engine. The Land Cruiser raced down the corridor, bearing down on the men firing at them. 50 meters, then 25, then 10. Rounds struck the windshield, grill, and side panels. Teeth gritted. Eli seized 2 grenades from his battle pouch, tossed one back to Nix, and yanked the pin of the other with his left hand. The armored vehicle drew even with the hostiles. Eli shouted, "Now!" He flung open the door and dropped a frag grenade. Nix did the same on the other side. The grenades bounced and rolled across the concrete. Eli and Nix slammed their doors shut as Antoine mashed down the accelerator. As the grenades detonated, their vehicle shot free of the corridor. Behind them, shrapnel exploded, tearing into flesh and bone with lethal force. Chunks of shrapnel punched into the back of the Toyota, but didn't penetrate. 2 hostiles writhed on the ground, both gravely injured. The third staggered into the open, screaming and clutching at his belly. As soon as they were clear of the blasts, Antoine slammed the brakes, threw the vehicle into reverse, and accelerated backward. The rear fender struck one of the hostiles at 30 miles per hour. Antoine kept going, crushing the man against the building. Eli jerked against the dashboard as a section of the concrete wall caved in behind them. The hostile screamed, his ribs crushed, his internal organs a liquid stew. "Echo 1 to Echo 3 and 4, Eli said into his headset. "I'm going to drive the compound and root out any more uninvited guests. Keep your heads on a swivel." "We'll finish tying down the truck," Cade said. Eli dropped them off at the diesel truck, then climbed into the driver's seat and raced through the complex, searching for any sign of hostiles. The Toyota screeched from building to building, taking the corners so fast the tires screamed in protest. Other than an empty black SUV 1 building over, owned by the thugs he'd just eliminated, the facility was clean. He finished the sweep and headed back toward Dixon and the others. The thumping of rotors filled the air. One of the Hueys flew low and fast over the compound. In the distance, fresh gunfire exploded. A voice crackled through his headset. "Echo Actual for Echo 1. "Go, Echo Actual," Eli said. "We have a hell of a lot of bad guys approaching," Pierce shouted. "The other helo is back and just missed us with another damn RPG. We've got approximately 30 men in front of us, and we are taking fire. Our way out is blocked." "Copy," Eli said. "We're down to 4 men and 1 casualty. I'll send Nix to flank your opposing force, 5 minutes or less." "Don't know if we'll still be here in 5. Pierce sounded unusually rattled, his voice strained. "Hurry the hell up!" Eli parked next to the Dodge, which the team had finished tying down, and hopped out. Cade and Nix looked to Eli for direction, their expressions drawn, faces pale. Though they were ex-military, neither had seen combat like this. "What do we do?" Eli pointed at Nix. "Take the Dodge and head toward Pierce's position. Flank those jackholes before Pierce starts to cry for his mama." Antoine glanced at something on the ground behind one of the U-Hauls. "What about Vaughn?" Even in the stress of battle, Eli had not forgotten about Vaughn. Not for a second. He glanced at the wounded man, relieved he was still this side of hell. Vaughn had managed to drag himself behind one of the U-Hauls for concealment. He sagged against the rear dually tire and clutched at his bloody chest, gulping for air as he held a trauma bandage to his gunshot wound. His face was gray. Competing agendas tore at Eli. He could not let the Canadian cartel lay claim to those weapons. At the same time, he needed Vaughn alive long enough to get answers. "Pope?" Antoine asked, uncertain. His gaze darted between Eli and Vaughn, clearly reluctant to leave a wounded comrade. "What's the plan?" "You go," he said. "I'll take care of Vaughn. I've got to stabilize him or he'll bleed out before we get back to base." Antoine moved for the driver's door of the Dodge, then hesitated.
Pierce would say to leave him. Do I look like Pierce? I don't leave men behind. We'll be just behind you. Now go.
Relieved, Antoine gave a tight nod. He gestured to the others, and they took off for the battle. Gunfire popped in the distance. The afternoon sun baked the humid air. The birds had startled to stillness. The scent of gunpowder, mingled with coppery blood, filled his nostrils as Eli turned to Vaughn. Help me, Vaughn rasped. Eli couldn't help the vicious smile spreading across his face.
Oh, I'm planning on it.
47. Eli Pope, Day 38. Vaughn blinked up at Eli with dull eyes. I'm hit. Eli crouched beside Vaughn, half facing the wounded man, half facing his exposed, vulnerable side. He had dragged Vaughn from the open expanse of the parking lot to the nearest storage building and tucked him between the cinder block wall and a rusted metal dumpster. It wasn't ideal, but offered decent concealment and cover. He strained his ears for approaching threats. The sustained gunfire was distant. The bulk of the fighting had moved to the highway. For the moment, they appeared to be alone. He turned back to Vaughn. This was what he'd been waiting for. This was his moment, his chance. He wouldn't waste it. Don't move, Eli ordered. Eli removed Vaughn's body armor, then, with one hand, unsheathed his knife and sliced open Vaughn's shirt. He resisted the urge to slide the blade between Vaughn's ribs. The bullet had entered beneath the man's right arm, just under his armpit where the armor didn't reach. The round must have skimmed along a rib and ricocheted into his chest cavity. Vaughn sagged against the wall, his bony shoulders hunched inward, his chin lowered, as he stared down at his bloody chest in dismay. His torso was sunken, his ribs sticking out in sharp relief against his pasty flesh. Eli gazed at him with naked revulsion. "Don't let me die," Vaughn cried. "That's entirely up to you." Vaughn sucked in a ragged breath. The wolf eating the snake's tattoo on his neck bobbed with his frantic swallows. "What the hell does that mean?" Eli scanned the parking lot behind them, then took a moment to steady his pulse, to calm himself. Rage burned through him. He wanted to harm this man, to make him bleed and scream, to make him feel an ounce of the terror that he had inflicted upon Shiloh. He did nothing to hide his seething hatred. Stay calm, stay steady, do what needed to be done. Vaughn would suffer, and suffer greatly. He did not care about right or wrong, only vengeance. But this monster had to live long enough for Eli to get answers, which meant Eli had to save him before he could kill him. He did a quick scan of the man's body as he reached for his IFAK. With Vaughn's every gurgling breath, the hole made a terrible sucking sound. Foamy pink blood rimmed the edges of the wound. The bullet had punctured his lung. His lung would likely collapse, followed by shock, coma, and death. "You've got a sucking chest wound." "Then do something about it, damn it!" Eli moved quickly. He had to keep air from going in while still letting air out. He did not have a chest seal in his first aid kit, so he improvised with the packaging the sterile dressing had come in. He peeled open the packaging, then taped the plastic portion over the wound on 3 sides with medical tape, creating a makeshift valve to allow air to escape. Vaughn's breathing eased. Before Vaughn could get comfortable, Eli grabbed 2 flex cuffs from a pouch in his battle belt that Jackson had given him earlier. Behind the dumpster were 2 concrete cylinders, about 4 inches wide and 4 feet tall, which prevented garbage trucks from accidentally caving in a wall when their hydraulic arms emptied the dumpster and set it back into place. Eli fastened one of the cuffs around Vaughn's wrist, looped a second one through the first, leaving it open about 4 inches wide, and raised his arm as he pushed his knee into Vaughn's cadaverous chest. He howled in pain as he tried to push back, gasping for air. He tried to punch Eli left-handed and landed a glancing blow. Eli absorbed it as he reached down, grabbed Vaughn's other arm, shoved the wrist into the opening, and tightened it. Vaughn's arms hung above his head, locked around the concrete pole. There would be no surprises from his suspect. Vaughn's eyes widened with growing horror. What are you doing? Eli leaned back on his heels. We're going to have a conversation, you and I. In the end, if I'm satisfied with your answers, I'll patch you up and we'll get the hell out of here. There's a med center in Newberry that might be open. There was no way this side of hell that Wes Vaughn was getting out of here alive. Even if the bullet wounds didn't end him, Eli certainly would. But he didn't need to know that yet. Hope was a powerful drug. Vaughn writhed, jerking at his bindings, trying in vain to escape. He was trapped like a fish on a line, the hook sunk in deep. You're not going anywhere. The more you exert yourself, the faster you'll bleed out. Vaughn moaned. What the hell are you doing? Eli leaned in close and spoke in a low, dangerous voice. I know you attacked the lighthouse. I know you tried to murder a 13-year-old girl. I don't know what you're talking about. Eli pushed his thumb into the bullet wound. Vaughn's entire body stiffened, muscles straining as he screamed. You think dumping that bone-handled knife of yours in Dixon's cabin was going to deflect suspicion? It was a dumb move. Besides, she shot you. It was a graze, but she still got you, didn't she? You've got the wrong man. Eli punched Vaughn's left thigh. Vaughn howled. Eli gave a menacing smile. I saw you limping that first day. I knew it was you. It happened during the FEMA ambush, I swear. Liar. I didn't do it. Whatever you're accusing me of. I didn't, man. Your intel is wrong. My intel is spot on. Vaughn gasped shallow, panting breaths. Greasy sweat dripped down his forehead. Veins stood out across his pinched features. Who the hell are you? To you, I'm death. Pierce was right. You're a spy. You're Cross's patsy. You're a cop or a DEA agent. I'm here for me, for my reasons. Think very carefully before you answer. How and what you say will determine whether you live or die. Eli pulled a multi-purpose tool from his chest rig and tugged the pliers out. He sat the tool on the ground as Vaughn eyed the tool with an expression that was a cross between consternation, dismay, and absolute terror. What's that for? You know what it's for. Screw you! You attacked the lighthouse. I didn't! I'm not a forgiving man, nor am I a gullible one. Start singing, or you will fast lose your usefulness to me. Vaughn gave a slurred curse. You attacked a woman and a child and tried to kill them. Unluckily for you, they fought back. Vaughn's eyes rolled in his skull, wild, desperate. No, I followed you that night after the bonfire, watched you climb in Dixon's window. He inhaled ragged gasps. It's hard to breathe. Eli watched him intently. He was struggling, gulping at oxygen like a beached fish. One side of his chest appeared larger than the other. The veins on his neck bulged. It's called a pneumothorax. Your lung is collapsing. Damn you! Admit the truth, then I'll help you. Vaughn's eyes widened with stark fear. I can't breathe. You're drowning.
surrounded by air. How does that feel?
Eli felt nothing but contempt. Loathing seared Eli to his very bones. It went against every cell in his body to render medical aid to this man.
You ready to squeal like a stuck pig?
You'll kill me anyway.
You're dead for certain without me.
Vaughn weighed the odds for a fraction of a second. He was human, after all. He wanted to live. He was desperate to live.
Okay,
he gasped.
Okay.
Eli listened to the rate and distance of the gunfire for a moment, alert to footsteps, to movement. Then he reached into his IFAK and pulled out a packaged 14-gauge needle. He ripped off the packaging, placed the needle on the right side of Vaughn's chest, and jammed it into the 5th intercostal space between his ribs, even with the nipple line. There was an audible popping sound. Vaughn heaved, sucking in air. Within moments, his color improved dramatically. Eli taped a makeshift valve for decompression over the end of the needle. To have any chance at survival, Vaughn needed a chest tube, an IV, and a surgical team on standby. None of those options were available.
Start talking.
Vaughn's bloodshot eyes met Eli's, resignation in his gaze.
Yeah, I tossed the knife. So what? I wasn't gonna get caught with it in case the sheriff came sniffing around. My dad gave it to me. I wasn't just going to throw it away. It was safe in Dixon's cabin. And you could finger him if and when the sheriff investigated.
Vaughn shrugged, as if to say, obviously.
You tried to kill a 13-year-old girl. It didn't start that way, I swear. We were supposed to scare them, put the fear of God into them, into Jackson. Then
Vaughn caught the flash of rage in Eli's eyes and changed his mind mid-sentence.
The paramedic woman, I mean. She ripped the mask off Peterson's face. Then we had to eliminate them. It all went sideways. They weren't supposed to have weapons.
Vaughn coughed wetly.
It was a job. That's it. Nothing personal.
It was extremely personal to Eli Pope. He clenched his jaw, fists flexing as he forced himself not to punch the man's teeth into his esophagus.
Why? None of my business. Who sent you?
Vaughn flinched. He was scared of whoever it was. He should be more scared of Eli. Eli decided to switch tactics.
Where's your ring? What ring? I don't have. Maybe you killed those other women too.
Confusion twisted his features.
What the hell? No, that wasn't me. You strangled them. You left those broken heart lockets as your call sign, you sick freak. Cross thinks it's you.
Eli lied. He hadn't had a chance to inform Jackson about Vaughn's missing ring.
You're in his crosshairs, and now you're in mine. No, they caught the guy. Boone! It was Boone! He had a partner. Not me! They found your ring in one of the graves.
Eli didn't think Vaughn was capable of losing more color, but he did. His face went fish-belly white. He blinked as if bewildered.
Not mine. Oh yeah? Then where is it?
A flicker crossed behind his eyes. It was his tell. He was lying.
I don't know. I lost it. There's a band of white on your finger, the exact width of the ones Sawyer made custom for his top guys, his brotherhood. You've worn it for a long time. Until recently. How the hell do you figure that? The tan lines are deep. So are the markings where the band cut into the flesh. I lost it. Where did you lose it? Nowhere. Around? I don't remember.
Eli leaned back.
Wrong answer. I told you, I don't know.
Eli went on instinct. His gut told him there was more to this. Vaughn was a stone-cold criminal, a murderer, certainly. But it took something else to derive pleasure from torturing women and children. Something rotten and twisted, a brokenness deep down in the soul. His years in Big Army, and then as a ranger, had trained him to detect nonverbal cues from the smallest tick or muscle movement, the slightest flicker of the eyes. 8 years in prison, dealing with thugs, gangsters, and hardened killers, had honed that skill to a razor's edge. He wasn't certain that Vaughn was the serial killer. If he wasn't, he still knew things. There were secrets locked inside his head that Eli needed to pry out before Vaughn died. Eli reached for the multi-tool. He flicked open the pliers.
No, no, no,
Vaughn cried.
You don't have to do this, man.
Eli hesitated. Jackson's voice echoed inside his head like a warning. Once he began the task of enhanced interrogation, aka torture, there was no going back. He risked tainting any evidence he uncovered. Vaughn's confession would be worthless in a trial. He was about to commit a felony, or worse. But he didn't care. He was committed to the violence required of him. Jackson would be appalled. But Jackson was not here. There would be no trial for this waste of oxygen. No courts, no lawyers in Armani suits civilly discussing the intricacies of esoteric laws. Civilized society was a facade that was crumbling by the second. This was how justice would be served moving forward, how good would win. Lena flashed through his mind. Again, he hesitated. Lena would not approve either. He was doing this for her, for Shiloh. Maybe she would hate him for it, but he couldn't stop himself. This was the only way. Eli let his hatred burn through him, letting his wrath fester, until blood was the only thing he craved. This man had hurt Shiloh Easton. There was no pass for that in Eli's world. For that act alone, Vaughn would die. 48. Eli Pope, Day 38. Eli seized Vaughn's left thumb and put the end of the pliers around it. Vaughn squealed and tried to pull his hand away, but he was weak from blood loss and chained to the pillar.
What the hell are you doing?
Eli squeezed. He squeezed harder, tighter and tighter as Vaughn struggled. Vaughn heaved for oxygen that wouldn't come. His cry was a raspy squeak. His thin lips had turned blue. You asked me who I am? I'm not a cop, so I don't have to play by their rules. Vaughn made a terrified gurgling sound deep in his throat. I can do things to you that no cop, sheriff, or DEA agent could ever dream of. The kind of things that happen to prisoners in dank caves in Afghanistan and prisons in Syria. Do you understand?
Stop, please.
I'm going to start working on the rest of your fingers. And then I'll move south. Eli gave a cold, merciless smile. That's right. You know exactly what I'm going to do.
You can't,
Vaughn cried in desperation.
Don't you dare!
Eli reached down, undid Vaughn's belt, and opened the top button of his pants. I'm your worst nightmare. Vaughn nodded like he believed him, frantic and gasping, his mouth opening and closing like an air-starved fish.
Please, please!
Eli removed his hands from the man's crotch. Talk. Vaughn sagged against his restraints, panting. Tears ran down his concave cheeks in rivulets.
Whatever I tell you, it can't come from me. He'll kill me.
Scout's honor, Eli said. The ring.
He stole it, okay? It was stolen. That's all. I've been wearing gloves to hide it because Sawyer would get pissed. I've got a sweet deal here. No reason to lose it over something so jacked up as a dumb ring. Sawyer. He gets weird about loyalty." Eli nodded like he understood, as if he cared. "When was it stolen?" "A few weeks ago, after the blood-red skies, after the super flares hit. Sawyer had moved us to the island. I don't remember the exact day. It was all crazy." "Before or after law enforcement caught Boone and found his cabin?" Vaughn wriggled, attempting to sit up, to take in more oxygen, but it wasn't working. Blood puddled the concrete beneath him, seeping outward in an expanding puddle. "I don't know." Eli grasped another finger and applied intense pressure. "After!" Vaughn cried. "I remember hearing about it when Sawyer heard about that kid he used to let hang around. The kid who drowned. That Boone drove off the cliff. He got pissed like I've never seen him." "Like how?" "Dark. And furious. Dangerous. Like if you said the wrong thing, he'd shoot you in the head without a second thought. Dixon said that boy was Sawyer's kid." "Cody. His name was Cody." Eli didn't want to think of Sawyer as a grieving father. "The ring." "The next day, I realized it was gone. I took it off that night and left it on my nightstand. Then I went hunting with Dixon and Cade. The next morning when I came back, it wasn't there. That's it. I swear it." Eli considered Vaughn's words, the dilation of his pupils. He appeared to be telling the truth. If the killer had lost his ring while grave digging, he could have stolen Vaughn's to hide the evidence that pointed to him. "Who stole it?" Eli asked. "I don't know." "That's a lie." "I said I don't know." "You have suspicions." Vaughn grimaced. His emaciated body quaked. He took shallow, grunting gasps. He was bleeding internally and going into shock. Eli needed him conscious and alive for a bit longer. "Dixon said 6 guys have one of the special rings." "That's right. Sawyer's Brotherhood. The ones he trusts the most. The ones who have proven their loyalty." "I know the 6. Pierce, Dixon, Cade, Antoine, Cyrus, and you." "And Sawyer. He wears his on a chain around his neck, under his clothes, like dog tags." Eli had noticed the chain. Of course, Sawyer would wish to be included in a brotherhood without actually serving his country, without risking a hair on his head or sacrificing a thing. Eli put his left hand around Vaughn's throat and attached the pliers to his other thumb. "Who stole your ring?" Vaughn began hyperventilating. "Don't! You don't have to!" Eli went to work on the thumb. Vaughn was a slow learner. The man shrieked in pain. He gritted his jaw and scrunched his eyes, arching his back, trying to lean forward, though his restraints wouldn't allow it. Eli switched gears again to keep him off balance. "Who sent you to the lighthouse?" "No one." Vaughn's terrified, shifty eyes gave him away. "I told you, it was me. I decided to do it alone." "For what reason? You have no ties to them, no connection, no reason to go after them. You were sent there. Someone told you to go. Someone with sway enough that you obeyed." "No." "Wrong answer." Vaughn's eyelids fluttered from the pain, the collapsed wound, the shock, the blood loss. Pick a number. Eli was losing him. Eli grasped Vaughn's jaw with his free hand. "Stay with me. Was it Sawyer? Answer me." His eyelids fluttered. "Yes, Sawyer." Vaughn had told Eli what he thought Eli wanted to hear. He had a hunch. He might be wrong, with disastrous consequences. Or he could be right. "It wasn't Sawyer," he said. Vaughn blinked. "Sawyer gives the orders. Of course it was." "Sawyer is many things. He doesn't kill little girls. He has no reason to hurt Lena. And he was pissed as hell when his men went missing. He didn't know." "You don't know that." "I do. The same person who gave you the order to attack the lighthouse is the same person who stole your ring, isn't it?"
Eli saw the truth of it in his eyes. His hunch was correct. Vaughn's lips had turned blue. His skin was cool to the touch and clammy. His pulse weak and thready, his heart rate tachycardic at 160 beats a minute. He was in shock and would lose consciousness within a minute or two.
"Tell me the truth."
"He told me it was from Sawyer. I had no reason to disbelieve it."
"Give me a name."
"I'm dying."
"Give me a name."
Urine soaked Vaughn's pants, mingling with the blood pooling on the cement. He cursed Eli in a weak, trembling voice. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, tears leaking down his gaunt face. Eli felt no sympathy. He felt nothing but a cold, dark rage that burned with unquenchable fire. He did what he needed to do until Vaughn feared him, feared what he would do next more than anything else. He was a conjurer of nightmares, the devil in the flesh.
"A name,"
he demanded. Vaughn's erratic breathing rattled from his chest. His haggard features contorted in extreme agony. He gurgled a word, barely audible.
"A name, damn it!"
Vaughn gave it to him. This time, Eli believed him. He leaned in close and smiled at Vaughn. It was the smile of the Grim Reaper, filled with violence.
"That was my daughter in the lighthouse."
Vaughn's pupils contracted.
I didn't know."
In the distance, rapid gunfire exploded. The gunfight was heating up. Eli gazed at Vaughn with revulsion. He set down the pliers and picked up his combat knife.
"You promised."
"If I had my way, I'd pull out your fingernails and toenails with pliers. I'd cut out your tongue and feed it back to you. Luckily for you, I'm out of time." With great prejudice, Eli plunged the tactical knife into Vaughn's heaving chest. He twisted hard before pulling it out. He wiped the bloody blade on the man's pant leg. Vaughn shuddered with death spasms. Eli watched, impassive, as the last light bled from Vaughn's eyes, until only darkness reflected back at him. Eli rose heavily to his feet. As he turned away, he said, "Consider that an act of mercy." 49. Eli Pope, Day 38. Eli raced across the field to join the battle. Machine gun fire raked the side of the Land Cruiser. Steam billowed from the engine. Radiator fluid and oil leaked from a dozen impacts. The vehicle jolted to a halt as Eli threw open the door and flung himself to the ground, searching for targets through his scope as he crab-crawled across the grass to where Antoine, Cade, and Nix huddled behind the Dodge pickup, where the engine block offered decent cover.
"Where's Vaughn?"
Antoine shouted.
"Couldn't save him. Too far gone."
It was like dropping into a fighting hole with a nest of vipers. Any one of these mercenaries would as soon put a bullet in his back as wish him a good day. Maybe except Nix and Dixon, but Dixon was dead. If he wanted to get out of this alive, he'd have to depend on them and they on him. Eli peered around the side of the Dodge. The crack of rifle fire filled the air. Gun smoke swirled from the tree line 50 meters north of them, and more gunfire blasted to the south. The team hadn't managed to flank the cartel troops and link up with Pierce as planned. He squeezed the trigger and fired several rounds at a series of muzzle flashes in the woods across the highway. His first shots went wide. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he reacquired the target and fired again. This time, a figure dropped. His breathing slowed, his pulse steadying. He was in battle mode. focused on eliminating all threats. He pushed everything else down deep. He did not think of what he'd just learned from Vaughn or the ramifications. He couldn't afford to. A split second of distraction was the difference between life and death. To the southeast, Pierce and 3 mercenaries crouched behind their land cruiser, raking the trees across the road with gunfire. Flames engulfed the second land cruiser, black smoke billowing skyward. A mercenary slumped against the front right tire, unconscious or dead, blood smearing the side of his skull. Several cartel members engaged in a fierce firefight with the third land cruiser from behind 2 black SUVs across the highway. 2 two-man teams took turns covering each other and firing upon Sawyer's men. 2 hostiles appeared around the corner of one of the U-Haul trucks, firing submachine guns. Puffs of dirt and gravel pocked the ground not 5 feet from Eli's position. Antoine twisted and cut them both down with his AK, but not before one of them got off a last burst. With a shriek of pain, Cade tumbled backward. On his back, he dropped his weapon and fumbled at his chest. Eli ducked down and checked him over. 2 rounds had punched him right in the solar plexus. Luckily, he wore ceramic plates in his tactical vest. He'd have a hell of a bruise, but his internal organs were still intact. "You're okay," Eli said over the ringing in his ears. "You're okay." Dully, Cade nodded, his pupils dilated in shock. "Man down!" Someone yelled into Eli's headset. He didn't know who'd been hit. Eli spotted 2 hostiles at his 3 o'clock. They unleashed a burst of suppressive fire before diving into a shallow depression across the highway, 20 meters northwest of Eli's defensive position. "Damn, they're getting close," Nix cried. The cartel pushed hard to the right. Here and there among the vehicles and the trees, armed figures popped up, running 5 to 10 meters before dropping down behind cover. At least 40 men were advancing. With each sprint, they drew closer and closer. The cartel moved in packs, like marauding hyenas. They were gaining ground faster than they could be eliminated. Antoine looked east, scanning the trees. "Shooters on both sides of the road!" he shouted over the rat-a-tat of gunfire. Fear scythed through Eli. They were about to get pinned down. Correction, they were about to be overrun. If Eli and his team didn't move, they wouldn't outlast the next 3 minutes. At least the choppers had disappeared. Likely they'd returned to base to refuel and reload. When those helos re-entered the fight, bringing death and destruction with them, the odds of survival would drop significantly. The math was crystal clear. Unless something changed quickly, this was it. Fear threatened to overwhelm him, a terror like he'd never felt, not for himself, for Shiloh and Lena. He needed to protect them. He hadn't realized how desperately he wanted to live until this moment. "Get those saws up and running," Eli shouted into his headset. From his position to the east, Pierce and his team had set up the 2 saws they'd borrowed from one of the U-Haul trucks. Antoine had the 3rd. The saws poured 5.56 rounds onto the field. As soon as the first saw fired the last round from its box, the second saw opened up while the other crew reloaded. There were other weapons in the trucks, 81mm mortars and Mark 19 belt-fed grenade launchers. But they were securely packed, and who knew where the ammo was? They'd have to figure something out before the saws ran dry. Nix did a tactical reload. "We're running low on ammo!" "We could use one of your bright ideas, super soldier," Pierce growled over the radio. Eli eliminated a hostile, firing from the trees across the road. He swept his muzzle back and forth. "I'm working on it." There were no good options, only scenarios that might buy them a few more minutes, if they were lucky. Think, damn it. He had to think, or they were all dead. "This is Echo 4. I'm out," Cade said. "Echo 3. I'm on my last magazine. Nix said. Ahead to Eli's right, a shallow ditch overgrown with weeds and tall grasses deepened for several hundred meters. 50 meters beyond that, the ditch crossed behind the cartel's trucks and SUVs. A seed of an idea sprouted in his mind. To have any chance, they needed to impede the cartel's ability to move and communicate. In the Army, one of his survival instructors used to say, if you're trapped, sometimes the only way out is through. He spoke into his headset. This is Echo 1. There's a ditch that runs diagonally behind the enemy line. Antoine and I are going to crawl to it, bringing a saw with us. When we get in position, Cade and Nix will dump smoke using the GP-34s. Make it thick. I want them to buy the ploy that we're going to make a head-on attack. When I give the signal, pour on the firepower like there's no tomorrow. When you do, after about 30 seconds, we're going to open up with the saw at close range. When you hear it, have everyone head for the land cruisers except one of the saw crews. Keep on them to create panic and confusion. I'm listening, Pierce said. When you hear us rip into their flank, drive across the field north of their position. The field is still covered with smoke. Almost half of their vehicles are located over there, and they're empty. When you get there, spray the engines with armor-piercing rounds. Use what grenades you have, then get the hell out of there. This was as good an exfil as they were going to get. Copy that, Pope, Pierce said. Let's do this. Eli glanced at Antoine, hoping desperately that the mercenary had what it took. Eli had no choice. He had to trust this man with his life. Antoine's face was filmed in soot and dirt, the whites of his eyes visible, fear etching his face. Scared, didn't begin to describe it. Eli was scared too. His terror didn't matter. They were soldiers. Fear was the thing you ran into, not away from. You ready? He asked. Antoine didn't hesitate. Ready. Eli pointed at the ditch ahead. Cover me. Copy that? Rounds tore through asphalt and spit dirt. The boom of gunfire rang in his ears, thrumming in his teeth, pounding in his chest. Trepidation churned in his gut. His heart banged against his ribs, his mouth gritty and dry. Behind him, Antoine laid down cover fire. Dropping his rifle onto its sling, Eli hefted the heavy saw onto his back, leaped to his feet, and raced across 30 meters of open ground. Slugs punched the earth to his right. Eli threw himself into the ditch, slammed to the ground, and rolled onto his chest into a prone firing position, the saw digging into his stomach and chest. Rocks cut into his forearms, pain radiating up his shoulder, spreading through his ribs like fire. The depression was slight. Hopefully, it would be enough. He raised himself, shouldered the saw, and immediately scanned for threats. To the south, at his 3 o'clock, a hostile fired in his direction. Dirt puffed 2 meters from his position. Eli twisted, sighted the front window of the truck where the hostile was leaning out, and let several rounds fly. His first salvo missed. His second didn't. The hostile shuddered and flopped. His shredded body hung from the window. Eli scanned north, searching for more hostiles, then laid down cover fire as Antoine scurried across open pavement and dove into the ditch. He'd barely landed before his head popped up and he fired a burst southward at a hostile attempting to approach, using the SUVs for cover. Eli caught the gleam of a rifle barrel peeking out from the front of a truck. Make that 2 hostiles. They moved like trained operators, in pairs, one covering the other, leapfrogging from vehicle to vehicle. One aimed his rifle at Antoine's protruding head. "Get down!" he screamed. Antoine dropped. Eli fired off a short burst over the man's prone form, nailing the first hostile with 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head. The second hostile retreated to cover. Antoine coughed dirt and ran a trembling hand over the top of his head. "Thanks, man.
You had my back there. Your back? More like your skull was almost popped like a grape. You still have my thanks, brother. Don't get sappy on me, Antoine grunted. We're probably not getting out of here. They kept their heads down. They had no air support, no medevac for the wounded. They were overwhelmed by superior numbers. Things were dire, and they both knew it. The odds are not in our favor. I wanted to visit Rome before I croaked. See the Colosseum where the gladiators fought, you know? Antoine's voice shook. Damn it! An image of Lena flashed through Eli's mind. Her smile, that sparkle in her eyes. He needed to make it back, had to make it back, to apologize to Lena, to tell Shiloh the truth, come what may. He had too much to do, to say, to make right. Screw these bastards. Your butt is never getting to Rome, Eli said. But we're going home, both of us. Just another Sunday, right? Antoine muttered. Eli choked out a grim laugh. Tell Pierce to go, and then I'm gonna rock these guys 30 seconds after that. Get ready. Antoine nodded. Echo Actual, we're in position. Go, go, go! Smoke grenades arced through the air toward the cartel line. Within seconds, thick white smoke billowed across the road. The rolling smoke swiftly covered an area of over 100 yards. Deafening gunfire erupted as Pierce's men let loose. In turn, the cartel increased its rate of fire. Their complete focus turned to the front element. A dozen men stepped out from behind cover as they moved in force toward Pierce's defensive position, just as Eli had hoped they would. Eli rose up and unleashed the saw. In this moment, he was a warrior, a deathbringer, an angel of destruction to all who stood in his way. 50. Eli Pope, Day 38. Eli swung toward the line of trucks and SUVs, firing the saw. Rounds blasted the road. Chunks of asphalt exploded as bullets stitched across a dozen bodies. Shapes in the smoke jittered and dropped. Eli and Antoine had effectively flanked the enemy. As the cartel moved toward Pierce's position, Eli and Antoine cut down as many hostiles as possible. Gunfire from a dozen positions rained down on them. Eli and Antoine flattened themselves. Eli tasted dirt in his mouth. Grass and stones dug into his flesh. Antoine made short, controlled bursts with his AK, covering their position while Eli reloaded the saw. They had 4 more boxes of ammo. Eli switched out his box drum for a fresh one that held 200 rounds of tracers and armor-piercing bullets. Slugs tore up the bushes behind the ditch. Supersonic rounds cracked the air mere feet over their heads. Antoine cursed a colorful litany of insults. Eli flipped the belt into place, dropped the feed cover, and reacquired his target, focusing on the road between Pierce's team and the cartel's position. Once more, the saw poured 5.56 rounds onto the field, riddling the oncoming enemy line. He shouted into his headset, "All Echo units, retreat! Get the vehicles moving now!" Taking advantage of the confusion Eli and Antoine had created, Pierce's team pushed forward. Seconds later, 2 of the land cruisers sprinted across the smoke-covered field. A dozen hostiles never saw the vehicles until it was too late. The lead land cruiser ran into 2 hazy shapes, cutting them down like traffic cones. Another dropped beneath the 3rd land cruiser's tires and was crushed. Gunfire flew from every direction. In their confusion and panic, the enemy hit each other with friendly fire. Between the thick smoke and gunfire from multiple directions, chaos reigned. Rounds pinged off the beaten-up Toyotas. Though armored, they were never meant to be used like this.
but it sure as hell beat running across an open field without protection. The vehicles rumbled and bounced over uneven ground, dim shapes in the hazy smoke, as they reached several of the cartel's parked vehicles and opened fire, barely slowing. "We're running low," Antoine said. Eli laid down a last blast of fire, delivering death with every round. The saw ran dry. "Time to go." He gave a half-crazed laugh. "Si vous voulez." Antoine shot him a shaky grin. "Merci." And then they were up and running along the ditch, headed back for the Toyota. They could barely see through the thick reddish haze. Antoine leapfrogged Eli, laying down cover fire, rounds impacting all around them. They dove for cover behind the bullet-riddled Land Cruiser. On his knees behind the armored engine block, Eli did a tactical reload with his last magazine, then dared a glance over the hood. His stomach dropped. The enemy was coming at them from all sides. The other Echo teams had escaped, but it wasn't looking good for Eli and Antoine. "I think we're trapped, brother," Antoine said. Eli stiffened. "You hear that?" "Hear what?" Antoine dropped his last magazine. "I'm out." The deep growl of engines filtered through the gunfire. The noise grew louder and louder. Screaming sirens split the air. From the east, half a dozen vehicles burst through the smoke. Several armored personnel carriers raced up to the rear of the cartel. As many patrol cars followed, hot on their heels, sirens wailing and lights blazing. Eli's legs went rubbery with relief. The National Guard had arrived, along with a bevy of law enforcement officers. This was their chance. "Echo 1! Echo 1!" Nix shouted through her headset. "Get the hell out of there!" More gunfire rang out as the cartel turned and fired on the guard formation. The chain guns on the M113 personnel carriers raked the cartel's vehicles. One of the cartel's SUVs burst into a massive fireball. Flames surged 30 feet into the air. Several cartel men fell from the vehicle, screaming, engulfed in flames. The National Guard made short work of them. Eli let himself feel the first inkling of hope. It was short-lived. The thrum of helicopter rotors pounded the air. The Hueys headed back for another run, appearing like deadly raptors from above, searching for prey. One of the helos hovered above a carrier and unleashed an RPG. It streaked through the air and hit the armored carrier squarely on the top where the armor was thin. With a tremendous boom, it exploded. Fire and smoke belched skyward. Another carrier burst into flames as multiple RPGs rained down. Explosions shook the ground. A police car burst into flames. The cartel had professional contractors at their disposal, ex-military, trained to kill and experienced in combat zones around the world. The air support with the Hueys gave them a dreadful advantage. Eli stared in astonished horror. He had never seen anything like it this side of the Atlantic. This was a nightmare scenario from Syria or Afghanistan or Ukraine. The guardsmen and officers appeared stunned, their reactions sluggish. They hadn't expected such a brazen display of brutality. Most of them had never experienced combat or this scale of violence. This was a baptism by fire. Within minutes, the surviving guardsmen and officers had retreated to cover behind the remaining carriers and patrol cars. The rate of fire was tremendous. Rounds pelted the ground, punching through metal, shattering glass, and piercing flesh and bone. Antoine seized his arm. "We've got to go!" They catapulted into action. Eli leaped into the Land Cruiser while Antoine sprinted to the Dodge. Shaken, Eli watched the rapidly retreating scene in the rearview mirror. He couldn't drag his gaze away. For a terrible instant, he saw the grim stretch of highway as it would look tomorrow. A graveyard of bodies, the ground soaked in blood as crows feasted, shards of glass and spent brass glittering in the indifferent sunlight. He fled the carnage. Eli hunched forward in the driver's seat, eyes gritty, hands trembling as he gripped the steering wheel, his whole body throbbing. He'd survived. They had lost 5 men, including Wes Vaughn. The convoy had escaped with most of the weapons, keeping them out of the hands of the savage Cote family. And he had a name for Jackson. Eli tried to tell himself this was a win. Instead, despair knotted his stomach. The air still tasted like death. 51. Shiloh Easton, Day 40. 40 days after the murders of her grandfather and brother, Shiloh went to Ruby Carpenter's house. She stalked past Mrs. Carpenter, entered Ruby's darkened bedroom, and dragged her up onto her feet and outside to the car by her hair. Ruby squealed and fought her, arms windmilling weakly, but Shiloh did not care. "I'm taking her to the lighthouse," she told Ruby's mother, who watched in dull shock, blinking against the sunlight spearing through the open doorway. Lena sat in the driver's seat of the tan turd. Shiloh pushed Ruby into the back seat, ignoring her indignant cries. Before they could depart, Mrs. Carpenter threw open the passenger door and hopped inside. "Whatever is happening, you aren't leaving me behind." When they reached the lighthouse, Lena parked and got out. "Are you hungry, Michelle? I have a couple of cans of chili I can heat up on the wood stove. And Mrs. Grady brought over some of her homemade bread." Mrs. Carpenter hesitated, hovering near the vehicle, as if afraid to take her eyes off of her daughter. "I wouldn't want to take your food. I know folks' supplies are running low." "I'm offering because I want to. Come on in. We've got ginseng tea and honey, too." Mrs. Carpenter's eyes widened. Her eyes were too big for her face, her cheeks sunken. Shiloh figured she had been giving her meager meals to Ruby. "The girls will be fine." Lena slung her arm around Mrs. Carpenter's shoulder and steered her toward the cottage. The women left the girls alone, but for Bear, who leaped and frolicked at their feet, sensing an adventure might be underway. He chuffed and nuzzled Ruby's hands, while she stood limp next to the van. As if rousing herself from a deep sleep, the girl scratched behind his ears. "Come with me," Shiloh commanded. Ruby obeyed. She followed Shiloh meekly, her shoulders bent, head down, feet shuffling. She wore sallow, sweat-stained pajamas that hung from her body like her shoulders were coat hangers. Shiloh caught a whiff of body odor as they walked across the meadow to the rocky cove. Sedgegrass swished their shins as daisies and buttercups nodded in the breeze. The late afternoon sun shone bright in the empty bowl of the sky, blue as a Crayola crayon. The lake stretched to the horizon. Shiloh led them to the western edge with the tide pools caught among the larger rocks and pointed to a spot of sand. "Sit down." Ruby slumped to the ground. Shiloh sank down beside her. They sat for long minutes without speaking. The shadow of the lighthouse tower stretched across the ground behind them. The tide curved at their feet, wavelets fringed with white froth, rolling up and wetting their feet, their bottoms. Neither girl seemed to care. While Ruby sat, staring out at nothing, Shiloh sifted through the sand, searching for her favorite beach stones, Petoskey, agate, igneous volcanic rock, and euperlites, which glowed under blacklight. They sat in her palm like glittering jewels. Cody would have wanted to paint them. He'd liked rock hunting with her. The euperlites had always been his favorite. Shiloh held one out to Ruby. "It's a greenstone," she said, as if Ruby didn't know, but of course she did. She'd grown up here too. "It's the coolest one I've found." A glossy, jade-colored rock the size of a robin's egg. The greenstone was round and smooth, clear green, with veins of lighter green running through it. like a marble, but natural, formed and polished over time by the pounding pressure of the waves. "It's for you," she said. Ruby's fingers closed around it. "You think about him," Shiloh said. "He's still inside your head." Ruby went rigid. She didn't need to say his name. It felt wrong to speak the horror aloud in such a beautiful place. Or maybe that uncomfortable feeling was what they needed. Both of them. Shiloh picked up a piece of beach glass and closed her fist around it. "He put you in the ground. He threw you into that dark hole. And sometimes you feel like you're still down there, that you can't climb out, that you never will. But you did, Ruby. You did that. You're in the sun now." Ruby didn't answer. "Do you remember how you gnawed the ropes with your teeth? How you made a knot with that rope and beat the trap door for hours and hours without giving up? That's how I heard you. Do you remember?" Still, Ruby did not respond. Shiloh began to fear that she wouldn't. "I think you've forgotten," Shiloh said. "Not here," she pointed at her temple. "But here," she pointed at Ruby's heart. Ruby dug her feet into the sand. The water rushed up and sucked at their toes. Ruby's toenails hadn't been trimmed in weeks and were too long. They sat in silence. Shiloh would outwait Ruby. She was infinitely stubborn. They watched the sand, the waves, the sinking sun setting fire to the sky. Rafts of clouds tinged tangerine, scarlet, and watermelon pink. The man who had put that fear and devastation in Ruby's eyes was dead. It was a small comfort. There was another one out there. Shiloh could feel him like a demon stalking the shadows, a flesh-eating monster haunting her dreams. Sometimes, when she closed her eyes, she could sense the things she could no longer remember. Snippets, blurred images, flashes of sound. A steady thumping in the middle of the night. A dark shadow moving stealthily through moonlight. Shiloh stared out at the water, listening and watching, her chest expanding, her heart, her lungs, her fingers, and her toes. Out here was the only place where she felt safe. Here, and up in the lighthouse. She knew Ruby felt it too. She must feel it. The water darkened to indigo. The frothy tops tinged pink like icing. Gradually the sky lost its color. Bats soared and swooped above the treetops to the west, chasing mosquitoes. Faint ribbons of green and purple undulated across the heavens, barely visible to the human eye. "It's still here," Ruby said finally. "What is?" "The aurora." Shiloh cupped a handful of sand and let it sift between her fingers. "Lena says it's the after effects of the solar flares." Beyond the faint ripples in the atmosphere, thousands of tiny pinpricks of light appeared, a billion twinkling galaxies looking down on them. "They're still here too," Shiloh said. "What do you mean?" "The stars. They're still here. The same ones that existed yesterday, and 100 years ago, and 100 years from now. And tomorrow." "So what?" "They're still shining in all this darkness. It doesn't matter how dark the night gets. They're still here. So are we." Ruby made a non-committal sound in the back of her throat. "We aren't going to be better tomorrow. But one day, we're going to make it a whole hour without thinking of him, or his ugly, stupid face. And then 2 hours, and then an entire day. And that's how it starts." "How what starts?" Ruby asked in a whisper, her voice like rustling leaves. "Living," Shiloh said. After a moment, Ruby slipped her hand into Shiloh's. Her fingers were thin and small and trembling. It felt good. That warmth, that softness, that felt like something real. Shiloh squeezed her hand. Ruby squeezed back. 52. Jackson Cross, Day 40. I've got something. Devin plopped down on Jackson's unmade bed, looked around, and scrunched up her nose in distaste. You're living in a pigsty, you know. Jackson shrugged. I've been busy. She eyed him, his disheveled clothing, the room in disarray. I can see that. It was 7 p.m. after yet another draining day, but Devin looked amped, her eyes bright as new pennies. Out with it. I was looking into the rehab centers like we talked about, so I visited the Great Lakes place in Marquette. They wouldn't give me access to our victims' files, but I saw something else. She pulled out a familiar blue pamphlet with yellow lettering. They had these flyers stacked on the reception desk. A jolt of recognition flared through him. The same ones were at the Copper Harbor doctor's office. Correct. They're for Summa Pharmaceuticals, headquartered here in the UP. Jackson played the devil's advocate. That's not so unusual. Summa is well known around here. Right, but it got me thinking. We believe our unsub travels for work, right? A pharmaceutical rep goes around to doctors' offices and promotes his company's meds. That would fit. I thought so too. I figured he might work for Summa. Their headquarters in Manistee was closed. No surprise there. So I started knocking on doors until I found someone who could give me the name and address of a Summa employee. I was able to track down an administrator from HR. She took a little convincing, but she wanted to help once I told her about the victims. Without her bosses or legal breathing down her neck, she said she could do whatever she wanted. She had an old list of employees in a desk drawer that she'd used for a volunteer pickleball tournament to boost morale or something like that. It's just a list of names, but it's something. Jackson looked at the list. He read it once, twice. He blinked, then blinked again. The familiar name was still there. He'd heard it before, read it before, somewhere. He closed his eyes and racked his brain. He opened his eyes. Where are the sign-in books for the doctor's office from 2008? Devin rifled through a box of files, then a second box. Triumphant, she yanked out the dusty blue sign-in book. Right here. Jackson thumbed through it, scanning the spidery signatures, page after page. There. He'd found it. He slapped the book on the desk and pointed. Does that look like the same name? She peered at the tiny signature. C.L. Jefferson. C.L. Jefferson is on the employee list for Summa Pharmaceuticals, and his signature is in the Copper Harbor Family Medicine sign-in book several times. The last signature is April 2008, a month before Elise McNeely goes missing. That places C.L. Jefferson at her workplace. Devin whistled. The hairs rose on the back of his neck. He had that feeling. The feeling a hunter gets when he catches the scent of his prey. That would explain how the unsub met Elise at work without being a patient or employee, and why he slipped through the cracks in the initial investigation back in 2008. Devin's pupils were huge in the kerosene lamplight. It's why the local vice cops didn't know her either. She didn't get drugs from the streets, but from this guy. If he worked as a pharmaceutical rep, he'd have lots of samples. They're in recovery, and he lures them in with free opioids. Jackson nodded. What about his full name? Social security number? Any identification information? Believe me, I asked. That info is part of payroll in their online database, unfortunately. The guy in charge of payroll was out of town when the CMEs hit and never made it back. However, I asked the administrator about the rehab facilities and if they might have some employee overlap or any connections with the clinics. She said that Summa Pharmaceuticals donates a percentage of medications to drug rehabilitation facilities for a tax break. They've delivered the meds quarterly since 2004. Guess which facilities they donate to? Great Lakes Recovery Centers. Correct. The ones in Marquette and Hancock and Pathways Substance Abuse Center. That's it. The clinics are his hunting grounds, the connection between the killer and his victims. He leaned forward, his breath caught in his throat. Do they have a record of which employee delivered the meds to the clinics? Devin stared at him, a fervid gleam in her eyes. She did. C.L. Jefferson. Bingo. She said he's been in that position for 15 years at least, maybe longer. His territory is the entire Mid-Peninsula. His heart shuddered in his chest. An intense excitement drummed through his veins. It's circumstantial, but it all works. It fits. This could be the guy. Devin growled in frustration. Yeah, but we don't even have his first name, just some initials. How are we going to find him? He could be anywhere. If the internet worked, we'd have him already. Jackson didn't answer. He stared at the name until his vision blurred. The name, Jefferson, tugged at his memory, like a thread that needed pulling. It was more than the scribbled signature in the guest registry. It was something else. He searched his brain but came up with nothing. The knowledge was floating there in the darkness, out of reach. His prey was hiding in plain sight. There was a knock on the door. Devin and Jackson stiffened. Instinctively, Jackson drew his pistol as he moved toward the door and stood alongside it, out of range. Identify yourself. It's Lori, said a muffled voice from the hallway. Jackson checked the peephole to verify, then opened the door. Lori smiled up at him, a package in one hand and a plate of sandwiches in the other. Sorry I'm visiting so late, but I saw the light under the door and figured you were still up. We're all burning the candle at both ends these days. Lori thrust the package at him. This is for your mother. Also, someone left something for you at the front desk. No one was manning the desk, so I don't know when it was left, but I thought you'd want it right away. Jackson took the sealed envelope with his name scrawled on the front. I do, thank you. The skin around Lori's eyes crinkled. I figured you two hadn't eaten, so I took the liberty of making a couple of peanut butter and honey sandwiches. The honey is fresh from our beehives. It's delicious. Jackson and Devin thanked her profusely. Once the door closed, Jackson set the plate of sandwiches on the desk and ripped open the envelope. For once, Devin was too amped to eat. She hovered over his shoulder, as eager to see its contents as he was. Jackson recognized Eli's handwriting, as well as the code they once used as boys, pretending they were spies infiltrating enemy territory. A single name. The identity of the man who'd ordered the attack on Lena and Shiloh at the lighthouse. Jackson read it again. And again. What sacrifices had Eli made to unearth that name? What risks? He couldn't think about that now. He had a case to solve, and he was close. So close. He stared at the name, his mind racing. The letters blurred together. There was a connection here. A dull but growing awareness. Something from his past. And then it clicked, like the hammer of a revolver being pulled back. What is it? Devin asked. For a moment he raised his head and stared longingly at the unmade bed, the cool sheets already pulled back and waiting, the comfortable pillow. Though he was dead tired, he wouldn't be able to sleep. Not tonight. He headed for the door, the package tucked beneath one arm. Where are you going? Devin asked. I'll come with you. There's something I need to do. He had to verify one final thing. This last part, he needed to do himself. Jackson needed to go home. 53. Jackson Cross, day 40. "Mom," Jackson said. "It's good to see you." Dolores's whole face brightened at the sight of her son standing on her front porch. She took his arm and guided him into the house, her hand small and frail. "Come in, come in." Unlike the rest of the world, sliding into decay and disrepair, every inch of the big house sparkled, sterile and dust-free. The sharp scent of bleach stung his nostrils. Jackson held out the package. "I brought you something." She looked at the bag and frowned, like she half expected a cockroach to crawl out of it. "It's not peanuts, is it? You know Astrid has a very serious allergy." "I remember, Mom. It's raw honey from the Northwoods farm, along with some sourdough starter. Lori made it special for you. She told me her starter goes back 50 years. This can last forever, as long as you feed it and keep it healthy. It just needs a bit of flour and water once a week, and you can keep making bread without needing yeast indefinitely." Dolores nodded vacantly, as if she didn't really understand. "Thank her for me, dear." He followed her into the expansive kitchen. His chest contracted as he looked her over. She'd gotten thinner in the last 2 weeks. Too thin. She wore a cashmere sweater, though it was the middle of summer, and her linen slacks sagged from her hips. "You need to eat, to keep up your strength." "I'm not hungry." Dolores gave him an apologetic smile. "Besides, I have to take care of your sister. She needs me, you know." "Speaking of Astrid, where is she?" "She's out on the back deck, watching the sunset." "Her wheelchair is still in the living room." "She took her cane." "I don't think she should, but she insists." "It's good for her to get some exercise and practice some independence." Dolores clucked her tongue. "Your sister is a damaged soul, Jackson. She needs constant care and looking after. She never looks after herself, you know." That was only because she had others to serve at her beck and call, his mother and Cyrus Lee. Horatio, too. They all enabled her helplessness. "I'm well aware." He glanced through the plate glass windows to the deck. His sister sat, gazing out at the water, her broad back straight, her white blonde hair burnished by the evening sun. Her cane rested against the arm of the Adirondack chair. Dolores pulled out a chair at the table. "Sit, dear. I'll make you a sandwich." "I'm here to help you, Mom. Come sit with me. Rest and relax. Where's Dad?" "He's in a meeting with Sheriff Underwood." His stomach clenched. "Oh. Do you know what it's about?" "Your father is a busy, important man. He always has somewhere to be." His father was supposed to be retired, but Jackson didn't mention that. His mother pulled cups down from the cupboard and busied herself starting the pot boiling on the gas stove. They still had power from the generator, the fuel procured by unsavory means. "Be careful not to run the power at night, Mom. You don't want to attract thieves and robbers." "Oh, that's not a problem here, dear. We're completely safe." "It is a problem, Mom. We aren't safe. That's what I've been trying to tell you. We have to be very careful from now on." She didn't seem to hear him. Her eyes were bleary. She seemed distant, far away, her answers coming a little too slowly. Was it because her memory was going, or because Horatio had over-medicated her? He clenched his jaw in frustration. Yet another problem to deal with later. "When can you come for dinner with the family like it used to be? It's been so long, Jackson. You belong here." She paused in front of a cabinet with empty shelves. She stared at the shelves and blinked rapidly, confused. "Oh, where is the green tea? Your father must have forgotten to purchase more at the store when he went yesterday." A rush of pity flowed through him. He looked into her watery blue eyes and felt a burst of affection for his mother. He loved her, but did not understand her. Why she'd stayed with his stern, hard-nosed father. Why she'd chosen to cloak herself with ignorance and denial. It didn't matter what he told her, what advice he gave, how many times he warned her. If she didn't wish to believe it, she wouldn't. Wouldn't or couldn't? He wasn't sure. He patted the seat next to him. "Forget the tea, Mom. Come sit with me." "Of course, dear." Dolores shuffled across the kitchen and perched on the edge of the chair next to Jackson. "Do you want some lemonade? Or banana bread? I could make that apple strudel that you love so much." "I'm good, Mom. Thanks." He swallowed. "I have a few questions for you, if you don't mind." She nodded at him and smiled. "You mentioned the name Jefferson the other day," he said carefully. Absently, she touched her hair with a self-conscious gesture. "Did I?" It jogged something in my memory. You went to school with an Allison Jefferson, didn't you? "That was a long, long time ago." He nodded, encouraging her. "What can you tell me about the family?" Her eyes went distant, recalling the past. "Our families used to vacation together on Mackinac Island when we were little. Her great-grandfather built his empire in copper mining over in Copper Harbor. That's where the big money was. That and timber. Allison's family was wealthy and prestigious. Back then, the Jefferson name was known across Keweenaw County." "You refer to her by her maiden name, not her married name." "Well, of course. She kept her last name after she was married. It was a bit of a scandal back then. I suppose it made more sense when her husband lost a family fortune gambling on poor investments. It made it easier to leave them behind." "I remember hearing about that." "They lost everything. The beach house, the cars, and the big fancy yacht." "And when was that?" "Oh, I don't remember. Back in the late 90s, was it? It was quite the fall from grace." His hands had gone clammy, his heart bucking in his chest. "And the son?" "They weren't good enough for her, not the husband or the child she'd had with him. She couldn't handle being penniless, the humiliation of losing her status. She didn't just leave her husband. She left that poor boy behind, too. She got a new rich husband somewhere downstate, a whole new life, and she never looked back. I could never do that, Jackson. I would never have abandoned you three." Her dull eyes welled with tears. He knew she was thinking of his wayward older brother, Garrett, who'd up and left one day, the prodigal son who had never returned. "It's not right," she whispered in a tremulous voice. "It wasn't right." He reached across the table and covered her trembling hand with his. "I know, Mom. I was a good mother, wasn't I? I tried. I did my best." "Of course," he said, because it was the answer that she needed. Dolores blinked slowly, as if waking up from a dream. "Why all the questions? You could ask him yourself." "Oh, I will. I was just figuring out a few things." But he had already figured it out. The complex, convoluted puzzle, the pieces slotting into place, one by one. The picture that formed was a terrible one. But it made sense. It worked. And finally, he could see. He shoved back the chair as he stood, then tucked it neatly beneath the table as she liked it. "I've got to go, but I'll come back this weekend. I'll help you with the garden, okay? We'll build a greenhouse so you can grow food even in winter. It's important, Mom. No more flowers." She watched him, something bereft and pleading in her eyes. He saw the loneliness then, as deep and wide as Lake Superior. Did you get what you needed, honey? Did I help? Jackson leaned down and kissed her papery cheek. More than you know. 54. Jackson Cross, Day 41. The 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house was located on a quiet street just outside of Christmas. It was a single-story cottage built in the 1950s with beige carpet, beige walls, and orangish oak wood cabinets in the kitchen and bathrooms. The house belonged to the suspect's grandmother. Luckily for them, their unsub mooched off his grandma and hadn't paid rent in years. Since he was officially a guest, and not a renter, they only needed Grandma's consent, as long as she had access, which she did. Jackson had gotten keys from her for the house, and the shed behind it, no warrant needed. Underwood would find out eventually, but not today. They searched alone, a state they'd fast grown accustomed to. There was little decor anywhere. No personal items, no torture chamber hidden in the basement, no trapdoor beneath a faded rug, no secret trove of whips or ropes anywhere in the house. There was not an iota of dust or dirt anywhere. The house felt sinister in its plainness, its ordinariness, as if you should be able to detect a monster's lair by sight, by scent. There should be a warning. But there wasn't. They'd been here since dawn. After searching for hours, they'd found nothing. Disappointment laced Devon's voice. Damn it! Jackson looked out through the kitchen window at the weedy backyard. Fog hung like a dense blanket over everything. A dim square appeared through the mist. He squinted. We still have the shed. The dilapidated shed was shielded by a 6-foot rotting wood fence. Vines snaked up the warped and rotting wooden walls. A layer of green moss filmed the roof. They accessed the padlock with the keys they'd procured from the grandmother. Inside, black mold pocked the drywall. Tools, pipes, wires, and bric-a-brac were scattered everywhere. A lawnmower engine leaned against the stained concrete. A nauseating mix of bleach and motor oil assaulted their nostrils. Come on, Devon muttered to herself. They were hungry and tired. Neither of them had slept since last night, pushed to the brink and past it. Something is here. We just have to find it. As in the house, they picked through drawers and toolboxes with gloved hands, numbering and photographing items of interest. Jackson painstakingly rifled through bags of trash and combed through storage boxes. Nothing and more nothing. A headache pulsed against his skull. He bent and shone his flashlight beneath a workbench pushed against the far corner. Spiderwebs glittered in the flashlight beam, along with mouse droppings and tiny rodent skeletons. His back ached, his knees popping. He started to back out. The sweeping light settled on a smooth section of oil-stained floor swept free of dust, as if something had been pulled across the floor recently. He squished in further, held his breath. The beam caught a glint of rusted metal. Far back, beneath the workbench, tucked against the wall, sat a metal toolbox. Kneeling, he groaned and leaned in, a spider skittering across his hand as he dragged it out. Cobwebs clung to his shirt sleeves. Dust clogged his nostrils. Carefully, he stood and set it atop the workbench. On closer inspection, it wasn't a toolbox, but a rusted fishing tackle box. Jackson lifted the lid and peered inside, where there were rows of tiny cubicles filled with various fishing lures. They were expensive things, with feathers and rubbery worms and shiny hooks. Devon set down the wrench set she'd been sorting through. Her shoulders slumped in despair. I'm finished. We've looked everywhere. Jackson closed the tackle box and stared at it until his eyes blurred. We're missing something. I just don't know what it is yet. Damn it. Well, it's not here. Devon exited the shed. Jackson followed her with legs like lead. He felt heavy, so incredibly heavy. Another dead end, another trail that led nowhere. It was exhausting, infuriating. He hated this feeling of impotence, of powerlessness, of chasing his tail after another meaningless lead. Outside, the mist had thickened into a damp, foggy soup. Halfway between the house and the dilapidated shed, Jackson halted. An eerie feeling rippled through him. The hairs rose on the back of his neck. His subconscious had snagged on something his conscious, waking mind hadn't yet noticed. Something out of place. A disturbance in the force, as Shiloh would say. "You got something, boss?" Devin asked. Sometimes it wasn't what was there, but the thing that wasn't. A thing you couldn't see, but could feel, that impacted the objects around it, like the gravitational pull of a black hole. "I'm not sure yet." He spun, strode back to the shed, and shoved open the creaking door. In the doorway, he shone the flashlight inside one more time. Tools, boxes, trash, the lawnmower. Motes of dust swirled in the cone of light. He closed his eyes and cataloged the items they'd scoured in the garage, the basement, and the laundry room. They'd gone through everything, missed nothing. "What is it, boss?" Devin asked behind him. He opened his eyes. "You see any fishing gear?" "What?" "He's got this tackle box, full of bright, shiny lures, but nothing else. No fishing poles, nets, or waders, nothing. That seem odd to you?" "Yeah, that seems odd." Jackson went back to the workbench. He stared at the tackle box. With gloved fingers, he felt the edges of the box. He picked it up and set it back down, opened it, and picked up one of the lures, a feathery thing with a rubber worm. "These are all brand new, never used, every single one of them." "I don't fish. What does that mean?" "Maybe nothing. I don't know." "Why purchase all these lures and never use them? He's got at least 40 in here." Jackson went over the box again with his gloved fingers, searching, feeling his way toward the thing he needed. He pressed the ridges beneath the lid. Something clicked. Jackson removed the false bottom. Beneath the false bottom, something glinted in the shadowy light. "Devin," Jackson said. She came up beside him. He could feel the stiffness in her shoulders, the air fairly vibrating with tension. She looked over his shoulder. Each storage cube held a nest of glittering gold necklaces, their thin, elegant strands twisted together. Attached to each one was a gold half-heart locket. "Hair," he said in a choked voice. "Is that hair?" Gingerly, Devin picked up a locket, opened it, and revealed a lock of glossy black hair nestled inside. His pulse roared in his ears. It felt like being struck in the chest with a sledgehammer. They had searched for this, hunted for it. At last, they'd found the monster they sought. Jackson felt himself sway. His mind flashed back 8 years to a beautiful, broken girl lying dead in her bed, her long dark hair splayed across the pillow, the necklace glinting, the broken heart locket that would come to haunt his nightmares. "They're the same," Devin said. "It's the other half, the missing half of each broken heart. These are the left-hand pieces of a pair. The right-hand pieces were buried with his victims. These are his trophies." Devin cursed softly, almost reverently. "It's him. We've got him." The name was like barbed wire on his tongue. Cyrus Lee Jefferson. 55. Jackson Cross, Day 41. Jackson thought he'd prepared himself for this. bracing himself like a boxer prepares himself for a punch, for that blow of white-hot pain. He hadn't. Nothing could prepare a person for this. The truth hadn't been quite real until this moment. Devon took several photographs with her phone, then pointed. These are new. They still have the tags from the Eagle River gift shop. He has enough for 4 more victims. Jackson shuddered, as if a ghost had passed over his grave. Cyrus Lee Jefferson had stepped foot in his home 100 times. He'd ingratiated himself with Jackson's father, had dinner with Jackson's family, had kissed Jackson's mother on her wrinkled cheeks, had hovered over Astrid, dutifully serving her every wish and command for years. He took an unsteady step and sagged against the wall between the weed whacker and a snow shovel hung on hooks. His breath was glass in his throat. How could I not have seen it? Devon gave him a concerned look. You should sit down. He waved her away. I'm fine. You're not fine. It was all there, Devon. I hadn't heard the name Jefferson in years, in decades, except for one time. When I saw the signature in the guest registry, I knew I'd heard that name before, but I couldn't place it. Not until Eli sent the note with his name in code. Then it was like everything just clicked. It was my mother. In passing, she'd called Cyrus a Jefferson. His legal name is Cyrus Lee Jefferson, but in Munising we knew him as Cyrus Lee, his father's last name. We were little kids when all that happened and his mother left. His father used the name Lee, and Jefferson was never mentioned again, as if it was a humiliating secret and they wanted to bury any memory of her. But when he went off to college and got a job, he used his legal name, of course. He must have hated his mother for leaving him, but the family legacy of wealth and power was passed down through her, not his father. He would have gone to Copper Harbor often as a boy, before his mother abdicated herself from his life. It makes sense that he would return to a place of familiarity when he took his first victim. He shook his head in despair. It was there, but I didn't see it. He's an organized killer, smart and cunning. They blend in. They're chameleons. It's what they do. He killed Lily. He could have killed Astrid. Hell, he could have killed Lena, too. He struggled to get enough oxygen. I missed it. Devon's eyes burned with intensity. Astrid is alive. Lena and Shiloh are okay. He hasn't had a chance to kill again. We're going to take him down before he gets that chance. We found him, and he doesn't know it yet. We have the advantage. We're going to catch him, boss. He took steadying breaths until his legs could hold him again. We can't tell anyone, not even Underwood, especially not Underwood. There's a mole in the sheriff's office. If Cyrus finds out we're on to him, he'll disappear forever. Where is he now? According to Eli's last check-in, he's on the island. He's been ingratiating himself with Sawyer. With Boone gone, he's felt exposed and vulnerable, so he enmeshed himself deeper within Sawyer's inner circle for protection. He's a survivor, if nothing else. Like a cockroach, Devon said. Jackson nodded. Steeling himself, he exited the shed and moved through the overgrown grass. Dimly, he heard Devon on the radio behind him, talking to Moreno. He felt lightheaded. There was a dull buzzing in his ears. When he reached the front yard, he turned and looked down the street, empty and silent. No one was out mowing lawns or walking dogs. No children running through sprinklers or riding their bikes. No neighbors chatting. No laughter. It was mid-morning, but felt like dusk, the sky low and heavy with dense clouds. The tops of the trees had disappeared. Ribbons of fog snaked between the trunks, slithering along the street, between the houses, swallowing vehicles as it drifted closer, simultaneously beautiful and sinister. Moreno's truck barreled into the driveway. He hopped from the vehicle, out of breath, his chest heaving, an alarmed look on his face. "They came to his house, and there's blood everywhere." Jackson shook off the horror, threatening to paralyze him. He put a hand on Moreno's shoulder, forcing himself to focus on the here and now. "Breathe, Moreno. Slow down for a second. What happened?" Moreno was trembling, his hands curling and uncurling into fists. "Hastings. They attacked Hastings." "Who did?" Devin asked. "I don't know. He's barely conscious. He's in bad shape." "We need Lena," Devin said. "I'll get her." "An ambulance, too," Moreno said. "I radioed Alexis. She's trying to track it down." Jackson was already moving toward the truck parked in the driveway. "Take the truck, Devin. I'll ride with Moreno." Panic laced Moreno's voice. "We're running out of time." Jackson felt that truth sliced down deep to the bone. 56. Lena Easton. Day 41. Lena stepped through Deputy Randy Hastings' front door and took in the scene with wide eyes. What happened? Hastings' home was a small brick ranch, located 4 miles northwest of Munising, just past Christmas. Devin had picked her up from the lighthouse, along with Shiloh and Bear, since she refused to leave them alone. The front door had been bashed in and hung off its hinges. Inside, broken furniture littered the living room. The glass coffee table had been shattered. Shards of glass winked in the lantern light. Blood splattered the blue and white plaid sofa. Hastings lay sprawled on his back between the sofa and the shattered coffee table. Jackson and Moreno stood in the living room near Hastings' crumpled body. "Take Bear to the kitchen," Lena instructed Shiloh. Jackson pulled a pack of Twizzlers out of his pocket and held them out to Shiloh. "Be careful not to contaminate the crime scene." Shiloh obeyed without complaint, pulling Bear close to keep him clear of the destroyed living room and snatching the Twizzlers as she stalked past. "Can you help him?" Moreno's eyes were bloodshot, his skin gray. He looked sick with worry. "I'll do my best," Lena said, "but you need to get out of my way." Moreno moved aside. Lena's pulse quickened as she knelt next to Hastings and set down her med kit. She'd gained access to an advanced kit and other supplies via the hospital, though she hadn't transferred her paramedic license. Without the internet, it was a moot point anyway. She pulled on a pair of nitrile exam gloves and conducted an assessment, asking Hastings basic questions as she worked to ascertain his mental state and check for potential injuries. His face was bloody and swollen. His lips were split, and ugly purple bruises swelled along his jaw and the side of his temple. Blood crusted his hair and the carpet fibers beneath him. Lena used a pair of trauma shears from her med kit to cut off his shirt and pants. His ribs were misshapen. Black and blue welts marred his flesh. He'd been beaten to within an inch of his life. By some miracle, he was still breathing, though barely conscious. As the officers watched in grave silence, Lena took his vitals: blood pressure, pulse, oxygen levels, respiration rate. "Don't move," Lena said, though she doubted he could hear her. Quickly, she got a needle into his vein and set up an IV bag of saline fluid, hanging it above Hastings' head on the back of the sofa. "He's tachycardic, and his blood pressure is sky high. Devin, help me stabilize his C-spine. Hold his head in this position from behind, just like that. Don't let him move his head, whatever you do." Devin sprang into action and did as Lena instructed. "Got it." "Will he be okay?" Moreno repeated. "I can't answer that right now. I'm trying to stabilize his vitals and keep him from going into shock. He has multiple contusions, probably 2 or 3 broken ribs on his right side, and a possible fracture to the left side of his skull. Where's the ambulance?" We're working on it, Devin said. I got a hold of Alexis via the radio. She's working the station tonight. The only ambulance is out of our limited range. Reese went to hunt it down. Apprehension lanced Lena's chest. We can't move him without a backboard. It's too dangerous. We need that ambulance. Understood, Devin replied, her expression tense. Hastings groaned. His eyelids fluttered open. He stared up at the ceiling. One of his pupils was not reactive to light. That wasn't a good sign. What the hell happened? Jackson asked Hastings. Tell us who did this to you. Don't strain him, Lena warned. No, I want to answer, Hastings said weakly. The IV fluids had bought him a few minutes of lucidity. The cost would be high. Who? Jackson asked again. Sawyer. Jackson raised his brows, startled. Sawyer came here? Not him. He sent his goons. Pierce and 2 other guys. Mercenaries with Russian accents. Scary as hell. They beat the living crap out of me. The last thing I remember is getting hit in the head with something hard. What did he want? Moreno asked. To send a message? To let us know that he controls this town and he can do whatever the hell he wants? Something like that. Sawyer already thinks he has control. He doesn't need to send a message. Something changed in Jackson's voice. Why would Pierce come here? To your home? Hastings sucked in shallow breaths. The room was quiet. 2 lanterns on the floor cast eerie shadows over the room, across each of their faces, deepening the purple circles beneath Hastings' eyes, his flesh pale between the ugly bruises. Lena cleaned the lacerations on his face with sterile water, then daubed on antibiotic cream. She glanced across the room at Jackson. His shoulders were stiff. He stared at something on the wall, his brows lowered, eyes narrowed, with a muscle ticking in his jaw. He was thinking through a problem, figuring out something. He turned to Hastings. There's a shiny, new, yellow Hummer in your driveway, Hastings. Yet you drive a beat-up 80s Chevy pickup to work. 2 new jet skis in the garage. When Devin and I cleared your house upon arrival, we found a gun safe in your closet, including a box for an expensive Night Force sniper scope. That's $3,000 right there. Kind of pricey for a sheriff's deputy. What are you saying? Devin said. I'm asking questions I don't have the answers to. No, Moreno said in disbelief. You're wrong. You've got to be wrong. Hastings closed his swollen eyes. He lay still as Lena wrapped his head in white gauze. Moreno loomed over them. Tell me you have an explanation. Tell me it's not what it looks like. Sawyer has a law enforcement officer on his payroll, Jackson said. He claimed the officer gave him information in exchange for drugs and money. Are you going to tell us you won the lottery? Inherited a mint from your recently passed grandma and forgot to tell us? Hastings' nostrils flared. Nothing. You'll find nothing. His voice cracked, his bloodshot eyes shifting from Jackson to Moreno to a spot on the living room wall behind them. Lena followed his gaze. A faint outline revealed the spot where a picture frame had hung for many years. The frame had fallen or been knocked to the carpet. Cracked glass spiderwebbed across a photo of a happy family. A younger, thinner Hastings grinned at the camera, his arm around a prettily smiling wife and 2 little girls. Jackson had told her about the messy divorce 5 years ago. The wife taking the kids to Wyoming with a new job and a new surgeon husband. We deserve the truth, Moreno said. Are you really going to spin lies on your deathbed? To us? Hastings' tortured gaze flicked to Lena. Am I dying? She didn't want to lie to him. She tried to tell the truth, even when it hurt. He might be a dirty cop, but he was still her patient. She had a responsibility to him, to her role as a paramedic. I don't have a crystal ball, Randy. I believe you have a depressed skull fracture, or possibly a subdural or epidural hematoma. I won't know for sure until we get a CT scan, which I can't do here. Swelling of the brain cuts off access to blood by squeezing shut your blood vessels. You could be hemorrhaging inside your brain. The pressure inside your skull is increasing. You need osmotic or loop diuretics and possible surgery to ease the pressure. But I don't have mannitol or any of those drugs, and I can't conduct surgery. A shadow crossed his ravaged face.
Ask me your questions.
It's true then, Moreno said. Yes, he spat. The single word echoed in the stillness of the room. Moreno and Devin stared at him, horrified. Jackson looked sick. Lena's chest contracted with pity. She understood their anger, mixed with grief. This man, their friend, their peer, had betrayed them and the badge. He was also dying. Why? Jackson whispered.
How could we have been this stupid?
Moreno's mouth thinned in disgust.
The cop I knew wanted to protect people, to keep his community safe. Once upon a time you worked hard and had our backs. What the hell happened to you?
Hastings sucked in a pained breath.
It didn't start that way. I swear. I never meant to hurt anyone. 7 years ago, I met a girl in a bar one night, right after the guys had left. We had a few beers. She was gorgeous and clever, and we hit it off. She thought I was funny, and she was interested in me. I thought she was a cop groupie, you know the type. We went back to her apartment before I went home. After that, we met at least once a week. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't stop myself.
He closed his eyes.
After a month, she got me to try my first line of coke. It was stupid. I was stupid. I kept telling myself, one more time. But it was addictive. I was addicted. One day she answered the door, but she wasn't alone. As soon as I entered, there was a gun to my head. 2 of Sawyer's thugs handcuffed me, and she said, "Nothing personal, just business," and then walked out. I never saw her again. They spent an hour showing me tapes. She'd recorded me and her and the coke. They gave me a choice: work for Sawyer or go to prison and lose my family. It wasn't a choice.
There's always a choice, Jackson said. Hastings didn't act as if he'd heard him.
Sawyer wanted information, a little here and there, an inside scoop on cases, investigations, and anything I heard about the DEA. Money came with it. Money for a private school, vacations, and an anniversary ring. I tried to quit, tried to say I was out for good. But he took me for a ride on his yacht. He nearly killed me, would have put a bullet in my skull and thrown me overboard without a second thought. My family, they never would have found my body. I told myself I did it for them.
Hastings made a bitter sound in the back of his throat.
The joke was on me. I lost my family anyway.
Moreno's hands balled into fists.
And then what? What else did you do? Did you tell Sawyer's crew about the FEMA supply drop? You did, didn't you?
Hastings' breathing became shallow and rapid. His heart rate skyrocketed, his skin going clammy. Careful, Lena said. He's on the verge of going into shock. Jackson took a step closer to Hastings. He stared down at the injured man like he was a bug on his kitchen floor. Lena had never witnessed such coldness in his eyes. When he spoke, his voice was flat, devoid of emotion. "You're the one. You're the snitch who told Sawyer's goons where Lena and Shiloh were staying. That's how they knew about the lighthouse." 57. Lena Easton. Day 41. The words sank in slowly, and then all at once. Lena rocked back on her heels, stunned. "You? It was you?" Hastings blinked rapidly, as if staving off tears. He had the decency to look ashamed.
"Miss Easton, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I truly didn't know what they would do with that information. I had no idea. Once I found out what happened, that they'd attacked you, I swore I wouldn't help him again. I couldn't live with myself."
Lena's hands trembled as she dabbed the blood leaking from a nasty cut on Hastings' right side between his ribs. Flashes of memory seared her brain. The masked man standing in her kitchen, the nerve-shredding fear, her finger squeezing the trigger.
"But you did help him again," Jackson said. "When Pierce came, I told him to leave, to get the hell out, that I wouldn't be a part of it anymore. He threatened to out me. I said I didn't care anymore. He threatened to kill me. I'm tired, Jackson. I'm tired of lying, of hiding it, of being the kind of person I'm ashamed to show my kids. I'll never see them again, you know that? How's someone from California gonna get here with this madness going down? I should never have let them go. I shouldn't have been the kind of man that Janet needed to leave."
"Pierce came for a reason," Jackson said evenly. "Help us, Hastings. Make it right." Hastings' features looked caved in, like he was crumpling in on himself.
"Pierce wanted to know about Eli Pope."
Lena stopped breathing. "What?"
"Pierce thought that Pope was your informant, Jackson. One of your assets, spying on Sawyer. He wanted proof, evidence to take back to Sawyer."
"What did you tell him?"
"I didn't know. I couldn't tell him one way or the other. He finally believed me, but he knew you'd have a file on it. I'm sorry, Jackson. I was delirious, barely conscious. He promised the pain would stop. I wasn't in my right mind."
Fear iced Lena's veins. "What's going on? Is Eli in danger?"
"What did you do?"
Jackson asked, razor blades in his voice.
"Pierce forced me to tell him where you were staying, Jackson. At the Northwoods Inn. I gave him your room number. I'm sorry."
Before anyone could respond, Hastings vomited across his chest. He let out a tortured moan that made the hairs on the back of Lena's neck stand on end. Hastings vomited several times in rapid succession. He convulsed, and his body pitched violently. "Keep hold of him, Devon." Lena pushed aside all emotion. It didn't matter how she felt. Her patient was dying, and she would do everything in her power to save him. "I can't keep a grip on him," Devon cried. Lena made a vain attempt to turn him on his side and maintain his position, but it was no use. It was impossible to keep a good C-spine. His arms and legs stiffened, his head and neck arcing backward at a horrible angle. He threw up again. Chunks of vomit spewed across Lena's shirt. His eyes rolled back in his head as he lost consciousness. She ran through the options in her head. She could do an intubation. She had basic drugs for pain, morphine and midazolam, but not the drugs needed to lower ICP or increased intracranial pressure. Without an airlift to a trauma center and a surgical team, he won't make it. "I called Alexis again," Moreno said. "She's out of range. There's no ambulance." Keep him alive as long as you can, Jackson said. Wearily, she rubbed her forehead with the back of her arm. There's nothing more I can do. He needs a surgeon, stat. Jackson reached for his radio, stepped into the hallway leading to the bedrooms, and made a call. Hastings' breath came in labored gasps. He was losing color fast. Lena leaned over him, checking his thready pulse, adjusting the IV bag. He was experiencing Cheyne-Stokes respirations, an abnormal breathing pattern, which was a symptom of end-stage head injuries, where the pressure was so great it physically compressed the brain. The end was close. Jackson returned to the living room and clipped his radio to his belt. His face was pale. "What happened, boss?" Devin asked. Before he could answer, a seizure gripped Hastings and shook him like a rag doll. His body shuddered. Red-tinged saliva foamed at the corners of his mouth, and his eyes rolled into the back of his head. Then he stopped breathing. For a moment, she considered intubation, attempting to run a full-on code, but with no hope of transport, it was futile. Everyone stood, silent and stricken, watching helplessly. 2 minutes later, he was dead. "Is he gone?" Devin asked. Lena checked for a pulse. "He's gone." Marino cursed. Devin stood, but didn't move, frozen in place above Hastings' body, her hands balled into fists at her sides. Lena knelt over Hastings for a moment, her head bowed. She blinked slowly, as if coming back to herself, making peace with the deceased patient she hadn't been able to save. He was past this life and its trials. His misdeeds would be buried with him. She closed his eyelids with her fingers. With methodical movements, she stripped off her bloody gloves and cleaned the vomit from her shirt as best she could. No one spoke as she retrieved the unused antiseptic and gauze and repacked her medkit. She said, "Where is Eli?" "I can't tell you." Lena rose to her feet. Anger and anguish warred inside her, yet she held her shoulders straight, her chin up, as she faced Jackson with a dignity that belied that terrible bone-deep fear. "Tell me that you didn't put Eli under cover, that he's not on that island right now, surrounded by enemies." Jackson stiffened. He didn't answer, but he didn't need to. It didn't matter how many lifetimes passed. She could read him like a book. "You sent him into a nest of vipers." "I sent him to find Lily's killer," Jackson said. "To catch a serial killer. He felt it was worth the risk. He went in with eyes open, Lena. He knew what he was doing." Lena's insides felt like broken glass. She couldn't breathe properly, couldn't think straight. Her heart hammered in her chest. She needed to check her blood sugar. She was lightheaded with fear. Never had she worried for Eli the way she did now. Not during those 8 years in prison. Not during the trial. Not the night she'd known for certain that the entire town, the county even, had turned against him. Jackson reached toward her. "Sawyer likes him. It's possible." Enraged, she shook him off. "Sawyer is a predator. He will eliminate any threat to his kingdom, real or perceived. Don't lie to yourself, Jackson, and don't you dare placate me." Jackson stared back at her. After a moment, he blinked. "You're right. I called Kepford and had him check my room. I hid my files in the vent. Pierce found them. They're gone. Eli's cover has been blown. When they find out, they'll kill him. Sawyer will kill him." Lena made a sound like a wounded animal. She took a step toward Jackson and jabbed her finger against his chest. "You should have protected him! He's there for you!" Something shattered in Jackson's expression. "I know." She saw her pain, fear, and dread reflected back at her. Jackson was worried for Eli, too. But Jackson was an idealist. He would risk everything in pursuit of the truth, of his version of justice, even himself, even his friends. "You put him in there," Lena said. "You have to get him out. You owe him." Tears threatened at the corners of her eyes, but she refused to cry. "You owe him." Before Jackson could answer, Shiloh appeared in the doorway between the kitchen and living room. Bear leaned against her side, the Newfoundland huge next to the tiny girl. She buried one hand in the thick fur of his neck, her other hand curled into a fist at her side. She wore her favorite oversized Star Wars t-shirt, paired with a ragged pair of cut-off jean shorts, her raven black hair pulled back in several braids. Scratches and mosquito bites covered her scrawny legs. Lena's throat constricted. She looked so young and vulnerable. Shiloh's gaze flicked to Jackson. "You're going to save him." Shiloh. She raised her small chin. Her coal-black eyes flashed with fierceness. In that moment, she looked so much like Lily, it made Lena's heart ache. "Promise me." "I promise," Jackson said. 58. Jackson Cross, Day 41. Jackson stood in the shadowed kitchen and drank the last cans of Hastings' lukewarm beer with Devon and Moreno. The scent of blood and vomit wafted through the cramped house. He tried to put Hastings out of his mind. He wanted to hate him, but there was no hate left in him, at least not for the corrupt deputy. No pity or grief either. Hastings had paid for his sins with his life. The walls were closing in, crushing him. His lungs couldn't pull in enough oxygen. He was responsible for this. He was responsible for Eli. Jackson would try to send a signal to Eli via the blue light, "Get the hell out." But he had the sinking sensation that it was too late. He feared he'd made Shiloh an impossible promise. He'd betrayed his best friend once. He could not, would not, betray him again, even if it killed him. Moreno rubbed his temples. He looked pale and shaken. "I know what we did to Eli Pope. We are all culpable for jumping to conclusions, for proclaiming him guilty, for corrupting justice. He served his country. Then we turned on him. Now you're telling me he's willingly gone into the monster's lair to help us catch a killer? Please tell me, at least, that it worked." "It worked." Jackson told Moreno how they'd found Cyrus Lee Jefferson. With the mole uncovered, they needed to bring in officers they trusted. Moreno was one of the good guys. "Cyrus Lee is a killer, and he's on that island with Eli." Moreno cursed loudly. "Eli will never make it off that island, not unless it's in a body bag. He's probably already dead." There's a method to Sawyer's madness. He'll see it as a personal betrayal, and his vengeance will be personal. We have a little time, not much, but a little. "Then we better use it wisely," Devon said. Though they were alone in the house, he lowered his voice. Lena had taken Bear and Shiloh outside to the rusted swing set in the backyard. "I'm going in. I can't ask you to go with me. I don't want you to. I know the risks. I know the odds. I owe it to Eli. Whatever happens, I have to do this." Moreno shook his head. "Sawyer has that island like a fortress. He has sentries, machine guns, 100 trained men or more. He's impenetrable. We don't have the weapons or backup. They'll kill us before our boat gets within 100 meters of the dock." "You're not wrong." The dread inside him took shape, with wings and fangs and claws. His mind spun, running 1,000,000 miles a minute, sifting through possibilities, searching for an option that didn't end in certain death for himself, for his men, or Eli. "Tell me there's a chance, Jackson," Moreno said. "Tell me we can stage a rescue mission without getting everyone killed. Lena is right.
We do owe it to him. All of us.
Jackson looked out Hastings' front window. An insane idea began to form in the back of his mind. The very insanity of it meant it might possibly work.
I know Sawyer. He's predictable, if nothing else. We may have a small window of opportunity to save Eli, and if we're incredibly lucky, to get Cyrus Lee, too. It's a shot in the dark. Tell me you have a plan, Moreno said. Of course I have a plan. A good plan? Well, I didn't say that. But a plan, at least? Definitely.
Devin stared at him. You're making it up as you go.
He gave a grim shrug. Is there any other way?
Precious seconds were slipping by. He was running out of time. The very air felt dense, wrong somehow, the universe holding its breath as everything converged at once, coming to a crucial, pivotal point. Jackson headed for the door.
Devin, take Lena and the kid home. Then you and Moreno meet me at the Northwoods Inn. Moreno, call the homicide in to Alexis. She'll get a tech guy out here and the ME to take care of Hastings. Then gather anyone else you think might be as crazy as we are. Keep Underwood out of it.
Where are you going? Devin called after him. But the screen door had already slammed shut behind him. 59. Eli Pope, Day 41. The sky darkened like a stain. A wall of fog rolled in from the north. Electrons sizzled in the air. The hairs on Eli's forearms rose as he watched the gray waves pounding the bluff far below him. He stood on the southernmost point, facing the mainland, the rest of Grand Island and the compound behind him. A German shepherd barked incessantly. A brittle gust of wind raked his face. The cold leaked through his skin, a bone-deep chill he couldn't shake. Eli flexed his fists. Every instinct screamed at him to leave now, to flee this cursed, claustrophobic island while he still could. He did not move. His legs were made of lead. He had promised himself that he would abandon Sawyer and Grand Island as soon as he returned from the operation 2 days ago, and yet he hadn't. Sawyer still had the black market weapons, and Cyrus Lee was a free man, living and breathing. Eli had done enough, hadn't he? He had narrowed down the suspect list to a select few. Then Vaughn had given him the name of the individual who'd ordered the lighthouse attack behind Sawyer's back, and he'd passed that information on to Jackson. He was finished, his mission complete. Or was he? Could he truly walk away and let Jackson have his version of justice? An arrest? Handcuffs? And then what? Eli didn't know for certain whether Cyrus had killed those girls, but he did know that Cyrus had ordered the attack on Lena and Shiloh. For that, he longed to wrap his hands around Cyrus's throat and watch with great pleasure as the life receded from his eyes. He wanted to kill Cyrus Lee himself. But as soon as they'd returned to the island, he'd found Sawyer and Cyrus Lee already gone. Apparently, Cyrus had a hidden stash of pharmaceuticals and had taken Sawyer to retrieve it. They were slated to return tonight. He hesitated, torn. Lena flitted through his mind, her soft smile, and those warm, intelligent eyes, the way she squared her shoulders in that gentle but insistent way of hers. And Shiloh, his daughter. A sudden, sharp understanding knifed through him. He could not have both. He could not love his daughter like she deserved and feed on vengeance, allow it to consume him. Much as his thirst for revenge had kept him going in prison, kept him vigilant and ruthless, it was a thing that would cut him now. Things were different. He was different. He lived for more than vengeance. "Pope!" someone shouted behind him. Eli turned to see Pierce approaching across the bluff. Antoine was beside him, Cade and Nix trailing a few feet behind. They were armed to the teeth. Pierce waved in a greeting meant to appear friendly, but which radiated menace instead. There was something in his expression, a gleam of eagerness, of triumph, that put Eli on alert.
"We found a rat in our midst," he drawled. "Thought you'd want to know." "Who is it?"
"Come and see for yourself." Pierce's gaze narrowed. He spoke slowly, as if relishing the words.
"The best part is, he's a cop."
Eli fought to keep his expression neutral, to hide his trepidation. A cop. It was a feeling, a gut instinct. Everything about this felt like a trap. His mind whirred, his brain on overdrive. Did Pierce know something? Had he guessed the truth? Pierce shrugged. A cop, or a cop's informant. Same difference. Soon as he returns, Sawyer's going to kill the rat. Or maybe I'll take out the garbage for him. Eli made his decision in a split second. He knew what Pierce was insinuating, the dangerous game he was playing. They expected him to be scared. Instead, he took the offensive. To have any chance at all, he had to act the part of the lion, not the mouse. "Enough with the games, Pierce. If you think you know something, spit it out." Pierce raised his brows but stood his ground. "What do you think we should do with our little rat?" Eli made his voice arrogant and contemptuous. "Send a message. Kill this corrupt cop and leave his body as a message for the rest of them. String him up in the center of town. The cops, the sheriff, they don't have the power anymore. We can take out anyone at any time. They serve us now, if they serve at all." "Is that what you'd do, eh?" Pierce gave a sly grin like he could read Eli's thoughts, his true thoughts. A dark merriment tinged his voice. He took a step closer, his lip curling in naked derision. Not 2 feet separated them. "You're the rat, Pope. Sawyer knows it too. We all know it." Several more of Sawyer's minions fanned out around them, forming a formidable half circle, caging him in. He was trapped, and he knew it. He had to turn the tables, and fast, to wind up the crazy brave in 1 second flat, or he was a dead man. He had the sinking feeling it was already too late. Heart pounding, he surged toward Pierce, his face reddening, hands balled into fists. "If there's an informant, it's you, Pierce, not me!" Pierce blinked, startled at Eli's sudden and forceful aggression. "I found the police paperwork in Jackson's hotel room, numbnuts. Not that I have to explain myself to you." Eli's voice dripped with scorn. "Cross-played you, man. Are you really that stupid? You must be dumber than I thought. Or are you the one working with Cross? Is that why you're trying so hard to frame me and turn the tables?" The lies he was weaving had to be difficult or impossible to check. He was thinking fast, quick on his feet. "It's amazing how you found exactly what you were hoping to find, isn't it? You've hated me since I got here and took your top dog spot. If you're not working with Jackson, then he played you, gave you exactly what you wanted to hear." There was a charge in the air like an electric current. Cade and Antoine exchanged dubious glances. Nix's hand hovered above her weapon, momentarily uncertain. "Can't you all see it? He's trying to destroy this place from within!" Eli shouted, incensed. He worked himself up until he believed it himself. "Did anybody search Pierce for a wire? Or did you all just go along with a few pieces of paper with zero corroborating evidence?" "You're a dead man," Pierce snarled. "I'm gonna kill you." "Wait till Sawyer gets back. You're the one who's got some explaining to do," Eli said, desperate to plant doubt, trying to get someone, anyone off their game. This was bigger than his survival. Eli knew Sawyer's defenses, the cartel weapons, and their locations. More than his life was on the line. He had to make it out of here alive. Undeterred, Pierce shook his head as if disappointed in Eli's poor choices.
"Hands up, Pope."
Half a dozen goons surrounded him, AK-47s and submachine guns aimed at his head, his torso, his spine, his heart. Their fingers balanced on the triggers, ready to fire. His desperate ploy hadn't worked. There was no escape, not through brute force. To survive the night, he'd need to be smarter than them, more cunning. Assuming Pierce didn't turn him into a pincushion right here. Defeated, Eli raised his hands. One of the mercenaries stepped in close and patted him down, removing the knife and pistol from his belt and in his boot. Someone kicked his legs out from beneath him, and he collapsed to his knees. His arms were dragged roughly behind him. His wrists burned as flex cuffs cut off his circulation. Pierce circled around to face him. The barrel of his gun filled Eli's vision, sucking everything inward with the gravitational pull of a black hole.
"No one believes a word of the lies you're spouting. It's over for you."
Eli stared, unflinching, into the barrel.
"Sawyer isn't here. You don't say boo without Sawyer's say-so. You're just his lapdog. You'll be dog meat when Sawyer returns and the truth comes out."
"I can do whatever the hell I want!" Pierce yelled, face red, eyes bulging. "I'm going to end you right now!" "Pierce," Nix said, with a note of doubt in her voice, a warning. Or maybe Eli hoped that's what he heard. But it was enough. "Sawyer decides, not you." Pierce clenched his jaw, shaking with indignation, but he maintained his composure. He stepped back and motioned to a man at his left. Antoine's expression revealed zero emotion as he stepped forward, a burlap bag in his hands. Eli glared up at him. "Guess loyalty only goes so far with you. Huh, brother?" Something flashed in Antoine's eyes. Eli couldn't tell whether it was shame, embarrassment, a moment of indecision, or something else. Without a word, Antoine dropped the burlap bag over Eli's head. Darkness descended. Dusty, stale air clogged his nostrils. With every breath, the rough fabric sucked into his mouth. Panic clawed at him, his heart jackhammering in his chest. Eli sensed someone bending over him, smelled Pierce's sour sweat. Pierce, he assumed it was Pierce, kicked him savagely in the stomach. White-hot pain exploded in his gut and radiated through his ribs. Groaning, Eli forced himself to straighten, to face whatever came next. Pierce whispered into his ear, "When I'm done with you, you'll wish you were dead." 60. Jackson Cross, Day 41. "Thank you for coming," Jackson said. 10 police officers and deputies sat around a conference table in a small building attached to the firing range. The room had no air conditioning and was stifling hot. Sweat dripped down their faces. The only light filtered in from 2 windows. Jackson had decided to meet at the Munising PD range instead of the sheriff's office for 3 reasons. First, he did not trust Sheriff Underwood. Underwood had the power to shut down this little Hail Mary operation before it got started. Jackson could not let that happen. Second, they could use whatever time they had to train, prepare, and gear up. Third, meeting at the range provided a plausible explanation if anyone saw them conducting routine tactical training. "Before we do this, you deserve to hear what Devin and I have found," Jackson said. Walter Boone claimed he had a partner. Some believed he was lying. We didn't, and we were right. His legal name is Cyrus Lee Jefferson, otherwise known to us as Cyrus Lee. The law enforcement officers gaped at him like a deer in the headlights. Devin sat next to him, her face ashen, as she gripped a pencil so hard it nearly broke. "What the hell?" Alexis said, stunned. "Someone wise told me that we're often blinded by those closest to us," Jackson said. "The ones we are the most familiar with are the ones we are least likely to see clearly. Cyrus grew up here. We all know him, or know of him." Methodically, he took them through the investigation. From Boone's confession, to Shiloh, to the unearthed ring, to their journey west to Copper Harbor and the discovery of the first victim, then tracking down the Summa pharmaceutical connection and how Eli's intel had narrowed the suspect list. Cyrus Lee Jefferson fits the profile of a sadist killer. He hates women. When he was 8, his father lost the family fortune in a series of bad investments, humiliating his family. Cyrus's mother turned to drinking and pills to numb herself to her reality, including her own son. A year later, she left her husband and son and never contacted them again, as far as we know. He must have experienced that as a deep and traumatizing rejection. After his first girlfriend rejected him, he stalked and killed her in 2008. It became a compulsion. Instead of slaking his thirst, it only made him hungrier. He wanted to recreate that first time, to reclaim that ultimate rush of punishing her with violence. At some point before he killed his first victim, we believe he met Walter Boone on a dark web chat room. Alexis checked his laptop and was able to decrypt downloaded pictures and videos of the expected type. Realms of nasty stuff that'll give you nightmares. She also dug up a couple of saved posts from an incel website. Incels are men who consider themselves unable to attract women sexually and are associated with hostility, aggression, and extreme resentment toward members of the opposite sex. It was here that they discovered they shared the same predilections, the same type. Boone had a rural, off-the-grid cabin, which was just what Cyrus Lee needed. They formed a terrible partnership, which got them both what they wanted. "Why did Boone and Cyrus Lee work together?" Nash asked. Boone had a need for sadomasochistic power and control. He got off on torturing his victims for weeks at a time while they were locked in his dungeon. He didn't enjoy the killing part, while Cyrus did. It was a match made in hell. He's certainly not the first serial killer to have a partner. "A monster," Hart murmured. "He's human," Devin said. "As human as the rest of us." Jackson saw it in their faces, the revulsion and horror. That a man like this could walk among them, look like them, talk like them, act like them, and had so easily deceived them all. He selected vulnerable women who fit his specific criteria, Jackson continued. Girls without safety nets, most of them runaways or homeless. Most importantly, girls who had succumbed to addictions, very much like his mother. He beats their faces because he wants to pulverize them, to erase their very identity, everything that makes them human beings, individuals apart from him. He strangles them while they wear the lockets, so he can crush the life from them while he looks at it. The ultimate revenge. Cyrus Lee Jefferson is cunning, careful, and controlled. Boone was the wild card. Boone found the last victim on his own, using his connection with his cousin at the school in Munising. Which is why Ruby Carpenter had red hair instead of dark brown or black. She was Boone's choice. That's also why a middle-aged principal is crawling around on an island full of mercenaries, but that's a tale for later. Jackson's chest burned with regret and self-recrimination. He kept a girlfriend to give an air of respectability, to solidify his cover within the community.
He selected her with care, too. She was crippled, damaged goods, a woman who'd be grateful for any attention from a man. As a bonus, she volunteered at a homeless shelter chock full of troubled teen girls, potential victims. But it was more than that. Like most serial killers, he wanted to keep tabs on the case, insert himself into the investigation to be in the know. As the daughter of the former sheriff, the sister of the Undersheriff, Astrid gave him access. What better way to keep his pulse on any potential investigations into missing local girls? He ate at our table, listened to our shop talk. I also believe he broke into my room and read the files I would bring home. Jackson swallowed. That's how he knew I was still hunting for the killer, even after Underwood declared the case closed. He was taunting me with a message painted on my back door, and when he sent Vaughn to attack Lena and Shiloh at the lighthouse. There were somber nods around the conference table. Jackson placed his hands on the table and met the gaze of each of his officers. He knew what he was asking of them, the incredibly high stakes. He asked it anyway. He said, "Our primary mission is to rescue Eli Pope. We wouldn't have solved this investigation without the evidence Eli found while undercover. We're going to get him back. Our secondary mission is to take Cyrus Lee Jefferson into custody. And this is how we're going to do it." 61. Jackson Cross, Day 41. Jackson's radio crackled with static. "Alpha 1, this is Alpha 2. Devon put down the magazine of the AR-10 she'd been loading and glanced at Jackson, her eyes narrowed. "Who is that?" Jackson's pulse quickened. This was the call he'd been waiting for. Without answering her, he stepped away from the map of Grand Island spread out on the table, snatched the radio from his belt, and brought it to his lips. "Alpha 2, you're a go. Tell me you have good news." "I've got eyes on our target right now." "He's alive?" David Kepford said. "Affirmative." Jackson couldn't help it. He breathed an audible sigh of relief. When he could speak again, he asked, "Where is he now?" "They had him locked in a shed," Kepford said. "When they brought him out, his hands were handcuffed behind his back. He's sporting 2 black eyes and most likely a broken nose. His shirt is stained with blood. He looks like death warmed over, but he's still breathing." "Walking without help?" "Yes. They shoved him a few times, but he's upright." Jackson swallowed back the surge of emotion. Guilt washed over him, mingled with relief. He couldn't afford to allow feelings to cloud his judgment. Eli was still alive. That's what he needed to focus on. Anything else could come later. "Do you know where they're taking him?" Jackson had a guess, but he needed confirmation. "The ferry dock at Williams Landing. I was able to follow them without being detected. There are 15 armed men standing around on the dock. They're smoking and wearing plated body armor. A few appear to be Russians, Eastern European, at any rate. They're carrying submachine guns. My Russian's a bit rusty, but one of them said something about Pope being fish food." "Did you see them take Eli on board one of the boats?" "Negative. I couldn't move fast enough to remain undetected, but they're gearing up to leave soon. Several men are refueling Sawyer's yacht. They're adding diesel preservatives, and they've got a generator with a pump and hose going to the boat's fuel tanks. If I were a betting man, I'd bet good money your man is on board." "Today, I am a betting man. I've got no choice." "Roger," Kepford said. "I've overheard snatches of conversation. Sawyer wants to entertain him on the yacht before dumping him overboard." Jackson had suspected as much. Sawyer has a particular way of doing things. He always has. He thinks it gives him flair. It makes him predictable. "Have you seen Sawyer yet?" "That's a negative." "Let me know when they leave. We've got eyes on the boat, albeit from a distance. Roger that. Out.
Jackson holstered his radio and turned to face his team. Across the table, covered in maps and weapons, Devon stared at him wide-eyed. Her mouth hung open. Moreno stood beside her. His slack face had lost its color.
Was that the high school principal on the line? You sent a teacher to infiltrate Sawyer's fortified island? Please tell me I'm hallucinating.
Yes, but not just a teacher, a former Marine. After returning to the Northwoods Inn that morning, Jackson had searched his hotel room from top to bottom. The screws holding the vent in place had been loosened. As Kepford had confirmed over the radio, his case files were missing. At 7:30 a.m., Pierce had entered the inn unmolested, managing to sneak past the security team on patrol. The 19-year-old in charge of that sector had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Pierce had accosted a maid in one of the isolated hallways and had stolen the universal key. The old lodge still used physical keys and hadn't upgraded to electronic key cards. As if to mock him, Pierce had left the keys lying in the middle of Jackson's unmade bed. Jackson had tamped down his fury and channeled it into action. He had a hunch and a prayer he desperately hoped would pan out. And so, he'd sought out David Kepford. He'd found him on the other side of the Northwoods' sprawling property, constructing a sniper hide inside the trees lining the long gravel drive. It was mid-morning. The hot sun beat down on his head and shoulders. Black flies and mosquitoes buzzed around them. In the distance, goats bleated and chickens squawked. Two-man security teams patrolled the perimeter of the property, shotguns slung over their shoulders. For the most part, they were regular people. Teenagers, bankers, farmers, mothers and fathers, people coming together to protect what they loved. As head of security, Kepford had his work cut out for him. Kepford swatted at a fly as he hooked his hammer to his belt and shielded his eyes. Beneath his faded Detroit Red Wings shirt, the imprint of a pistol bulged.
What can I do for you, Undersheriff?
Jackson handed him a lukewarm water bottle.
I'm hoping you can help me with a problem.
As he explained their predicament, Kepford drained the water, then crossed his arms over his broad chest, leaned against a tall birch tree, and grinned.
Sounds risky as hell.
Jackson eyed him warily.
I have a feeling you've done stuff like this before. It just so happens that, in another life, I graduated from the 3rd Marine Division Scout Sniper School on Ford Island in Hawaii.
Jackson raised his eyebrows.
You were a sniper in the Marines? Nah, I just attended the training. All sorts of folks graduate from sniper school. SEAL Team 1, the 25th Infantry Division, any of the 3-letter federal agencies. What exactly did you do before you were a high school principal?
Kepford's eyes crinkled with merriment, like he was enjoying this conversation.
As I said before, I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you.
Jackson rolled his eyes.
Sure.
Kepford belted out a hearty laugh.
I do what needs to be done. It sounds like you need a man inside, someone to infiltrate the island and gather critical intel. First and foremost, to determine if your asset is even alive.
Jackson held Kepford's gaze.
That's correct. I can tell you this much. If you lead a team in blind, you'll lose everyone. You have no idea what you're walking into. I know, but I can't just leave him to die. I'm the one who sent him into that viper's nest. I can't stand here and allow a serial killer to escape either. If he gets away now, we'll never catch him. In this chaos, he'll be free to kill and keep killing. Any chance your department has access to a Predator drone? Jackson snorted.
Kepford's grin widened.
I had to ask. Anyway, I'll do it. I can get you the intel to make an informed decision.
Jackson's heart stuttered with hope.
Are you sure? Well, isn't that why you came to me?
Jackson couldn't deny it.
I know the odds aren't good. It's gonna suck without a drone, but I've done reconnaissance and surveillance hides. This is a job for 2, but I'll manage. Besides, I've got a better chance as one man without you guys stomping around, making a ruckus, and getting yourselves shot. It's a high-risk assignment, but compared to working undercover in Sawyer's group, it'll be easy peasy. One man creeping around on an island crawling with Russian mercenaries and ex-military contractors was incredibly dangerous. Guilt wormed its way inside him, but he couldn't stop now. Kepford looked almost giddy, as if it were possible to get excited at the thought of capture, dismemberment, and death. Once upon a time, I used to live for this kind of crazy. Why do you think I'm volunteering? I shouldn't be asking you to do this. Kepford straightened his shoulders. The smile dropped from his face. Listen, you've got a former ranger on that island who served his country well. He got the short end of the stick, and yet he's willing to put himself out there to do something good in the world. I respect the hell out of that. Still, don't get your panties in a wad, Undersheriff. Look, I didn't know this killer's other victims, but I know Ruby Carpenter. I know Shiloh Easton. They're my students. And Boone hunted in my school, right under my nose. I've got to live with that now. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for Eli Pope, for those girls, and for me. Jackson nodded. He understood. Kepford pulled something from beneath his Red Wings jersey. It was a gold medal on a chain. This is a St. Michael's medal. My grandmother gave it to me the day I joined the Marines. It's a symbol of perseverance, of good against evil. St. Michael protects warriors fighting the good fight. I've made it this far with him watching over me. He patted Jackson's shoulder, like he was the one who needed comfort. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Jackson had needed more than a little luck, and he'd gotten it in the form of a high school principal with a secret past. If only that luck would hold out a little longer. 7 hours ago, Kepford had slipped from the mainland. The last time Jackson had seen him, he'd transformed himself into something unrecognizable, wearing a ghillie suit with his face painted with mud and charcoal. It had taken him this long to make contact. Now, Jackson stood in front of Devin, Moreno, and Jim Hart, along with half a dozen of the deputies and Munising police officers he'd cobbled together, including Danny Ellison and Charles Payne. This is good news, people, he said. Or as good as we're going to get. Instead of facing 100 armed mercenaries, hunkered down on a heavily defended island, we'll only have to deal with 20 or so. That's the plan, anyway. Nash looked more pale than usual. He muttered something about best-laid plans going awry. No plan survives contact with the enemy. That's a given. Moreno leaned forward, his expression tense. He gripped his AR-10 with white-knuckled fingers. A dozen filled magazines were stacked on the table in front of him. We can overtake them on the yacht. It's our best shot. It is, Jackson said. Then what the hell are we waiting for? Moreno asked. Why are we still here? Kepford got us the intel. Every second we delay is a second we risk this whole thing blowing up in our faces. Let's blow this joint. Since Hastings had died, Moreno was a different man. Gone were the jokes and the sarcasm. He was a man possessed. Jackson held up a hand. Hold up, cowboy. They haven't left the wharf yet. It needs to be a good distance from the island before we hit it. Moreno scowled. While we're messing around, Eli could be tortured or killed. I'm aware of the risks, Jackson said, with a calm he didn't feel. If we don't do it like this, Sawyer's QRF team will be swarming our butts within minutes. We have to wait, or we'll end up fighting 100 men, exactly the scenario we don't want. Moreno leaned back in his seat, clearly unhappy. Fine. Jackson tapped the maps laid out on the table. He'd drawn a diagram of Sawyer's yacht, including possible locations that Eli might be kept, as well as the locations of the engine and turbines. Luckily,
He'd been on the boat himself. "It's time to load ammo, gear up, and get to the boats." He looked around at his team. Every one of them had volunteered to put their lives on the line for this ad hoc, near-suicide mission. He'd said it before, but felt the need to say it again. "Tonight is liable to be the fight of our lives. Anybody who wants to leave, now is the time. No one will fault you or hold it against you." No one made a move to leave. No one even twitched a muscle. Moreno said, "I always did want to go down in a blaze of glory." Hart hooked his thumb at Moreno. "If he's in, so am I." Devin gave Jackson a grim smile. "We're with you, boss. All the way." 62. Shiloh Easton, Day 41. Eli was in trouble. From the lantern room, Shiloh watched through powerful binoculars as evening descended like a soft indigo blanket over Grand Island. Thick rafts of clouds obscured the sunset. The lighthouse beam swept across the waterline, its light penetrating deep into the twilight. From her perch at the top of the lighthouse, Shiloh had a spectacular view of the coast curving to either side of her. The base of Grand Island rose out of the water a half-mile distant. Luckily, she'd charged her iPhone with the solar charger before the clouds had rolled in this afternoon. She nodded her head to her downloaded music, Imagine Dragons' Bones on repeat, as she scanned the ferry dock at William's Landing, where several boats bobbed like tiny toys. Her pistol lay on the floor next to her feet, fully loaded. The crossbow leaned against the glass wall across from her. Her weapons never left her side. She had the radio, fully charged and ready to go. Bear had finally worked up the courage to climb the spiral staircase, though he'd whined his complaints the entire way, an aggrieved look on his shaggy features, but he'd made it. Lena and Bear had kept watch in the lantern room with her for most of the day. Well, the newfie had flopped on his side and snored, his big head lolling across Shiloh's legs, while the humans remained alert and watchful. Around 7 p.m., Lena had descended the winding spiral staircase to cook some stew on the camping stove. Shiloh had barely eaten all day. Worry twisted her stomach in knots. She didn't want to waste time eating, but Lena had insisted. She wriggled her butt on the wooden floor, trying not to disturb Bear's snores. She had to pee. It didn't matter. She refused to abandon her post for even a second. Come on. Come on. Again, she panned the shoreline with the binoculars. The bluffs rose steeply, limestone cliffs carpeted with thick pine trees. Tendrils of mist snaked across the dark water like sinuous fingers, stretching longer and longer. Apprehension sprouted in her gut. If the fog got much worse, she'd lose sight of the docks and the boats completely. Shiloh needed to help Eli, to help Jackson save him, the way they'd saved her from Boone. She couldn't see them from her position, but Jackson had a team of law enforcement officers at the marina, waiting on her signal. Every cell in her body longed to be down there with them, to go into battle, to fight like a warrior. She hated being a kid, hated the sensation of helplessness. If she had a snowball's chance in hell of getting away with it, she'd stow away in one of the attack boats. But Jackson would sniff her out for sure. Lena, too. Eli was out there. Eli was the Ma'ingen, the wolf. He was the hunter, not the hunted. No one was supposed to be able to hurt him. But deep down, in that dark place where terror coiled like a viper waiting to strike, she knew that wasn't true. She told herself that Jackson was going to save him. All she could do was pray useless prayers and make impossible wishes. Maybe that was all that anyone could do. The fog thickened. 5 more minutes and the dock would disappear. The boats swallowed in the mist like they'd never existed in the first place. Come on, she muttered. Let's go, you stupid, slimy, dumb piece of... Movement caught her eye. Swiftly, she zeroed in on the ferry dock through the glass and squinted. Tiny figures moved down on the dock, too small to make out any details. They were dark stick figures against a stifling gray soup. A moment later, the biggest boat began to move. Her breath hitched in her throat. The black flag flapped in the breeze. Risky Business was scrawled in gold script across its rear end. Sawyer's yacht was easily recognizable, even from this distance, even through the gathering fog. Shiloh seized the radio. 63. Lena Easton, Day 41. Lena couldn't sleep. Not with Eli and Jackson out there, in danger. She tossed and turned for hours, plagued by fears, tormented by what-ifs. At 3 a.m., she sat up straight in bed, her pulse racing, ribs tight, like someone had been pressing down on her chest. She'd broken out in a cold sweat. It was the nightmares again. Intruders invading the house. Lena pointing a gun but unable to fire. Shiloh, stolen by shadows, always out of her reach. The fridge failing, destroying her insulin. Compulsively, she rose in the dark and checked the mini fridge she kept in her bedroom, and made sure it was running, the vials still cold. It was a fear that never left her, a constant anxiety beneath the surface of things. The Frio cooling packs were still good. She'd immersed them in water yesterday. Still, she checked, just to make sure. She needed to check the spring house, too, where she'd stored half the vials. It didn't matter that it was the middle of the night. That panicky anxiety was rising in her chest. She had to check. The numbers on her pump were running high. Stress always spiked her blood sugar. She bolused herself on the way out. As she exited the cottage, the wind nearly knocked her sideways. Lena padded soundlessly across the grass, flashlight in one hand, her M&P in the other. The night was dark and starless. The lighthouse beacon struggled to pierce the thick veil of fog that cloaked the world. She was halfway to the creek when a terrible sound broke the stillness. A terrible cry, a woman or child's scream. Fear shot through her. Weapon drawn, she spun and scanned the yard, the trees, the beach. The fog wrapped the point in a thick blanket. It was impossible to see more than 100 feet in any direction. Where was it coming from? Shiloh was safe inside, up in the tower, the big newfie snoring at her side. Was it one of the neighbors, or... The sound came again. A high-pitched, mournful shriek. It was the dying scream of an animal. It sounded so human, scared, lonely, in pain, a cry in the darkness. Something appeared through the fog, an enormous, lumbering shape. She squinted, weapon up, hands clammy, as her finger slid to the trigger. And there it was. A giant black bear ambled across the yard, headed straight toward her. Her brain took in the details in a fraction of a second. The coarse black fur, the heavy muscular body, the tiny eyes peering at her, as startled to see her as she was to see it. Its jaws were painted black with blood, a small, red-furred creature limp in its mouth. It was a fox. In its death throes, the fox had made the almost human screams. The black bear halted. It stared at her. She stared at the bear. They faced each other, not 30 feet apart. If it charged, she was in trouble. She'd be able to fire off a few rounds, but the 9mm pistol wouldn't be enough to take down a 500-pound animal before it reached her. It reared onto his hind legs, taller than she was, and sniffed the air. The pungent odor hit her nostrils, dank and sour, the taste of blood strong in her mouth. It snuffled, swinging its massive head back and forth, snout in the air as it chugged heavy breaths. Lena didn't move. She didn't even breathe. For a long minute she stood, the wind whipping her hair, her clothes. She couldn't tell if it felt threatened or curious, if it wanted to eat her or was as startled as she was. The sheriff's office had put out a warning about the black bears let loose from Oswald's ranch down in Newberry. Was this one of those bears? Or one of the wild ones who roamed the Upper Peninsula, along with the reclusive gray wolf? Did it feel lost, returned so abruptly to the wilderness? Or had it found home at long last? Whatever it was thinking, it did not seem frightened of her. The black bear was beautiful up close, dangerous, but captivating. She couldn't take her eyes off it. It was a reminder that up here, humans weren't necessarily at the top of the food chain. She didn't want to kill such a regal creature, loathed the thought of squeezing the trigger. But she understood one thing about herself. She would do it, if she had to. To protect herself and her family. She'd done it before, and she would do it again, as many times as were required. "Go," she whispered. "Just go." Finally, the big bear dropped to all fours, the dead fox still in its jaws. It turned from her and loped along the edge of the tree line, grunting and chuffing until it disappeared, swallowed by the fog. Arms trembling with relief, Lena lowered her pistol. Her face was wet. She hadn't noticed the tears streaming down her cheeks. She wasn't sure what she was weeping for, the lost world, or her own damaged heart. It felt like a sign, a portent, an omen for good, or for evil. She did not know. A weightless, unmoored feeling expanded within her ribcage. The more she knew, the less she understood. This universe, after all, was as unknowable as the human heart. She knew only that she was alive and breathing, and that was a precious thing. She hadn't prayed much, hadn't been raised in church, but she believed in something larger than herself, in the purpose of things. There had to be a reason for all of this. There was beauty to be found, even here, even now. She prayed, harder than she ever had, for Eli, for Jackson, for all of them. 64. Jackson Cross, Day 41. Jackson stood at the helm of a white cigar boat with green racing stripes emblazoned across the sides. A second cigar boat, this one red with orange racing stripes, cut through the dark water a dozen yards to their left. The cigar boats were long and thin and resembled the shape of a cigar. Their aerodynamic shape made them extremely fast, reaching speeds above 90 miles an hour, like a bullet skimming across the water. They were ridiculously expensive. Left at the marina, Jackson had borrowed them. He'd gladly sacrifice every boat in the UP to get Eli back and keep his deputies alive. The cigar boats rocketed northward, slicing through the fog as they headed deep into the lake, their wakes leaving a double V of white water. They were trailed by two open console boats with emergency water rescue, rigid hull inflatable boats, or ribs, in tow. That afternoon, the fog had rolled in thick and dark, whipping the waves into a foaming frenzy. It was not an unusual occurrence for Lake Superior, infamous for her mercurial moods. The chilly air slapped at his face. Sweat trickled down the back of his collar. A palpable sense of wrongness worried at his thoughts, thickened in his throat, made it difficult to breathe. To his left, Devon stood tense and silent, scanning the bucking waves, bracing her feet to keep her balance as the cigar boat bounced over the swells, sprays of freezing water splashing them. The law enforcement officers wore tactical vests over their uniforms. At their feet lay duffel bags with extra weapons, dozens of loaded magazines, plenty of ammo, and flashbang and smoke grenades. They'd brought drop nets, rope, and sport water drones. For the operation, Jackson had managed to gather a 10-man team. Jackson, Devon, Moreno, and Hart, the former Marine, in one cigar boat, with Baker, Flores, the rookie Nash, Alexis, and Charlie Payne split between the 2 remaining boats. 20 minutes ago, Shiloh had radioed him. "I can see the big boat. It's leaving the wharf now. Over." "Good job. Are any of the other boats leaving with it?" A pause, as Jackson held his breath. Then Shiloh said, "No. Nope. Negative. Did I say that right? The other boats are still docked. The big one left by itself. Over." "Perfect. You did great, Shiloh." "Remember what you promised me." "I remember. Out." Jackson couldn't think about promises that they both knew he might not be able to keep. He keyed his mic again and radioed Kepford. Again, there was no answer. Damn it. Devon stepped closer, her legs wobbly. She wore a tactical vest and carried an M4 on a sling around her neck. "What is it? You look worried." "I haven't heard from Kepford in over an hour." "Maybe he's in a spot where he can't communicate." "Let's hope so." Jackson glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. "You okay?" "Fine and dandy." Devon had been an inner-city street cop. She was tough as nails, but she had little experience with boats or open water, and it showed in her unsteady gait. She looked green around the gills. "I'll be fine. How long until we intercept the yacht?" Jackson glanced at the radar screen. "We're about 15 miles out." "How can you tell?" "This is 4 kW radar. It has a range of about 48 miles. See that dot? We're here. That's Sawyer's boat, right there." "It feels like we're going way too slow." Jackson felt it too, the tension and dread, the fear spreading like a fungus. "We've got to let him get far enough from the island before we close the distance. We need to cut him off from escape and rescue. Right now he's cruising at about 18 knots. That yacht's max speed is about 25 knots. Our slowest boat is twice as fast. We'll start speeding up soon." Devon chewed on her thumbnail. "Isn't waiting this long too risky? Sawyer could stop anywhere and put a bullet in the back of Eli's head. It could be done already." He pointed to the radar again. "It's possible, but I don't think so. Sawyer has a favorite spot. The rumored location is somewhere around here. That's where we'll intercept him." Slowly but surely, they closed the distance. Jackson gestured for one of the deputies to take the helm as he and Devon moved to the bow of the cigar boat. Jackson unstrapped his AR-15 and held it against his chest. Condensation beaded his hair, his body slick with sweat. The world dwindled, the fog closing in like they were being swallowed by an enormous, unseen enemy. Lily Easton's killer waited for him. And Eli, the friend he'd put at risk, whose allegiance he still questioned. He was not unaware that this whole setup might be a trap, that Eli might have absconded to Sawyer's side. It had happened before with undercover agents. After everything that had been done to him, that Jackson himself had done to him, would it surprise anyone? Despite his misgivings, his doubt, his fear, he forged ahead. He still believed. 40 minutes later, they had closed the gap to less than 500 yards. 1, Victor 1, to all Victor units. Jackson spoke into his mic. Everyone had headset radios, and each boat had NVGs, or night vision goggles, for the helmsman, as twilight descended. "Keep your lights off. No smoking. No talking on deck. In approximately 2 minutes, we're going to start moving toward them. Keep sight of the orange cigar boat, and we will lead you in." Victor 2 said, "Target moving at 19 knots at a bearing of 260. Over. Remember, do not shoot up the yacht. Our target is on board, and our goal is to keep him alive. Out. Everyone tensed, nerves raw and senses on high alert as they drew closer. Jackson strained his eyes, searching for a shape, a shadow, or an outline in the swirling gray nothing. Fog rolled in dense curtains. It absorbed sound and shape and color. Everything had transformed into shades of gray, utterly monochromatic, as if all warmth and sunlight had been leached from the earth and would never return. This was all there was, all there ever would be. The hulking shape of the risky business reared out of the mist like a ghost ship. 65. Eli Pope, Day 41. Eli's wrist was bruised and bloody. Hell, his whole body was bruised and bloody. He slumped against the bulkhead, his right hand handcuffed to the front leg of a steel table bolted to the floor. He was locked inside a small square room, approximately 8 feet by 10 feet, a safe room located below deck on Sawyer's yacht. Blank security monitors lined one wall along with comms equipment. The steady rumble of the engine threatened to lull him into an exhausted stupor. His ribs ached. One was likely cracked. His skull pulsed with pain, like he'd been struck in the back of the head with a pickaxe. Pierce and his crew had beaten him into unconsciousness, locked him in a shed, and then dragged him on board. They'd removed the hood and shackled him to the table before locking the steel hatch and leaving him alone with his suffering. He didn't know how much time had passed, or what day it was. It might have been minutes or hours. Time stretched and folded in on itself. Pain was his constant companion. Harsh white light blared into his eyes. He'd spent considerable time attempting to extricate his wrist from the metal handcuffs, to move, bend, or break the table leg, but it was no use. He was caught like a chained dog. Memories of prison scythed through his mind, the nightmares, the familiar stench of sweat and terror. Fear stuck in his throat like a hook. He did not want to die like this, trapped and caged within 4 gray walls. The dull thud of footsteps pounded down the ladder outside the steel hatch. The deadbolt clicked, and the hatch swung open. Eli raised his head as Sawyer, Pierce, Cyrus Lee, and Cade Sandberg crammed into the cramped space. His right hand reached instinctively for a weapon, but the handcuff jerked him up short. The raw skin encircling his wrist burned. Cyrus Lee laughed. The sound echoed tinnily in the small space. Eli eyed the 4 men, watching their hands, their faces, their eyes. Cade stood to Sawyer's left, a big brute of a man who loomed large in the cramped safe room. He cradled a submachine gun in his arms. Cyrus hung to the right, a little behind the others, a satisfied smirk on his face. He took a casual swig from a beer bottle, like he was here for a party. Behind Pierce, Sawyer's face betrayed no emotion. His eyes were gray and emotionless. He held a manila file folder in both hands, his whitened knuckles his only tell. "This a social call?" Eli said. "Unfortunately, I'm out of Girl Scout cookies. Come back another time." Pierce stepped forward and dropped the top section of a ghillie suit, along with a small gold medal on the table. "Any idea who this belongs to?" "Nope." "Look closer." He blinked rapidly to clear his vision and his mind. The ghillie suit was not his. Blood splattered the burlap fabric, and bits of leaves and twigs woven into the suit. He'd never seen the medal before. "Still nope." "It's a St. Michael's medal," Pierce said. "It's a Catholic thing. But then, you know that." Eli gave a pained shrug. "Does it belong to a friend of yours?" "A friend of yours!" Pierce spat. "I have no friends," Eli said. Cade smirked. "Truer words have never been spoken." "Talk
Or you die, Sawyer said evenly. Frankly, I'm tired of your games.
Eli knew death waited for him, whichever way this played out.
I wouldn't tell you, even if I knew, which I don't.
Cade's big, shiny face reddened with anger.
I had a small roving patrol at the edge of the cabins. He was spying on us. He managed to kill 3 of my men and almost made it to the tree line and got away. He was your partner. You were working together to spy on us.
Eli masked his surprise. Jackson hadn't mentioned a second asset on Grand Island. Eli had been utterly alone.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Cross had eyes and ears on our island, Cade said. You were working for him, and so was this POS. One of my legionnaires emptied a 20-round magazine into his back. He's dead, just like you'll be soon. You're mistaken.
Sawyer slapped the file folder on the steel table next to the crumpled ghillie suit.
Stop lying! We have the proof right here. I've read every sentence, every dotted I and crossed T. Your handler takes thorough notes. He thought he was being clever by hiding the files in a vent in his hotel room, but Pierce found it. Imagine how surprised we were to discover what you've been up to.
Eli gritted his teeth against a fresh wave of pain. His ribs felt like he'd been kicked by a horse. He breathed deeply, controlling his oxygen, his stress levels.
I guess you already know everything then, don't you? Start talking, and maybe this will go easier for you.
Pierce picked up the medal by the chain and dangled it in front of Eli's face.
Tell us who the spy is and what he was doing on the island. Sightseeing? You're only making this worse for yourself. Practicing nude yoga? Your choice, jackhole.
Pierce angled a kick at Eli's ribs.
Pain racked his entire body.
Wetness blurred his eyes. He gasped, sucking in oxygen, willing the fire in his side to lessen. It didn't. Pierce leaned in close.
Or maybe he came for you, to get you out. Cross figured out you'd been compromised and they staged a rescue mission.
Eli choked out a genuine laugh of disbelief.
I have no idea who that belongs to, who he was, or why he was there. But I can tell you one thing. He wasn't there for me. No one's coming for me.
Sawyer's weathered skin paled beneath the harsh fluorescent light, his mouth a thin, bloodless line.
You're a damn fool, Eli. You betrayed me. And for what? For people who framed you? Who sent you to prison? For the Rangers? The same people who handed you over to the Alger County Sheriff's Office and the state of Michigan without a second thought? For the town that turned on you and still hates you, even though they know you're innocent? No one cares about you. They've thrown you to the wolves.
Eli winced.
I'm well aware.
Sawyer stared at him for a long moment without speaking. Shadows swam behind his dark eyes, like a shark swimming in the deep. For a second, emotion flickered. Disappointment, bitterness, bewilderment.
Why? Tell me why.
Eli kept his gaze on Sawyer, though he sensed Cyrus Lee's malignant presence with every cell in his body. Should he tell Sawyer his suspicions? He couldn't predict how Sawyer would react. If Sawyer let Cyrus Lee escape, he'd never be found. He said nothing. Tendons stood out on Sawyer's neck.
I was the one who gave a crap about you, the only one. I brought you in, gave you a home, a brotherhood, and you spit in my face. Some brotherhood.
Eli kept his voice steady, but his anger ran deep. He'd buried his revulsion for days. His self-control had reached its breaking point. He was dead anyway. You traffic drugs, addiction, and death. You trade weapons with terrorist groups and gangs who gun down innocents. I would never join you, Sawyer. I would never be a willing participant in the destruction you deal. I'd rather die. We're on the same page then, Pierce muttered. If I don't do it, someone will take my place tomorrow. Someone even worse than me. Don't you get that? The demand is there. We're only giving the people what they want. You could have replaced Vaughn, you know? Stood at my side. My most trusted advisor. We could have ruled like kings. I gave you that chance. The opportunity of a lifetime. You're a damn fool to throw it all away. Guess I'm a fool. Sawyer shook his head as if immensely disappointed. You're a bigger fool because you don't know who you are. Even if I let you walk out of here alive, they will never accept you. Never. They will hate and despise and fear you every single day of the rest of your miserable life. You will be alone forever, utterly alone. You aren't like them. You aren't one of the sheep. You're a wolf. You're one of us. We're the same. Eli fought to keep his expression neutral, to shield his true emotions. Sawyer's words struck close to home, arrows piercing straight into his deepest fears and darkest desires. And Sawyer knew it. I will never be like you, he forced out. You're right. Sawyer shook his head again, this time with disgust. You're a fool. And now, you're a dead fool. Do you know what's going to happen next? Pierce asked. You untie me, apologize for the inconvenience, and we sit down with tea and crumpets? Eli deadpanned. Or better yet, why don't you jump in the lake and drown, to save me the trouble of killing you with my bare hands? Cyrus Lee laughed with a high-pitched nasal sound. Pierce shot him a furious glare. Why the hell are you even here? You're just a paper pusher. Cyrus took another swig of beer and dropped his gaze, appropriately cowed. A look of pure hatred flashed in his eyes, and then was gone. Both of you, shut up! Sawyer leaned down until his face was inches from Eli's. His eyes were cold, burning ice, merciless. No warmth, no human emotion at all. I'm going to take a pair of pliers and remove your fingernails one by one, then your fingers. Then I'm going to cut off your balls and stuff them in your mouth to stifle your screams. Then, and only then, will I wrap your body in chains and dump you overboard while you're still breathing. The fish will start eating the stumps of your fingers while you're sinking. You'll be lost to the lake, and no one will ever find your mutilated body. No one will even look. No one will miss you or think about you ever again. You'll just be gone. The yacht shifted hard to port. Eli slid sideways, the handcuff jerking his wrist and cutting into raw flesh. Stinging pain flared from the tips of his fingers to his elbow joint. Cade stumbled backward. Cyrus slid sideways, liquid sloshing over his hands. Pierce threw out his hand to stabilize himself against the bulkhead. What the hell? Over the growl of the engines came the distant rat-a-tat of gunfire. Sawyer's radio crackled to life. Sir, a cigar boat just blew by and fired an automatic weapon at the fantail. Sawyer seized the edge of the table, welded to the floor for stability, as the yacht pitched again. Cyrus Lee's shoulder slammed into the bulkhead. He dropped his beer bottle and let out a grunt of pain as the bottle rolled across the deck. More gunfire, louder and closer, as Sawyer's men returned fire on the top deck with submachine guns. Sawyer spun toward the hatch, reaching for the pistol at his hip. "Send someone to guard Pope! He's not going anywhere. Let's go!" Sawyer and his men rushed out of the safe room and headed topside. The hatch slammed shut, leaving Eli alone to contemplate his impending doom. 66. Jackson Cross, Day 41. Jackson spoke into his mic. "Victor 1, to all Victor units. 2 minutes from my mark, start your attack. Send the rafts to foul the propellers with the nets. The cigar boats will attack the fantail. As soon as we open fire, cut the rafts loose. Victor 5 and 6 will head for the bow to dump the special cargo. Do not board until we slow or stop the yacht." "Copy that, Victor 1, came the replies from the center consoles and the ribs. It felt like his guts had been dumped into a blender and set on puree. Fear touched the back of his neck with cold fingers as the yacht loomed closer and closer, rearing above their heads in the gloom, sharp and jagged and forbidding. The boats closed in. 400 yards, 350, 300. Time to go loud. Jackson pressed the mic again. "Now! Now! Now!" The green cigar boat went full throttle. White sprays of water jetted high in the air as it screamed toward its target. Deputies opened fire with their battle weapons, aiming for the engine section of the fantail. Tracer fire sprayed from the AR-10s, arcing like bright flares through the night. Rounds pinged the hull of the risky business, ripping through the aluminum composite. The sounds of battle were deafening. Smoke and fog swirled in the darkness, obscuring their vision even with NVGs. The orange cigar boat followed the lead of the first boat. The tracers shot across the sky like fountains of red light arcing toward the boat's stern. Thunderous cracks and booms shook the air, loud as a fireworks display on the 4th of July. Like the northern lights that had captivated the world, even as the solar storms laid waste to power grids across several continents, it was spectacular, but utterly devastating. The first tracer round struck the stern of the yacht. Shouts and screams echoed above the growl of the engines and the boom of submachine gun fire. A dozen armed men rushed to the portside gunwale and opened fire with AK-47s, aiming for the cigar boats and center consoles swerving alongside the yacht. The small boats were agile and quick, and nearly invisible in the dark and fog. They rocketed past the yacht, spraying water and shooting death at 70 miles an hour, then swept around for another pass, weaving in and out of the fog, appearing and disappearing with startling dexterity. As the first center console made another pass, Sawyer's men unleashed a salvo of firepower. Rounds peppered the boat's windshield, knocking the glass from its frame as the deputies dropped to the deck, seeking cover behind the gunwales. Gunfire raked the hull. A menacing police officer screamed and toppled backward into the water. A deputy on his knees sprayed half his magazine at the fantail before zooming past. The orange cigar boat made a run on the port side of the risky business as deputies emptied rounds into the fantail from the starboard. A bright flash streaked across the sky. A loud whoosh screamed overhead. "Incoming! Get down!" Jackson screamed into his headset. The orange cigar boat careened hard to starboard to dodge the attack. The RPG skimmed across the helm, but hit the driver, Police Officer Charles Payne, throwing him 20 feet from the boat before exploding. The blast threw up a great spray of water. Huge waves rolled outward from the impact. Without a driver, the cigar boat swung wildly as one of the deputies leaped from the stern, scrambled into the cockpit seat, and struggled to get the boat under control. Jackson turned from the carnage, sickened. They'd already lost 2 men. A few direct hits from those RPGs, and this battle would be over before it started. They had to move fast, get in close, and disable the yacht to board it. It was their best and only chance. "We're going to ram the port fantail," Jackson yelled into his headset as he raised his AR-15, braced it against his shoulder, and opened fire, hoping desperately that Eli was stowed safely below deck. "1 Victor 4, this is Victor 1. Go Victor 1, Alexis said from the first center console. "On your next pass, light up the starboard middle section with all the firepower you can. That RPG was fired from behind the middle lifeboat. Soon as you hit them, we're going to ram the port fantail and board." "Copy that." 1 Victor for 5 and 6. You guys ready?" "We're ready," Nash shouted back. "Drop the packages, now!" The 2 ribs dropped free from behind the center consoles, Nash manning one, Jim Hart the other. The inflatable craft maneuvered in front of the bow of the risky business. Then Nash and Hart threw drop nets into the water. Each net expanded to 12 feet across and sank, with weights attached to each end. Lines attached to the nets provided tension and directed the nets beneath the yacht. 2 underwater drones dragged the net beneath the hull and toward the propellers. It was simple, yet lethally effective. "Packages deployed," Nash shouted into his headset. The engines of the risky business made a horrific grinding noise as the nets caught in the propellers. The yacht jerked and slowed to less than 5 knots. It lost considerable power and listed slightly port side. Jackson couldn't keep the grim smile from his face. The improvised weapons had turned out brilliantly. He glanced at Moreno at the helm of the cigar boat and nodded. "Let's get this party started." Moreno gave a half-crazed laugh as he opened the throttle and headed for the fantail along the stern. Jackson and Devon braced themselves, shooting at the upper decks to provide cover fire for Moreno's maneuver. The boat bounced on the waves. Jackson's rifle juddered. It was impossible to sight targets accurately. It was spray and pray. As inaccurate as their shots were, the continuous gunfire kept the enemy's heads down. The bow of the green cigar boat rammed the stern's hull at 10 knots an hour, fast enough to do damage, but not destroy the boat or hurl its passengers into the seething waves. Fiberglass scraped against fiberglass as a section of the yacht's hull collapsed inward. The yacht bucked in the water as the smaller craft violently rammed the aft end. The tangled propellers were crushed. Smoke billowed upward as steam hissed through the cracked shell. "Reverse!" Jackson cried. "I'm working on it," Moreno shouted. Sawyer's men recovered quickly. As Moreno worked on reversing the console and freeing it from the wrecked aft section of the yacht, 6 mercenaries leaned over the upper deck railing and opened fire. Rounds struck the cigar boat's hull, tore through the fabric awning, and slapped the water. Jackson and Devon dropped to their knees and returned fire. A round zinged past Jackson's head and impacted a foot away. Heat singed his cheek. The orange cigar boat zoomed along the starboard side, shooting at the top deck with suppressive fire to give Jackson's team cover. Several windows in the upper deck shattered, raining glass upon the enemy and forcing the shooters to seek cover. A figure popped up and hurled something over the side of the gunwale. In the glow of muzzle flashes and tracer fire, Jackson glimpsed a small object hurtling through the night. It dropped to the deck of the orange cigar boat. Fear turned his insides to liquid. "Grenade!" Too late. The grenade bounced across the deck and rolled against the seats of the bow, where 2 officers stood. They had no time to react. The frag grenade exploded with a whoop. The 2.5-inch steel sphere contained 6 ounces of high explosives. It burst into 1,000 lethal fragments that hurled high-velocity shrapnel into anything within 15 meters. The shrapnel peppered the officers' arms and legs and shredded their body armor. Both men fell backward and toppled over the side. The 3rd police officer manning the throttle had collapsed into a fetal position behind the helm. Jackson couldn't tell if the officer had been injured or killed. Horrified, he cursed. He'd never lost a man before. Now 3 were likely dead. Victor 1 to Victor 4. Are you hurt? What's your status? This is Victor 4, Alexis said finally. I'm okay. Taking the helm now. Jackson hid his abject relief as he ordered Alexis and the center consoles to engage, keeping as many combatants occupied as possible. Victor 5, use the radar to watch for Sawyer's QRF team. They will be coming. Copy that, Victor 1, Nash said. Moreno had worked the bow of the cigar boat free and pulled up alongside the stern of the yacht next to the boarding ladder. That fantail is starting to smoke. Let's get our target and get the hell out of Dodge before Dodge sinks. Roger that, Devon said. Jackson shouldered his rifle and scrambled up the boarding ladder. He slipped twice on the slick rungs, his body vibrating with adrenaline. Clinging to the side of the yacht like a barnacle, he was exposed and vulnerable. The knowledge offered little comfort. Moreno slithered up right behind him with Devon on his tail. One of the ribs motored in close while Hart seized the ladder and clambered on board with them. A round pinged next to Jackson's face. 2 more followed in rapid succession. He pressed himself against the ladder and climbed faster. More rounds boomed over his head as he swung himself over the railing and landed boots first on the slick deck. The risky business was crippled and taking on water. They still had to contend with 15 or more armed hostiles. Eli was somewhere on board, as was Lily's killer. Victor 1 to Victor all, Jackson whispered. We're on the boat. 67. Eli Pope, Day 41. The instant the hatch closed behind Sawyer, Eli lunged for the manila folder. It slid across the table. He missed, and it slipped out of reach. He strained for the folder, his shackled wrist throbbing, tendon and bone stretching, the metal cutting deep. The folder teetered on the lip of the table. Come on, come on. He stretched farther than he thought possible, every muscle aching in protest. The folder wavered, balanced precariously, about to fall off the table and out of reach. Just a bit farther. His ribs burned, and his thighs were on fire. Above him, on the upper decks, automatic weapons blasted. The yacht swayed. The folder slid backward 1/2 inch. His fingertips touched the corner. He managed to pull it back his way as the floor rocked beneath him. Eli sank to his butt, the prize in hand. Back against the bulkhead, he thumbed it open, holding it awkwardly with one hand shackled to the table leg. He held his breath in anticipation. Inside the folder were several printouts and sheaves of documents held together by paper clips. Relief flared through him. Those paper clips were the best sight he'd seen since he'd gone undercover. Utterly benign objects, but in his skilled hands, they meant the difference between life and death. Taking one gingerly between his fingers, he bent the thin metal, then inserted one end into the handcuff key slot. Escaping cuffs was a common game played at the bar when he was stationed at Fort Bragg. He'd done this very thing dozens of times, albeit with less riding on the line. Pushing down, he utilized a twisting motion for about 45 seconds. The cuff unlocked with a click. Rubbing his sore wrist, he quickly glanced around the safe room. It was mostly empty, but for the steel table, the blank camera screen screwed high on the wall, and a sturdy gun safe in the opposite corner. He examined it quickly. He couldn't get it open without some serious tools. A wave of dizziness rushed through him. He staggered as the teak floor rocked. Stars burst behind his eyes. He had no idea when he'd last had food or water. Close to a day. His gaze locked on the object that had rolled across the floor and now rested against the side of the gun safe. The glass beer bottle had a familiar label. Molson Canadian, his favorite. In true Ranger form, he ignored the gunfight raging outside, picked up the bottle, and drained it in several swallows. Footsteps sounded above him. Eli flipped the bottle, gripped it by the neck, and smashed the end against the tabletop. Drops of dark liquid spilled and puddled on the teak floor. Molson beer was, truly, the nectar of the gods. Eli gave the wasted beer a mournful look. The footsteps pounded down the ladder, closer now. Swiftly, Eli moved to the side of the door and bladed his body, the beer bottle gripped in his right hand. Adrenaline surged through his veins, dulling the pain in his ribs. The door opened, and a man stepped through. The hostel expected Eli to be bound to the table across the room. That's where he focused his attention. He never saw his attacker. Grasping the broken beer bottle by the neck, Eli seized the attacker's shoulder and yanked hard as he simultaneously thrust the jagged ends into the side of his neck and pierced his carotid artery. Bright arterial blood spurted across the room. Eli took the man to the ground. His head bounced against the teak deck, stunning him for an instant. Eli knelt on his chest and smashed his fists into the man's damaged windpipe until his body went limp. Breathing hard, Eli sank back and looked over the assailant for the first time. Male, late teens, peach fuzz dusting his chin and upper lip. He wore khakis and a white button-up shirt, drenched red. Eli searched the body for a weapon and found nothing, not even a pocket knife. The corpse held a bottle of water in his right hand. He was a member of the wait staff, a non-combatant. The kid had brought the prisoner water, an act of grace that Sawyer surely hadn't sanctioned. In return for his kindness, Eli killed him. Aghast, Eli turned his head and vomited. "You're a wolf." Sawyer's words echoed inside his skull. "You're one of us." Eli rose from the corpse of the boy on leaden legs. He wiped his bloody fingers on his pants and gave one last glance at the crumpled form, willing the tremor in his hands to stop. It didn't. If Eli had had a crystal ball, or could see through walls, if he'd had a second to think rather than acting to save his life, even if he'd tried to knock the kid out or gag him, he might have screamed out a warning. Eli had done what he had to do with the intel he had at the time. Justifying the kill didn't make him feel better. There was nothing he could do, much as it horrified him. Turning back to the safe room, Eli scanned the empty table, then the deck. He bent and scooped up the St. Michael's medal and slipped it over his head beneath his shirt. The cold metal settled on his bare chest, next to his dog tags. Pierce wasn't the only one who wanted answers. He, too, wanted to know who'd given his life for a recon mission somehow connected to him. Who would sacrifice himself for Eli? It didn't make sense. Pausing, he listened at the hatch before exiting the safe room cautiously and scanning the salon ahead of him. Curved leather sofas hugged the bulkheads. On the opposite bulkhead, next to a built-in mahogany bar, sat a beverage fridge filled with wine. Leaning against the bar to the left was a haphazard pile of fishing supplies, a tackle box, fishing rods, and a pile of nets. A glint caught his eye. Hidden in the tangle of nets was a metallic object. He squatted, moved the nets aside, and hefted a gaff hook. Weighing about 3 pounds, it was 2 feet long, with a wooden handle and a wicked meat hook protruding from the business end. He traded the beer bottle for the hook. Eli froze and strained his ears. 2 sets of boots above him. 2 hostiles hurried down the narrow companionway ladder toward the salon. The first attacker hurtled into the salon, leading with the muzzle of his AK-47. Eli moved like lightning. He burst from the right and swung the gaff at the hostile's face. The man screamed and dropped his weapon, flailing desperately as the rifle went flying across the deck. Eli jerked at the gaff to free it for another strike, but it was stuck fast. The second hostile pushed into his partner, attempting to shove his body out of the way to get a clear shot at Eli with his suppressed pistol. Dropping to a crouch, Eli pushed the first attacker into the second and shoved them against the bulkhead in the narrow hallway, pinning the second man's weapon to his chest. Cursing, the second attacker struggled to free his smashed right arm and his weapon with it. Eli sensed his left hand reaching for something at his belt, a fixed blade. He dropped his weight and fell backward to the deck, but not before grabbing the HK-45 pistol from the man's grasp. Fumbling for a better grip as he rolled onto his back, he brought the weapon up and around. As the hostile fell on him with the knife, Eli's finger found the trigger. He punched the suppressor against the man's chin and fired a single .45 caliber round. The bullet slammed through the bottom of his chin, up through the roof of his mouth and into his brain. The man collapsed on top of Eli. The tip of the knife glanced off Eli's breastbone before falling harmlessly to the deck. Eli heaved the dead weight aside, snatched the knife, and clambered to his feet, gasping for oxygen. 2 bodies lay crumpled at the bottom of the ladder. After ensuring they were indeed deceased, Eli shoved the HK-45, threaded with a suppressor, into his waistband and retrieved the first attacker's AK-47. He stripped the dead mercenaries of their spare magazines, a chest rig, and plate carriers. Fully armed, he moved to the companionway to ascend to the upper decks. Streaks of blood smeared the mahogany steps. Eli crept up the ladder, weapon at the ready. His heart pounded in his chest. He willed his breathing to slow, his pulse to steady. He entered the upper salon, swinging left, then right, then crept up the last ladder and reached the main deck. Outside, night had fallen, a stifling darkness, sans stars or moonlight. The glow of the red emergency lights provided the only light. Here and there, muzzle flashes sparked. 2 men in full tactical gear stood 10 feet to his 9 o'clock, facing away from him. The closest man took a knee and shouldered a 3-foot-long tube, aiming at something in the water out of Eli's sightline. The RPG rocket launcher had a sighting range of 500 meters, with a velocity of 117 meters per second. At full speed, it could penetrate 11 inches of steel. Eli raised his sights, steadied his breathing, and exhaled. As the gunner aimed the RPG at a target off the stern, Eli sent 2 double taps to the back of their heads below their helmets, severing their brainstems. The men dropped, dead on impact. The rocket launcher tumbled forward, and the RPG slipped harmlessly over the gunwale into the water 2 stories below. Eli crouched behind the bulkhead of the companionway, expecting return fire, but there was none. After a moment, he clambered unceremoniously across the bodies and made his way along the deck, staying low and out of sight behind the gunwale. He didn't care who they were fighting. He might go down with this ship, but not without exacting his pound of flesh. Quick and silent as a shadow, Eli moved for the cockpit of the risky business. 68. Jackson Cross, Day 41. Jackson and his team crept toward the bow along the upper deck, crouching as they moved in a leapfrog formation from cover to cover, behind the corners of bulkheads, lifeboats, and large metal crates, likely packed with stolen weapons. Pressed against the bulkhead wall of the risky business, Jackson brought the 12-gauge shotgun with breeching rounds to his shoulder and aimed at the hinges of the aft port-side deck hatch. Along the stock, Moreno had written in black Sharpie marker, "Keys to the Kingdom." "On 1, we go in," Jackson said into his headset. Moreno stood to the right, ready to pull the door open as soon as it was breached, while Devon and Hart hugged the left bulkhead, Hart ready to throw a smoke grenade to obscure their entry as soon as the hatch blew. Jackson nodded to Devon. 3, 2, 1, Devon yelled. Jackson squeezed the trigger in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom! The hinges disintegrated from the breaching rounds. The hatch hit the deck, splintering into pieces. Hart stepped forward and hurled the smoke grenades. The canisters rolled across the deck, releasing billowing clouds of white smoke. Jackson took the lead, switching out the shotgun for his AR-15, sweeping left and right as he entered the narrow hallway and moved deeper into the yacht, heading for the cockpit. Hart and Devon followed, with Moreno taking the rear and watching their six. Less than 20 feet from the cockpit, the first round struck the bulkhead 2 feet above Jackson's head. He fired wildly, seeing nothing but smoke and darkness ahead. A second round zipped past his shoulder. Behind him, Hart gave a pained grunt. "I'm hit! Take cover! Contact ahead!" Jackson dropped his shoulder and flung himself through the hatch to his left, entering a small cabin bedroom lined with bunk beds along the far bulkhead. With one hand, he kept firing around the corner, while with his left hand he seized Hart by his chest rig and dragged him into the room beside him. Simultaneously, Devon and Moreno hurled themselves through a hatch across the hall. Jackson dragged a large metal box for storing weapons to the doorway and crouched behind it for partial cover, edging himself around the hatch to return fire and keep Sawyer's men from pouring down the funnel of the hallway and overwhelming them. "Talk to me, Hart. You still alive over there?" Hart groaned. "A bullet nailed me in the chest. It got the plate carrier, I think. I hurt too much to be dead. Feels like a giant just punched me in the solar plexus." "Sounds about right." Heavy fire traded back and forth between law enforcement and Sawyer's men. Men stuck their AKs and ARs into the doorways without aiming, shooting till their magazines ran dry. Casings from spent cartridges poured onto the deck floor, rolling back and forth as the stalled yacht rocked with the waves. The air reeked of gunpowder, gun oil, and iron from the blood of the dead. Hart pulled himself into position along the opposite side of the hatch, a 9mm pistol gripped in both hands. "Ouch! Damn, that hurts." "Stop moving, Hart," Jackson commanded. Hart ignored him. "Somebody's got to keep your butt alive." Jackson grimaced as he fired several more rounds. "Have it your way. Cover me while I reload." "Copy that." A round struck the bulkhead. Wood splinters and chunks of fiberglass peppered his face as a shard of shrapnel lodged into his neck. He touched his skin with his left hand and felt blood. He didn't feel any pain. That would come later. At least Sawyer's men weren't throwing frag grenades. The grenades exploded shrapnel for 30 yards in every direction and were meant to be thrown from hard cover, which the yacht was certainly not. "5 Victor to 1 Victor. What's your status?" Nash asked over the radio. He had remained on the water, manning one of the center console boats. "We're blocked in the hallway, along the port deck hall, receiving heavy fire. Do you have more flashbangs?" "A Stinger missile would be helpful," Moreno muttered. "That's a negative on both counts, Victor 1, Nash said. "The yacht looks like it's sinking. I don't know how much time you've got. Sawyer likely got off an SOS to the island, so his quick response team will be inbound with boats or even a helo. You've got to get out of there." "I've got one more flashbang," Devon said. "I'll make it count. We've got to push down this hallway or they'll bleed us out of ammo. We're almost to the cockpit. Let's do this." Jackson glanced down at his dwindling ammunition. He was down to 2 magazines for the AR-15 and a half mag in his 9mm pistol. Devon was right. They attacked now, or they died here. He said, "Roger that." 69. Eli Pope, Day 41. The yacht was sinking. Smoke billowed skyward, tinged red as flames licked the portside gunwale. Half a dozen corpses in tactical gear littered the decks. In a crouch, Eli approached the cockpit along the portside outer deck. Dressed in borrowed gear from said corpses, with a helmet and night vision goggles over his eyes, he could pass for one of Sawyer's goons. hidden behind the gunwale. He was close enough to hear conversation. Close enough to put a bullet in a few skulls, too. His finger twitched on the trigger guard. Ahead of him, several men crowded into the opulent, mahogany-lined cockpit. Pierce, Cade, Cyrus Lee, and Antoine stood near the helm, while Sawyer sat in the captain's seat and glared at the bank of controls, radar screens, and communication equipment. 2 Russian mercs with big-barreled chests and bulging arms cradled submachine guns and faced the starboard outer deck. Their attention was focused aft, where intermittent gunfire blasted. On the starboard side, several speedboats made passes, aiming machine gun fire at the stern.
"We've got to get back to the island."
Cade sounded rattled. He was packing a bloody wound in his shoulder, teeth clenched against the pain.
"I need a doctor."
Cyrus Lee shot him a derisive look.
"In case you haven't noticed, we aren't going anywhere. We're dead in the water."
Pierce reloaded AK magazines from a box of ammo beside him.
"Relax, you pansies. I called in the QRF team, but it's gonna take them time to get here. 35 minutes out. We just gotta hold our position until then."
"What about those deputies who made it on board?" Antoine asked. "They keep getting closer."
Eli strained his ears. Sure, he hadn't heard right. Deputies? What deputies? "We have a plan for them," Sawyer said dismissively.
Antoine shifted from foot to foot, his expression tense. "You're going to kill them? More cops?"
"Relax, man."
Sawyer gestured to the Russian mercenaries at the hatch. "Let them think they'll make it to the cockpit. We've got a little surprise in store. The RPK machine guns will take care of them." The Russian mercs had set up the wicked-looking guns side by side, facing toward the aft deck. With 2 weapons, one could continuously fire, while the other reloaded or changed barrels. The big guns would obliterate whoever tried to breach the aft hatch. Pierce smiled as he slapped in a magazine.
"Cross won't even know what hit him."
Eli blinked, certain he'd heard incorrectly. He hadn't. This wasn't the work of the Cote family, or a random gang. It was Jackson who had brazenly attacked the risky business. Jackson, who'd come for what? Surely not to save Eli. That made not a lick of sense. Eli did not understand what was happening here. He knew one thing. If Jackson was approaching from the aft deck, he and his team were about to get shredded. Adrenaline iced Eli's veins, his hands clammy. If he was going to act, it had to be now. Sawyer turned and glowered at Cade.
"Where the hell are the men I sent after Pope? Go get him. It's time for him to die." "Too late, jackhole," Eli said in a loud voice. "I'm already here."
Startled, Cyrus Lee gaped at him. Pierce and Antoine spun toward him, weapons rising. Eli was in position, squatted behind the corner bulkhead, his AK aimed at Sawyer's head.
"I've got a bead right between your eyes, Sawyer. One wrong move and your boss will lose his head. Your choice."
The men froze, hesitating, their gazes flicking between Eli and Sawyer. No one moved. The yacht rocked beneath their feet.
"Take your hands off the PKs right now," Eli ordered. "Sawyer, tell your men to cease firing on the deputies and to back away from those machine guns. Now."
Sawyer's Adam's apple bobbed in his throat, his only tell that he felt anything at all, let alone fear. His gaze met Eli's across the cockpit. Eli knew Sawyer saw zero doubt or hesitation in his eyes. Eli would shoot him dead in a heartbeat, and Sawyer knew it.
"Do what he says,"
Sawyer said between gritted teeth.
"But,"
Pierce started.
"Do it!"
Sawyer bellowed. "Stop firing!" Shouted orders in Russian and English went up and down the boat. The mercenaries ceased firing. The other side followed suit. Within seconds, the barrage of gunfire fell silent. An eerie quiet descended. The yacht's injured engines groaned as waves slapped the hull. Eli kept his weapon trained on Sawyer's skull. A half-dozen pairs of eyes locked onto him, AKs and ARs aimed at his head. Tension crackled through the air. Footsteps approached from the aft deck. "This is the Alger County Undersheriff," Jackson's familiar voice shouted from the hallway. "Hold your fire." Half of Sawyer's men spun and aimed their weapons at the law enforcement officers. The other half kept their guns on Eli. The officers looked across the cockpit at Sawyer's men. Sawyer's men looked across at Jackson's men. Sawyer took in the new development without a change in expression.
"Well, this is quite the twist." "Do not move, Sawyer," Jackson said. "Wouldn't dream of it."
Jackson stepped forward. The stock of his AR-15 pressed against his cheek. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, a muscle jumping at his jaw. "Weapons down, now!" "Looks like we're at an impasse here, Cross," Sawyer said. "I've got guns on your men. You've got guns on me. I've got more guns on you. Maybe you kill me, maybe you don't. But for sure, you're dead. And your friends. Lower your weapons. I won't warn you again." "You're trespassing on my boat, Cross. You have no warrant. You can't be here. You assaulted and kidnapped one of my deputies." Sawyer lifted his brows in a facsimile of surprise. "I'm sure I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about." "I deputized Eli. He's my asset, my agent." "Huh," Sawyer said. Eli's body thrummed with tension, his nerves raw, his finger jumpy on the trigger. Anyone even flinched, and he would open fire. "Your beautiful yacht is wrecked," Jackson said. "A third of your troops are corpses, lying all over your pretty teak deck. You know it's time to cut and run, and you can. I'm not here for you." "Then what the hell are you here for?" "I'm here to bring Eli home. We're leaving, and you're going to let us." The ground seemed to fall away beneath Eli's feet. He felt shaken, disoriented. Jackson should never have risked so much to rescue him. And yet, here he was. And he wasn't alone. Half the county's law enforcement officers were with him. They'd come for him, for Eli. It made no sense. Sawyer half turned his head to Eli and lowered his voice. "Why the hell are you fighting for the man who betrayed you? Help us. Kill them, and all will be forgiven." Pierce looked like he was going to stroke out from suppressed rage. The tendons on his neck stuck out like cords. His fists clenched around his lowered weapon. "Sawyer, you can't possibly." Sawyer ignored him. "It's not too late, Pope. Help us, and I'll forgive your transgressions. In a year, we could run the whole state. Think about it. Don't die for the man who locked you in a cage. Be smart. You've always been smart." Eli thought of the young man below deck, in the waitstaff uniform, dead. He could feel his dog tags beneath his t-shirt, the St. Michael's medal. He thought of the mysterious man who'd died for him. There were degrees. Things he could live with, and things he could not. Maybe he and Jackson were more alike than he wanted to admit. Damn it all to hell. "You're a snake oil salesman, Sawyer," Eli said. "You don't believe your own spiel. I certainly don't." Sawyer smiled a shark's smile. His eyes glittered in the red emergency lights. "I should have listened to Pierce and killed you on the island. A bullet to the back of your head would have ended this. I had a moment of weakness, of sentimentality, thinking you owed me something.
An explanation? An apology? He gave a hard laugh. Trust me, I will not make that mistake again. His mind cycled through the possibilities. It was a calculated risk, but one he had to make. I'm not your rat. At least, not the rat you think I am. I wasn't sent here for you, Sawyer. Sawyer's features remained expressionless. Then why, pray tell, are you here? Jackson spoke loud and clear. For Cyrus Lee, or more accurately, Cyrus Lee Jefferson. Cyrus Lee's head jerked up, his nostrils flaring like a wild animal scenting danger. What are you talking about? Sawyer said. He's a serial killer, Jackson said, confirming Eli's suspicions. He's been killing women for years. Sawyer blinked. What? Cyrus's mouth flattened to a bloodless line. Something dark flickered behind his eyes. Liar! You're crazy! Eli licked his lips. His mouth was bone dry. My objective was to find out which of your men was missing the ring that Jackson found in one of the victims' grave. You killed Vaughn, Pierce said accusingly. I knew it! He got exactly what he deserved, Eli said. Before he died, he told me Cyrus Lee sent him after Shiloh and Lena. Cyrus told him the order was from you, so he didn't question it. I gave no such order. Sawyer's eyes darkened. My men do nothing without my approval. Cyrus Lee did, Eli said. More than that, he murdered Lily Easton, the mother of Cody Easton, your dead son.
70. Eli Pope, Day 41. Sawyer looked shaken, undone in a way Eli had never seen him. The sheriff said it was Boone.
Walter Boone had a partner, Jackson said. It's Cyrus, or more accurately, his legal name, Cyrus Lee Jefferson. Cyrus bared his teeth like a cornered jackal. He's trying to get under your skin. He's trying to save himself. He's the one who's been ratting you out to Jackson. You know me. You've known me your whole life. But Sawyer watched him, eyes narrowed. Jackson turned to Sawyer. Have your men lower their weapons. I'm going to do the same with my men. I'll explain everything. Don't listen to him. It's a trap, Pierce whined. But Sawyer ordered his men to lower their weapons. Jackson's team did the same. The two sides stood, facing off. Eli could feel the weight of his weapon growing heavier by the minute, his muscles straining, heart hammering, adrenaline icing his veins. Tunnel vision hit him, the front sight post clear, even as the rest of the world blurred, faded, threatened to disappear. Meeting Sawyer's gaze, Jackson began to talk. He explained it all, their suspicions, the evidence, and how they'd followed the crumbs to Cyrus Lee Jefferson. With one hand, he pulled out his phone and held it toward Sawyer, flipping through several photos. Eli didn't dare take his gaze off Sawyer to look himself, but he could see by Sawyer's reaction that they were more than convincing. Antoine's mouth twisted in revulsion. Is this true? Of course not. Cyrus began to laugh, a high, reedy sound like a hyena. It chilled Eli to the bone. You can't prove anything. Jackson just did. Eli spoke to Sawyer because Sawyer was the one who decided who lived or died tonight. He sent 2 of your men to hurt Lena and Shiloh. He stole Vaughn's ring because he lost his own, burying the body of a dead girl he'd murdered. One of at least 7. You're lying! Cyrus screeched. Give me your ring, Sawyer said in a steely voice. Come on, Sawyer! You can't give credence to anything he's saying. Even the sheriff thinks Jackson is nuts. And now he's got Pope drinking the Kool-Aid, too. You can't think. I said, give me your ring. Cyrus took a step backward. His spine pressed against the control console, his left elbow banging against the steering wheel. His face paled, his pupils constricted to 2 dark pinpricks. His right hand instinctively curled at his chest, where the ring hung on a chain beneath his shirt. Sawyer flicked his hand, the barest hint of a movement. Antoine and Cade surged forward. Before Cyrus could react, they seized his arms. Antoine forcibly removed the ring from the chain as he writhed and cursed in protest, then stepped back and handed it to Sawyer. Veils of mist pressed against the shattered windows of the yacht. They floated in an eerie murk, the deck beginning to tilt, to sink, as smoke snaked between their legs, drifting up from the aft deck. Devon looked at Jackson with wide eyes. "Boss, we need to get off this boat." "This tin can is starting to crumple," Moreno yelled from down the hallway. "We're almost done here," Jackson said. Cade loomed over Cyrus, his hands fisted. Cyrus recoiled, cringing like the coward he was, no match for the stronger man. Sawyer palmed the ring and stared down at it. Everyone watched, silent, as Sawyer stiffened. His eyes flashed with shadows beneath dark water. "This isn't yours." "Of course it is. How could it not?" "Vaughn was tall, but thin. You're a small man. His ring fits you well enough. I had each ring made custom. The design is intricate, the metal expertly crafted by a true artist. Each one cost me a small fortune. Down here, in the right-hand corner, the snake's tail forms an S, for Vaughn's nickname, Spider. On yours, the snake's tail curls into a C. Where is your ring, Cyrus? Was it buried with a dead girl like Cross claims?" Cyrus's mouth went slack. "It's not what it looks like." Sawyer took a step toward him. Menace radiated from every pore. "It looks very bad for you, my friend." Cyrus threw up his hands. His pinched, ferret face contorted, his eyes flitting wildly back and forth, searching for an escape route, but there was none. He was trapped inside the cockpit, surrounded by men with guns. "I just misplaced the ring, that's all." "Are you the reason Cody is dead? That Lily is dead?" Cyrus shook his head, terror in his eyes. "No!" Livid, Sawyer's jaw muscles bulged. But there was something else in his face. Something more than anger. It was grief. Grief for a child he'd never claimed as his own. Jackson said, "We have the necklaces, your calling cards. And we found Elise McNeely." At the mention of Elise's name, Cyrus Lee's pupils retracted to pinpricks. He muttered something that sounded a lot like, "Stupid whore." A distant explosion sounded from below the deck. The waves pounded the hull as the boat listed portside. The air smelled singed, of things burning. Cyrus licked his lips. "You think you're so smart. You're not, Cross. You're not half as smart as you think you are." "What the hell happened to the ring, Cyrus?" Sawyer demanded. Eli saw it then. The transformation. Cyrus curled his lip, revealing his small, pointy teeth like a badger showing its fangs, feral and savage. He was a cornered animal, and he knew it. The only way out was to chew off his own limb. Though it wasn't fear in his face, Eli realized. It was indignation, arrogance, and disdain. "I looked for it," Cyrus Lee snarled. "It gave me a blister, so I took it off. I went back and dug that damn body back up. crawling with maggots, bloated and revolting. There was no ring. I looked. It wasn't there. I don't make mistakes. It was there. A fervid intensity glinted in Jackson's eyes. You didn't look hard enough. The ring was beneath Summer Tabasaw's body, as if she were hiding it from you, waiting for us to find it, to let it lead us right to you. Cyrus Lee's mouth twisted with a horrible, rapacious glee. All those years I got away with it. All those girls. You people had no idea. You were so stupid. 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 Sawyer looked stunned. You did it. You killed them. Those girls were trash. I did the world a favor. All those missing posters, and no one ever looked closely for any of them. They were throwaways, whores and sluts, all of them. They were asking for it. They wanted it. The mask slipped completely then. In the eerie red light, his skin was pulled so tight over his bones that it was like looking at a skull. A smiling mouth, a cutout for 2 eyes. He looked like a caricature, an approximation of a human being. There was no soul behind his eyes. Nothing but a howling darkness. 71. Eli Pope, Day 41. Sawyer flipped his pistol and punched Cyrus in the face. His neck snapped back. Bright red blood bubbled down his chin and dripped onto the mahogany. You sick, twisted freak, Sawyer spat. Holy hell, Cade said. The Russian mercenaries kept their faces impassive, but Antoine looked stunned, sickened. Pierce stared at Cyrus with repugnance, like something slimy and rotting he'd discovered on the bottom of his shoe. Cyrus tried to wrench free of Cade and Antoine's grasp, but it was useless. His features contorted, his eyes bulging with rage and hatred as he glared up at Jackson. I could have killed your sister 1,000 times. You know how many times I put my hands around Astrid's long, white throat? How I imagined how I would strangle the life out of her at the breakfast table, right across from your dumb, smug face. Shut up. Jackson trembled with anger, the whites of his eyes showing. Don't you dare say her name. You're blind. You've always been blind, Cross, Cyrus sneered. Blood oozed between his split lips. 2 of his teeth were missing. Poor Astrid, always the victim. She was so very helpful to me. Thank her for me, would you? Eli's gut churned with revulsion. Let me kill him. No, Sawyer said. No one is killing anyone, Jackson said. Sawyer, Cyrus said, gratitude in his voice, his shoulders sagging in relief. I owe you, man. Sawyer squatted before Cyrus. His hand shot out like a snake. He seized the man's throat and began to squeeze. I invited you into my brotherhood. I trusted you, gave you everything. What do you think I'm going to do to you? How do you think I'm going to make you suffer? Because you will suffer. Sawyer tightened his grip. Cyrus writhed, his feet scraping the deck, but he was caught fast. He clawed uselessly at Sawyer's fingers, retching and gasping, spittle bubbling from his lips. Jackson took a step forward. Sawyer, don't do it. This is my business. Sawyer looked up at Jackson, his eyes burning. My kingdom. Jackson's finger tightened on the trigger. Release him. That's an order. Cyrus Lee's face had gone reddish-purple. His tongue was sticking out. Finally, Sawyer released him and stood. Cyrus slumped, gagging and gasping for oxygen. He turned his head and vomited on Cade's shoes. There was no give in Jackson's voice. He was rock steady. Here is what is going to happen. We are going to leave. We are taking Eli with us and Cyrus Lee Jefferson. You will let us go, and in exchange, we won't arrest you. Your men will come to tow your yacht back to your island, and you will be free to fight another day. But not today. Cyrus is mine, Sawyer said. Jackson shook his head. I can't just leave a suspect. That's the deal. I'll capitulate to you, Cross. I respect a man when he deserves it. You figured it out. You exposed the killer in my organization. For that, I owe you. Whatever you think of me, I do not abide child killers. I am not that kind of monster. This scumbag conspired with Boone, the man who murdered my... Sawyer's features hardened. Shifting emotions crossed his face. Grief, remorse, regret. They were gone so swiftly, they might never have existed. My son. Cyrus writhed, a feverish, desperate sheen in his eyes. Sawyer, we can work this out. I got you the pills, didn't I? Just like I promised. A whole shipment. I still have value to you. Sawyer spun and slammed his fist into Cyrus Lee's temple. His brain bounced in his skull, his eyes rolling back in his head. Sawyer didn't let up until Cyrus sagged, broken, his eyes swollen shut, his nose shattered, his face a grotesque mess. Stop, Sawyer, Jackson said. Let the justice system deal with him. What justice system? Sawyer looked across the cockpit at Jackson, breathing hard, his mussed hair in his eyes, looking more human in his pain than Eli had ever seen him. There is no justice but this, right here, right now. The deck tilted precipitously. Tendrils of smoke snaked inside the cockpit and thickened at their feet. The stench singed Eli's nostrils and stung his throat. He coughed violently. It was getting harder to breathe. His weapon weighed 1,000,000 pounds. Time to go, boss, Devon shouted. Sawyer said, My men are coming for you. If they catch sight of your boats, our deal is off. They'll kill every one of you. Jackson glanced from Sawyer to Eli to Pierce, his features strained. He looked like a man about to fall to pieces. I can't let you do this. This animal took what is mine. These crimes against my flesh and blood will not go unavenged. You have a choice. Your men don't have to die with him, but Cyrus Lee will die. And by my hand. Sawyer was a lot of things. A criminal, a murderer, narcissistic and opportunistic. He was also complicated. He hadn't publicly claimed Cody, but he'd cared for his son and had clearly grieved for what he'd lost. The past never died. It was always present, informing the here and now, directing the future. The ghosts they thought they'd left behind still haunted them all. Let Sawyer have him, Jackson, Eli said. Jackson shook his head, but faltered, torn by indecision. Eli knew that Jackson was thinking of his men now, of getting them out alive. Boss, Devon shouted. Hart is losing blood. The yacht is on fire and sinking. Let's go. Nash's tense voice came through their headsets. Victor 5 to Victor All. We've got company on the radar. 5 minutes tops. Eli knew that Jackson wanted due process, the rule of law. But sometimes the win was walking away alive. If he wouldn't go on his own, Eli would force his hand. His AK-47 trained on Sawyer. Eli rose and crossed the slanting cockpit deck. Several guns followed his movements as Eli sidestepped the bulkhead and walked to Jackson's side. I'll cover you. Devon, make him go while you still can. Go, go, go. Devon took hold of Jackson's arm and with her pistol aimed at Pierce,
She dragged him backward toward the outer deck that led to the aft ladder, where they could exfil to their boats. Reluctantly, as if he hated himself for it, Jackson went. Eli backed out of the cockpit, his weapon up and swiveling, alert for any sign of aggression. Sawyer's men watched him go, fear on their faces. Smoke filled the cockpit in a reddish haze. Antoine bent in a coughing fit. Cade wiped fiercely at his weeping eyes. Sawyer stood over Cyrus Lee's crumpled form. He looked up and met Eli's gaze. Pope. Eli paused, muscles straining as he held his weapon on Sawyer. The deck tilted with a sound like metal tearing itself apart. Every cell in his body ached, his ribs burned, smoke stinging his eyes, clogging his throat. Next time I see you, I will kill you. Sawyer's voice was flat. He was the shark again, cold and calculating. Get the hell off my boat. 72. Eli Pope. Day 41. Rain poured in sheets, battering the porch roof, dripping down the windows, soaking the parched ground. Rainwater plastered Eli's hair to his forehead. His clothes were drenched. He hobbled to the front door and knocked. A moment later, the door opened. Lena stood there wearing faded striped pajama bottoms, her black rectangular insulin pump attached to her belly protruding beneath her white tank top. Her hair fell mussed across her shoulders. She wore not a stitch of makeup, her face pale and drained. She was the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. Lena took a step back, her eyes widening as she took him in, bedraggled on her front porch, sopping wet, stinking, bloody, and bruised. What a sight he must be, like a starved stray dog. Eli, she breathed. Embarrassment heated his cheeks. I'll go. I shouldn't have come. Tears sprang into her eyes. He had no idea why she was crying, no clue what to say, how to fix this, whatever this was. Jackson did it, she said. He brought you back. He shouldn't have. He should have, she said with all the confidence and certainty in the world. I had faith in him. In you. 3 police officers lost their lives, and Jim Hart took a bullet to the shoulder. A former Marine infiltrated Sawyer's Island just to find me, to help me. He died too. Her face fell. I'm so sorry, Eli. Bear pushed through the doorway at Lena's side, sniffed him and woofed in greeting, tail wagging, nosing at his pockets in search of a treat. Sorry, boy. I've got nothing tonight. Bear licked his hand in forgiveness. I don't know why I'm here. I thought... I wanted... He couldn't say aloud what he wanted. How he had counted down the days and hours and minutes until he could get back here, to this little cottage, to the lighthouse. How Lena's smile had kept him going during those sleepless, nerve-wracking nights on Grand Island. Are you okay? He asked. It felt like years since he'd last seen her. So much had happened. He had a lifetime of things to say, and was suddenly tongue-tied. I'm not the one who was kidnapped by a sociopath and almost killed. He tried for a grim smile, but fell short. And Shiloh? Is she okay? Shiloh is sleeping. She tried to stay up until she knew you were safe, but she dozed off in the lantern room around 3 a.m. I put a blanket on her. Her smile lit her entire face. I can wake her. She'll be thrilled to see you. Let her sleep. She needs it. Lena dropped her gaze and scanned his body, her eyes snagging on his bruises, the blood staining his shirt. Her brow knit in concern. You're hurt. His body ached all over. I'm fine. I call BS. That macho attitude will get you killed, Eli. An infected cut can turn into gangrene, and we can't call 911 anymore when something goes wrong. I have my first-in bag in the cottage. Come in." The thought of her hands on him made his cheeks burn. "I've got my IFAC. I know how to patch myself up. I've done it before." Lena opened the door wide and stepped aside, beckoning for him to enter. Bear gazed up at him expectantly, tongue lolling. Eli didn't move. She gave him a look that made his heart stutter. "I'm not asking, Eli." He cleared his throat, sheepish. He never could resist Lena. Obediently, he followed her inside, squishing past Bear. The Newfoundland practically filled the doorway. Lena frowned at his noticeable limp and gestured for him to sit at the wooden chair in the little kitchen. A kerosene lantern hung on the wall, cast a warm glow across her face. Bear followed close at her heels as she moved about, then set her bag on the table next to her insulin paraphernalia and dug out iodine, bandages, and gauze. She made Eli remove his shirt. It wasn't anything she hadn't seen before, and yet he felt strangely embarrassed. But Lena was in EMT mode, brisk, efficient, professional. She took something from the counter, then knelt beside him and got to work. "What's that?" he asked. She hefted the amber jar. "Raw honey." He made a face. "Are we making tea?" "For your information, honey has been used to treat burns and mild injuries for thousands of years. It's an excellent natural antibacterial and antiseptic. The hydrophilic properties keep the skin at the right moisture level for optimal healing." "Whatever you say, Doc," Eli said. "I'm not a doctor. I just play one at work," Lena quipped. He'd heard her say it before, a corny line paramedics loved to use on unsuspecting victims. Eli rolled his eyes. Lena applied a few drops of iodine to a sterile cloth and used it to disinfect and clean Eli's skin. Then she daubed the raw honey on Eli's many cuts and scrapes before covering them with gauze. Her hands felt like butterflies on his skin. He barely felt the pain, his chest and neck growing hot. For a few minutes she worked in silence, the pattering rain and the dog's panting breaths the only sounds. The antiseptic worked with a cleansing burn. Bear sat on his haunches, head tilted and ears pricked, like he couldn't quite figure out why they'd put honey on someone's chest instead of in their mouth, where it clearly belonged. Eli gave him a commiserating look. "I don't get it either, boy." The newfie plopped down on the linoleum, rested his big head on his paws, and watched them with his soulful brown eyes. His tail made a rhythmic thump on the floor. "Seriously, though," Lena said, "I've been reading the homesteading and natural remedies books that Shiloh got from the library. They're quite enlightening. I got these iodine bottles right off the pharmacy shelves. Iodine has been used for 150 years as a disinfectant. It has antimicrobial and antiseptic properties to prevent infection. We're going to have to learn naturopathic treatments from here on out." Lena leaned back when she'd finished, stealing a dollop of honey and sucking it off her finger. "Good news? I think you'll live." "Thank you." She looked up at him, her eyes dark and glinting. "Where are you sleeping tonight?" He'd planned to return to the hide he'd built, though the damp night would be miserable. He'd endured misery plenty of times before. "Absolutely not," she said, as if reading his mind. He stared at her, startled. "Shiloh found your secret hideout." Damn, but that girl was good. He couldn't help it. He nearly burst with pride. The hide was well hidden. Trained soldiers could have walked 6 inches from it and had no idea it existed. "It's not called a secret hideout." "I don't care what it's called. You were spying on us." "Protecting you." "Some might call that stalking." "Would you have let me stay?" Her lips twitched. "Of course not. I did what I had to do. It wasn't enough."
I didn't want to go undercover for Jackson. I hated the thought of leaving Shiloh. But I thought that finding the killer would protect her too. If I had known what was going to happen, I never would have left.
You caught him. It wasn't a question. Her eyes were intent, her features taut. Eli nodded wearily. It's over. He's dead. She took that in. He saw her grief, the years of loss. Then, something fell away. A release, like an unclenched fist. Did you kill him?
Sawyer wanted the honor.
Her jaw worked as she thought it over. Then, after a moment, gave a grave nod. Okay, she said. Okay.
A man died for me. The principal of the high school. He was a former Marine. I don't understand it. I didn't even know him.
He shook his head, as bewildered as the first time he'd heard David Kepford's name. He touched the St. Michael's medallion beneath his shirt, next to his dog tags.
I didn't deserve it.
You're a good man, whether you see it in yourself or not, Eli. You deserve to be saved.
He didn't say anything. His throat was too tight, his eyes stinging.
I see it in you, she said, even if you don't yet. After a minute, he nodded. Tell me what happened, she said.
It's a long story.
I'm not going anywhere. You aren't either.
What do you mean?
She blushed a little. There's the assistant's cabin on the property. If I know you, you're planning to go right back to your hideout, out in the cold and rain with the bugs and no bathroom. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not wrong,
he admitted. She laughed. That high, clear sound like water rippling over smooth stones that he adored. Still kneeling, she looked up at him as she brushed an unruly strand of hair behind her ear. You aren't staying out in the cold. I'd never treat a dog that way, let alone a person. If you won't go home, then stay in the cabin. The lantern light wavered and flickered. Outside, the rain drummed against the roof and wept down the window panes like tears. Hours ago, he thought he'd never see this place again. Never see Lena or feel her presence. Never get a chance to undo all his wrongs. He wanted to kiss her. Longed to take her face between his palms and kiss her like no one had ever been kissed before. Doubt gripped him. If he accidentally scared her away, he would lose this fledgling friendship that he treasured. He couldn't risk it. He said, I don't want to intrude. You're Shiloh's father. She needs you. Lena finished bandaging his arm, then stood and touched his shoulder, her fingers light as a butterfly. You did a good thing, a brave thing. The town won't forget it. They owe you. She gave a wan smile. They'll start to see you the way I see you. He didn't dare ask how she saw him. It's settled then. You're staying. Eli didn't argue with her. He didn't want to anyway. She peered into his eyes, concern reflected in her own. She put her hand on his, which rested on his knee. Are you truly okay? Emotion vibrated along an invisible thread between them. After all this time, after all these years apart, the heartbreak and pain, it was still there. That thing that connected them yesterday and today and forever. He looked down at her small, pale hand over his own. She knew that he was looking, that he was aware. They were both suddenly aware. But she did not pull away. We will get through this, she said. We will. He believed her. 73. Jackson Cross, Day 48. They put Cody to rest on a Tuesday morning, a week after the attack on Sawyer's yacht. The ME had released the body after the autopsy, and in the end, there was no good reason not to grant Shiloh's request. The 2 funeral homes still in operation within the county were backlogged by the dozens, if not hundreds. With no way to refrigerate the bodies, people were digging graves for their loved ones in their backyards. The sheriff's office had released a notice to keep corpses, human and animal, a safe distance from potable water to prevent contamination. There would be more funerals. Jim Hart and another injured officer had survived, but 2 police officers had been killed, including Charles Payne. David Kepford's body had not been recovered from Grand Island, but he was presumed dead. A pang struck Jackson's chest when he thought of the principal and his honorable sacrifice. Yes, there would be more funerals, but today was reserved for Cody Easton. Lena, Jackson, Devin, Eli, and Shiloh stood on an isolated section of the beach a few miles west of Christmas. Mrs. Carpenter and her daughter Ruby had wanted to attend, but Shiloh hadn't wanted anyone else. They honored her wishes. Cody had loved the water. It had been his salvation the way the woods were Shiloh's. She wanted him at peace in death, in a way he'd been denied in life. They had helped Shiloh build the pyre, but Shiloh had done most of the work herself. The girl poured gasoline on the branches, lit it with a lighter, and then Jackson and Devin pushed the boat out into the water. The tide took the tiny fishing boat named Little Neptune, the boat Sawyer had given to Cody, deeper into the lake. Flames burst to life. The dry twigs crackled. Pine boughs sent billowing smoke skyward. Shiloh stepped back and watched in silence. She had not wanted a service. No sweet words spoken or songs sung. She said Cody would have hated it, and so they followed her lead. Rituals and rites of passage had mattered to humankind for thousands of years, and would matter still. It was how they kept themselves human, reminding them that heartbreak and hope existed side by side. Jackson squeezed Lena's shoulder as she leaned into him and wiped her eyes. Sensing the melancholy mood of the humans, Bear slumped beside her, head drooping forlornly, ears down, tail rhythmically thumping the sand. Lena looked up at Jackson with a weary smile. "You did good, Jackson. Eli was the one, but you figured it out." She squeezed his hand. Instead of feeling triumphant, he felt drained, dispirited, and more than a little lost. He still had questions. There were loose threads, pieces that didn't quite fit. He had been in law enforcement long enough to understand that some questions would never be answered, some pieces of the puzzle lost forever. Like what drove a person like Cyrus to kill, to enjoy it, relish it, crave it? What could twist a human being to such depraved depths? The facts were scarce. They had only a bare-bones account. The fundamental truth, the raw why of it, would remain a perplexing enigma. Cyrus would certainly never have revealed it. Still, the case was closed. Cyrus Lee Jefferson was dead. Never one for subtlety, Sawyer had sent Jackson a package via a bicycle courier. Inside a velvet-lined box lay Cyrus Lee's finger. The stolen ring, with the etched wolf and writhing snakes still attached above the severed knuckle. Jackson said, "Somehow it still doesn't feel like enough." "It's enough for me," Lena said softly. "Things are getting worse." She gave his hand another squeeze before letting go. "I know that too." Jackson glanced across the beach where Eli stood, apart from the rest of the group. He skipped stones in the water, kicking at flat pebbles to find more good rocks. He wore his rifle slung across his back, his gaze constantly scanning, always alert. Shiloh approached them. Lena flashed Jackson a knowing smile and departed to chat with Devin, who was sitting in the sand near the shoreline. At her side, Bear whined plaintively, and she motioned for him to get up. "Oh, go on. I know you want to play." Bear was more than happy to oblige. He trotted toward the water, kicking up sand in all directions with his dirty paws. Shiloh stood beside Jackson, and they watched the little boat drift farther and farther out into the vast lake. The sun burned bright overhead. Black flies buzzed around them. Shiloh waved them away. The little Neptune grew smaller and smaller. Jackson mopped sweat from his neck with a handkerchief and shoved it into his pocket. He pulled out a half-melted Twix bar he'd been saving and handed it to her. It's not a Snickers bar, but... She grabbed it from him greedily, unwrapped it, and scarfed it down in 2 bites. I'd kill for chocolate. That's not a confession. He smiled. I heard you're starting a garden. Everything dies. The bugs are eating my tomato plants. Rabbits keep getting the lettuce. I'm a fighter, not a damn gardener. But Lena's making me do it. Even warriors need to eat. She wiped her fingers on her overalls. Yeah, well, in the old days, the warriors had the food made for them. By the women, Jackson reminded her gently. Maybe it's better that we aren't living back then, eh? She scowled at him, then folded her arms over her scrawny chest and thought about it for a second. Fine, whatever. And the lighthouse? Lena says that when you take something, like a life, then you need to give something back. Lena heals people. I make sure the lighthouse guides sailors home. A trade line had started up along the coast, fishermen loading up supplies and running up and down Superior, stopping at local harbors to trade for goods in each town. Trade was critical to the survival of the UP. It needed to be protected. She's right, Jackson said. It's important. Shiloh rolled her eyes, but there was no bite to it. It was clear that she loved the lighthouse, that she took her responsibilities seriously. He understood the importance of a mission, a purpose, and he understood why Lena had insisted on staying. Shiloh slapped at a mosquito that landed on her arm. Eli told me what happened. He told you everything? He said I deserved to know. You do. He said the man who did it won't ever hurt anybody again. He's right. Shiloh kept her face straight ahead, but he could feel her studying him out of the corner of her eye, appraising him. Do you think Cody is at peace now? I do. Do you think my mother is at peace? I hope so. I'm remembering. He gave a start. What? In my nightmares. Her small hands were clenched into fists at her sides. She turned her head and stared at him with those hard, unblinking eyes. The memory is locked in my head. It has to be there, right? Like it was with Cody? It went away, but it came back. This is different, he said with caution, though he couldn't deny the leap in his pulse. You had barely turned 5. It's been 8 years. A child's memory is... Her mouth thinned. Unreliable? He winced at her choice of words. A challenge. She closed her eyes and tilted her face up to the sun, eyelashes brushing her tan cheeks. The heat beat down on them, the mosquitoes and black flies buzzing, the breeze brushing tendrils of raven black hair across her elfin face. An arrow was tucked into the messy bun she'd tied back with a rawhide string. I see things in my dreams. Hear things. I want to remember. It'll be frightening and painful. It will be incredibly hard. I'm not scared of hard. No, you aren't. I need to know. Jackson nodded. He recognized that need in himself, that same obsessive compulsion to understand, to uncover the why and how, to seek the truth to its bitter end. Will you help me? He hadn't wanted to push her, but if she was ready, then he would help her in any way that he could. I will. Good. Cody's pyre faded into a distant speck on the horizon. As it diminished, Shiloh seemed to lighten, to grow taller, her narrow shoulders straightening, like a tremendous burden had been lifted. Bear bounded up to them, soaking wet, covered in sand, and shook himself. Water sprayed everywhere. With a startled shout, Jackson tried and failed to leap out of the way. Shiloh grinned. Next time, even closer to Jackson. He smells like he needs a bath. I'm not the one with leaves and pine sap stuck in my hair. Is that an arrow? Shiloh's grin widened. It's in my blood. Mom always said I was half Ojibwe. Jackson raised his brows, but said nothing. He'd long suspected a certain truth, but had never voiced the question. Maybe it was time to ask, to seek an answer that would lead to something good for a change. Bear nosed Shiloh's hand, and then dashed back into the water, barking joyously, his floppy ears streaming. Shiloh ran after him. Girl and dog plunged into the waves, happy together. Jackson smacked at mosquitoes. They were relentless, and he was nearly out of bug spray, damn it. And strode across the sand to a long section of driftwood. He sat down, removed his shoes and socks, and dug his toes in the sand. The sun beat down on his head, warming his face, his neck. He closed his eyes, and the dark memories rushed in. Cyrus Lee Jefferson's snarling face, his empty, glinting eyes. He tried to push them out. It didn't work. A shadow fell across him. He glanced up and shielded his eyes, startled. Eli. Eli said nothing as he scanned the beach behind them, then east and west. He perched on the edge of the beached log, as if ready to flee at the slightest provocation. They sat not 2 feet apart. The waves lapped the beach. The land curved green and hilly to the east. They watched Shiloh and Bear jump in the sparkling waves. Lena and Devin, with their pants rolled up, wading to their knees in a shallow cove. Jackson recalled 1,000 summer days like this. His throat went tight. He was afraid to speak, in case he ruined the moment. The 2 men had barely spoken since the rescue mission. Something's bothering you, Eli said. Why do you say that? I still know you. We don't change that much. Jackson grunted. I suppose that's true. What is it? Jackson hesitated before answering. I did the same thing as I did to you. I short-circuited the system, trashed due process, the rule of law, for my purposes. He had allowed Sawyer to kill a man. He'd known it would happen, and he'd walked away. True, it was to save his life and the lives of his team, including Eli. That didn't mean it sat right with him. It didn't. It never would. Like a splinter that worked its way deep beneath the skin. Right and wrong isn't always about the law, Eli said in a low voice. You did the right thing. You got me out. You saved the rest of your officers. Cyrus Lee got his justice. It might not be the justice you would have chosen, but it is justice, nonetheless. Eli was right. Jackson knew he was, much as he hated it. There were things a man had to live with, choices he regretted, truths he would chase after forever, yet never comprehend. Jackson would have to console himself with the fact that Cyrus Lee Jefferson would never hurt another victim again. It would have to be enough. He'd make it enough. In the end, he had to try to live with the scars. He should have felt at peace, yet the nightmares hadn't lessened. If anything, they'd intensified. He couldn't rest, not with the way of the world. More trouble was brewing. Rumors were swirling that the Cote cartel was amassing in the east. They'd gained control of the northeastern half of Canada and were threatening to cross the international bridge and take Sault Ste. Marie. The crime family was seeking a shipment of stolen weapons and wouldn't stop until they'd retrieved them. Sheriff Underwood was furious with Jackson for undermining his authority and directly disobeying his orders. So far, he'd been able to avoid a confrontation, but it wouldn't be long. A reckoning was coming. Jackson sat, rubbing his jaw, worrying about tomorrow's problems. Eli quiet beside him. It was a familiar feeling, comfortable even, after so long. After a time, Eli asked, You thirsty? Depends on what you're offering. Eli snorted. He shrugged off his rucksack, pushed it down between his feet, resting the rifle against the driftwood, and reached into his rucksack. He pulled out 2 beer bottles.
It's lukewarm, at best.
You expect me to drink this crap?
Jackson could barely get the words out around the lump in his throat. I see your poor taste hasn't evolved in 8 years. I've been saving them for a special occasion. And then I thought, what the hell? Piss-poor company deserves a piss-poor beer.
Eli took one for him and held out the other to Jackson. Jackson willed his hand not to tremble as he reached for the Molson Canadian. His vision went suddenly blurry. He blinked several times and cleared his throat. Must be the sand getting in his eyes.
Eli, Shut up and drink.
Jackson drank. They sat like that for a good 30 minutes, slapping mosquitoes, baking in the shade, drinking beer like it was any normal day. Like this could someday be normal again, the 2 of them together. Something that felt a lot like hope grew wings and fluttered in his chest. The sun had began its descent across the sky when Devon strode across the beach toward them. Her features were drawn, her expression somber. She held the radio in one hand. Jackson and Eli turned to face her.
What is it?
Jackson asked. She glanced from Jackson to Eli and back to Jackson, as if dreading what she had to say next. The prisoner escort. The bus that was supposed to transfer the Tier 3 convicts from Alger Correctional to IMAX downstate. I just heard from Moreno that the bus never made it to the bridge. Didn't even make it 30 miles. They found it on M28, before the cross-section with 78, in Seney Township. Jackson tensed. Found it how? Overturned off the side of the road. On fire. The fuel siphoned. It appears they were ambushed. Someone on the outside knew when and where the transport bus would be. The COs are dead. 2 dead convicts on board. But the rest escaped. It felt like the oxygen had been sucked from the air. Jackson couldn't breathe. How many? 22 maximum security convicts. They may not come here, boss. They could head south and try to cross the Big Mac to get downstate, or the International Bridge to cross into Canada.
They'll come here,
Eli said.
Munising is still the closest town. We have food, shelter, transportation, and everything they need. Plus, a lot of them will know this area. They'll go where they're comfortable, to familiar territory. Predators always do.
His voice was strained.
Tell me, Darius Sykes wasn't on that transport.
I've seen the list. Darius Sykes is on it. Eli rose to his feet, his expression stricken. Eli, Jackson said, as if to give assurance, but there was no assurance to give.
Sykes said he would get out. He promised he would hunt down every person I loved and slit their throats in front of me.
There was real fear in Eli's eyes. He looked at Jackson like he was drowning.
He's coming for Shiloh, for Lena, for all of us.
74. Jackson Cross, Day 50. We have a problem, Devon said. Jackson looked up from the breaking and entering case he'd received that morning. He had a growing stack of files 2 feet high on both sides of his desk.
What is it?
Devon held a case folder in both hands, so tightly that her knuckles had turned gray. Her face was ashen. I was going through the files one last time. I guess I'm a bit OCD.
That's why I like you.
She shook her head, her eyes glassy with exhaustion. I went down to the basement and looked through the old files from that week, the week of Lily's murder. I don't know why. Something was bothering me. He sensed it in her voice, the thing that was coming. A terrible dread settled like a stone in the pit of his stomach. He stared at her, bracing himself. I found something.
Spit it out, Devin.
Cyrus Lee had an alibi for Lily's murder.
The room tilted. He felt the solid ground sliding away from him. No. That makes no sense.
Here. She pushed a file across his desk, opened it, and punched her finger at a series of photographs taken as stills from a surveillance camera. They were time and date stamped. Cyrus Lee was in Munising, the night of Lily's murder. At first. He was at the Northwoods bar with Gideon Crawford and Tim Brooks, at the same time as Eli Pope.
Small town on a Saturday night, Jackson said, scrambling desperately for something, for anything to hold on to. He had the sensation of falling, of plummeting into nothingness.
Eli left at 9:36 p.m. to go to Lily's house. Cyrus left shortly after and drove to the Blue Lumberjack Tavern in Murray to play in a pool tournament. According to the bar's footage, he arrived at 10:12 p.m. He was on screen until the bar closed at 1 a.m. But he was there for another 2 hours afterward, until well after 3 a.m. When he won, 2 sour contestants accused him of cheating. There was an altercation. Cyrus isn't the type to win in a bar fight. He tried to flee, but they chased him down and laid into him. Charges were filed, but then dropped a couple of days later. Jackson sank back into his office chair, his shoulders hunched inward, as if warding off a blow he hadn't seen coming. But he had seen it coming, hadn't he? Somewhere down deep, what he'd missed, the anomalies he'd overlooked, the empty spaces in the puzzle.
I have Lily's file memorized. That's not in there.
This isn't from Lily's case file. It's a drunken disorderly arrest. Cyrus was only mentioned in Lily's case as a witness, confirming Eli's presence at the Northwoods bar that night. That's all. He was never a suspect, never provided an alibi. There was no reason to.
He was arrested? Why wasn't that on his rap sheet? We looked at that.
He wasn't arrested. He was the victim, not the perpetrator. During the window of Lily's murder, Cyrus Lee Jefferson was 30 miles away, getting the crap beaten out of him.
Jackson struggled to breathe. It felt like a 1,000-pound monster was sitting on his chest. Who was the arresting officer? Devin hesitated.
The sheriff at the time, Horatio Cross.
Something wriggling and slimy oozed inside him. Cold despair iced his chest. They'd come so close, had come so far. They'd caught a serial killer, of that he had no doubt. They'd matched his whereabouts with the locations and dates of each of the missing girls they'd identified. They'd tracked down the lockets. In the end, Cyrus admitted to what he'd done. But had he, truly? Had he claimed he'd killed Lily? No, he had not. Devin chewed on her thumbnail. She'd bitten the nail to the quick, a single droplet of blood dribbling down her thumb. She watched him in alarm.
What does this mean, boss?
Jackson rubbed his bloodshot eyes. It means it's not over.
I don't understand. How would a copycat know about the lockets? None of the bodies had been discovered before Lily was killed.
Jackson had no answer to that question. He hadn't a clue. It made no sense. Cyrus had been a careful, calculated, organized killer, whereas Lily's death had been messy, chaotic, and rage-driven, the work of a disorganized killer. A second killer who'd cloaked himself in the MO of a serial killer to avoid detection. It was possible. But how could anyone have known his modus operandi? Cyrus Lee Jefferson's cryptic last words replayed in his mind, taunting him. You're blind. You've always been blind. I don't know, Jackson whispered brokenly. I don't know if I have what it takes.
Devin rounded the desk and stood beside him. The night pressed against the windows. Shadows from the kerosene lanterns bobbed and flickered across the walls. There were no sounds but their shallow breathing. Devin put her hand on his shoulder. Her palm was warm and firm. "You're not going to give up, boss. That's not who you are. You'll catch him, if it's the last thing you do." He looked up at her, shell-shocked. Lily's ghost cried out to him. He could not rest, would not rest. His soul would never be at peace as long as she haunted him, day and night, in his waking hours and his nightmares. She would always haunt him. How far would he have to go? How much of himself would he have to give? What sacrifices would be demanded of him, of all of them, before the end? He did not know. He knew only that the world was burning, and he was about to walk into the fire. Author's note. Thank you for reading the second book in the Lost Light series, The Dark We Seek. Writing this book was a difficult but rewarding journey. This series is the first time I've combined a survival story with a murder mystery. Not only was it the longest manuscript I've written by almost 100 pages, I wrote it while ill with Hashimoto's disease, an autoimmune disease where the immune system attacks the thyroid, slowly destroying it over time. I believe in treasuring the good things, even through difficult times. If we wait until everything is perfect before we start truly enjoying life, we will never find happiness or peace. As I was finishing The Dark We Seek, I was able to travel to visit the Upper Peninsula. We drove 9 hours to Copper Harbor to see the Northern Lights. It was my first time, and let me say, it's as spectacular as I'd imagined. It was a precious gift to watch the auroras while writing a series about the geomagnetic storms that spark such gorgeous light shows. While beautiful, they're also a reminder that the sun is immensely powerful. One day, a massive solar flare might bring more than colorful skies. I hope not, but it's always a good idea to be prepared. Thank you so much for reading this series and following Jackson, Eli, Lena, and Shiloh as they struggle to survive when half the planet goes dark. Until next time. We hope you have enjoyed The Dark We Seek, a post-apocalyptic survival thriller. Lost Light, Book 2. Written by Kyla Stone. Read for you by Stacy Glemboski. The audio for this book was engineered by Anansi Audio. The Dark We Seek is copyright 2022 by Kyla Stone. Production copyright 2022 by Kyla Stone. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.
Hi, this is Kyla Stone. I hope you enjoyed my audiobook. If you'd like to keep getting free audiobooks from me, please like and subscribe to support my channel. Thank you, and happy listening.